Chapter 5, Part 1 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 5, Part 1 The Study of Early Christianity. 1. Task and Method. The Point of Departure. The first problem confronting the student of early Christianity is the choice of a starting point. Where ought he to begin his study in order to obtain a correct and full understanding of that historical phenomenon called early Christianity? A moment's reflection will show that this question cannot be answered so easily as one might on first thought imagine. While the name Christianity is said to have been coined at Antioch in Syria early in the 40s, Acts 11:23, the religious movement itself had already been in existence for some time. If by Christianity we mean an independent movement differentiated from Judaism by the establishment of a new organization, ritual, and doctrine, we may properly look for its beginnings in the period following close upon the death of Jesus. But this period, while it may mark the formal beginning of the new religion, does not supply an adequate starting point for a thoroughly genetic study. Although Jesus did not formally break with Judaism, and so did not found any new organization, his work was so significant for the establishment of the new enterprise that the latter cannot be properly understood without taking account of his career and the career of his followers prior to his death. Again, he and they were part of a specific phase of human experience which gave them their problems and supplied them with a substantial religious heritage from the past. John the Baptist preceded them, and all stood within the great stream of later Jewish history. Moreover, Palestine had been ruled in turn by several different powers, finally coming under the domination of Rome. Consequently, conditions within Judaism cannot be properly interpreted without some reference to the Greco-Roman world of which Judaism was now a part. The student of early Christianity must take account of these historical antecedents if he would make a thoroughly genetic study of the new religion. The ulterior limit. A second problem is the choice of a stopping place. At what date did the Christian movement become so well established as an independent religion and win for itself so substantial a place in the Mediterranean world that it may fairly be said to have reached maturity? While recognizing that all history is one great stream of life and not a series of unrelated segments, we still may detect stages in the growth of a movement when certain phases of its life become so fully crystallized as to mark a definite period in its growth. Although Christianity did not receive legal recognition in the Roman world until the issuance of the Edict of Milan in 313 AD, its distinctive character and form as a future world religion were practically established by the middle of the 3rd century. By this time, the movement may be said to have passed from youth to maturity. Before this date, a distinctively Christian literature had been assembled and canonized. Apologists had come forward to defend the new faith before the political authorities and to commend it to the learned. Christian communities had become established all about the Mediterranean, especially in the chief centers of population, and problems of organization, ritual, and doctrine had been worked out along lines which remained fairly stable for some time. It is a purely arbitrary, and on the whole erroneous custom to make early Christianity end approximately with the year 100 at the close of the so-called New Testament period. The student must extend the range of his vision well into the 3rd century if he would follow at all fully the course of Christianity's initial history. The scope of study. Within this general period, How comprehensive should the scope of the student's inquiry be? If he desires to become acquainted only with certain externals in the history of the new religion, such as its territorial expansion, its ecclesiastical organization, its literary products, or its doctrinal tenets, he may confine himself within relatively narrow limits. But if in addition to these items he also desires insight into the vital experiences and activities of actual Christian people, who faced various problems and worked out their own salvation with fear and trembling, the scope of inquiry must be greatly enlarged. These vital matters cannot be understood unless one becomes intimately acquainted with the actual world in which the early Christians lived. And since the new religion drew its membership from many sources, a variety of surroundings contributed toward the making of life within the new communities. Converts from Palestinian Judaism were equipped with a set of experiences determined more immediately by political, social, cultural, and religious conditions within Palestine, but more remotely by conditions within the contemporary Greco-Roman world to which Palestine politically belonged. Converts from among the Jews of the dispersion had still another set of experiences, in which contact with Greco-Roman life formed a more important item. Those who came over to Christianity from paganism, and these constituted by far the greater number of its adherents long before the close of our period, had still a different heritage, the reality and importance of which are too often minimized. The scope of the student's inquiry must be sufficiently comprehensive to include the whole range of different Christians' experience in contact with their varied environment during the first 2 centuries of our era. The developmental character of Christianity. One more item must be noted in order to ensure correct procedure. What conception of Christianity's nature is implied in the foregoing definition of the historian's task? This type of study will necessarily view Christianity in terms of life, the vital religious experience of actual people. This means that wide variations are to be recognized, since varying types of personality set in different environments and drawing upon different historical heritages must produce much complexity in real life. While the historian will note items of uniformity among Christians, he will not neglect items of diversity, which are quite as essential to a correct understanding of the actual religious life of believers. Nor will he attempt to define Christianity simply in terms of static quantities of belief, ritual, or practice. The beliefs which different Christians held, the forms they employed in worship, and the decrees they enacted for the conduct of the ideal life must all receive due attention. But the true historian will ever remember that his work is not completed when he has merely catalogued and evaluated these products of early Christian living. His ultimate task is to interpret the great complex of actual life out of which these things came, and of which they formed an integral part. Thus, Christianity must be conceived as thoroughly vital and developmental in its nature. End of Chapter 5, Part 1. Chapter 5, Part 2 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 5, Part 2. The Study of Early Christianity. The Contemporary Greco-Roman World. The early Christians' world, taken in the large, was Greco-Roman. At the outset, their relations with this larger world were, at second hand, through the medium of Judaism. But since Judaism itself was really a part of Greco-Roman life as a whole, and more especially since Christians in the second and successive generations were not only brought into intimate touch with Gentile life, but were actually a part of it by birth and training, the first duty of the student of early Christianity is to acquaint himself with conditions in the Greco-Roman world. Political conditions. In order to obtain a proper perspective for viewing the political history contemporary with early Christianity, one should begin with the rule of Alexander the Great, 336 to 323 BC. The course of history under his successors, the Diadochi, and their descendants, the Epigoni, and particularly the rule of the Seleucids in Syria and the Ptolemies in Egypt, ought to be followed with some care. Otherwise, it will be impossible to understand some of the most important phases in the experience of the Jewish people, as well as the Gentile conditions of life, which became fixed at this time and remained substantially unchanged in many respects even after the Romans conquered the East. But attention must center particularly upon the Roman period, especially from the time of Augustus on, when the political history of the Roman Empire had a very important bearing upon the life of both Jews and Christians. A knowledge of this background is essential to an understanding of such significant events as the death of John the Baptist and of Jesus, the fall of Jerusalem in 70 AD, and its destruction in 135 AD, the long imprisonment of Paul, and ultimately his death, as well as that of many other Christian leaders, the persecutions which the Christian movement suffered from time to time, and its ultimate recognition as a state religion. The status of society. The social situation is a more difficult subject to study, but one of equal importance for the student of Christian origins. In the first place, the economic conditions of that age were largely responsible for the dispersion of the Jews throughout the Mediterranean lands, as well as for that free movement of the masses which contributed so significantly to the spread of early Christianity. The economic situation also had much to do with the dissemination of many pagan faiths over the territory where Christianity later came to be established, and these cults accordingly constituted an important factor in the history of Christian expansion. The social distinctions of the time must also be studied, not merely for the light they shed upon the antecedents of the Christian movement, but because the expanding life of the new movement was so closely linked with the general social status. The new cosmopolitanism which had resulted from the establishment of world empire, the rapid development of individualism called forth by the breaking down of the narrow nationalism of earlier times, the mingling of many different nationalities at the great centers of population, the social gradations distinguishing slave from master, rich from poor, ignorant from learned. These are topics about which the student of early Christianity should possess accurate and fairly full information. The general cultural status of Greco-Roman civilization ought also to be studied for the light it sheds upon the personnel of the Gentile churches and the conditions under which the missionary propaganda was carried on. A knowledge of the ways in which the youth were educated, the intellectual standards of the time, the popular modes of entertainment such as the sophists provided, and the types of literature which found favor with the people of that age will aid very materially in our study of the early Christian movement. The religious situation. The religious side of Greco-Roman life, while inseparably bound up with political, social, and cultural conditions, is so important for the study of Christian origins that it deserves special attention. The outstanding religious characteristic of the period was its syncretism. This was exceedingly complex, but for convenience of treatment, some attempt must be made to single out in a general way the chief factors in this complicated life. The student may select the following topics for investigation. 1. A study of survivals from the ethnic faiths of an earlier age is of value. Since Greco-Roman civilization occupied territory that had nourished older cultures, such as those of Egypt, Babylonia, Persia, Asia Minor, Syria, and Palestine, pre-Hellenistic religious survivals naturally played an important role in later times. To these Oriental heritages must be added the popular polytheism of Greece and Rome. To be sure, the ancient cults were often considerably affected by the new conditions of the later age, but these changes frequently increased rather than lessened the significance of the ancient faith. 2. The so-called mystery religions form a sufficiently distinct phenomenon to receive independent treatment. In the main, they were, indeed, survivals from an earlier age, but they attained unique prominence and importance in Greco-Roman times. In Greece, the Eleusinian mysteries are most deserving of attention, though other cults of similar type, such as the mysteries of Dionysus, ought not to be ignored. A study of the Oriental mysteries, which in this period spread far and wide over the Mediterranean lands, will also prove very instructive. The more important of these, to which study should be directed, are the cults of Cybele and Attis in Phrygia, Ishtar and Tammuz in Babylonia, Ashtart and Eshmun in Phoenicia, Atargatis and Hadad in Cilicia and Syria, Aphrodite and Adonis in Syria and Cyprus, and Isis and Osiris Serapis in Egypt. 3. A third type of Greco-Roman religion which had considerable influence was the worship of the ruler. The attempt of the Seleucids to impose this worship upon the Jews had much to do with the Jewish uprising of Maccabean times, and emperor worship under the Romans affected considerably the life of both Jews and Christians. Some of the most characteristic experiences and doctrines of early Christianity were the result of contact with this pervasive phenomenon against which Christians uniformly protested. 4. The popular philosophy of that age was so closely linked with religion as to furnish a distinct item in the actual religious situation. The Epicurean and Stoic schools are of greatest importance for the student of first and second century Christianity, before Neoplatonism gained preeminence. Stoicism, in particular, had permeated the life of the masses, and was being vigorously preached by missionaries and styled themselves apostles of Zeus, sent to proclaim a message of deliverance to the common man. Acquaintance with both the content and the form of their preaching will often prove helpful as shedding light upon the early Christian missionaries' tasks and methods. 5. Certain types of religious speculation, mostly Oriental in origin, were also common in this age. A knowledge of these may be obtained by studying such subjects as astrology, pre-Christian Gnosticism, Hermeticism, and ancient mysticism in general. End of Chapter 5, Part 2.
Chapter 5, Part 3 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Richardson. Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 5, Part 3. The Study of the Old Testament and the Religion of Israel. 5. Certain types of religious speculation, mostly Oriental in origin, were also common in this age. A knowledge of these may be obtained by studying such subjects as astrology, pre-Christian Gnosticism, Hermeticism, and ancient mysticism in general. 3. Contemporary Judaism. The Jewish dispersion. The territorial distribution of the Jewish people in Greco-Roman times was extensive. Those Jews who lived outside Palestine were greatly in the majority, and from the time of the exile on they were scattered widely over the whole territory. Large numbers of them lived in the Tigris-Euphrates valley, as well as in Egypt, where they became very numerous under the Ptolemies. In Syria and Asia Minor they constituted a large percentage of the population in early Christian times, and throughout other parts of the Mediterranean world they were everywhere in evidence. Josephus Antiquities reports Strabo as saying, quote, "One cannot readily find any place in the world which has not received this tribe and been taken possession of by it." End quote. Thus the significance of the Jewish dispersion for the history of early Christianity was very great, not simply because Christianity in Gentile lands naturally built upon the foundation which Judaism had laid, but also because the Judaism out of which Christianity in Palestine grew had already been impressed by forces from without. Jewish life outside Palestine. In studying the status of the Jews in the diaspora, several items should be noted. They occupied a distinct position within the civic life of an ancient city and enjoyed many special favors. They sometimes stood high socially, even holding important official positions. Yet as a whole they carefully preserved their distinctiveness. Since they maintained a separate community organization, their religious life was insofar as possible modeled after that of their kinsmen in Palestine, and they retained a very lively interest in the Holy Land. But the stimulus of their Gentile environment was not without effect upon their religion, nor were they by any means impervious to the influences of foreign culture. A Philo or a Josephus, though an aggressive defender of the Jewish faith, was quite different from a Palestinian rabbi. The fact that Judaism retained its integrity notwithstanding these widely varying conditions, and even carried on a proselytizing propaganda, shows that we must not regard it as merely an isolated Palestinian phenomenon without any significant vitality. Inquiry into the vigorous religious life of the Jews of the diaspora and the recognition of the close connection they maintained with Palestine should do much to prevent the student from falling into this not uncommon error of depreciating the vitality of Judaism. The political history of Palestine. A brief sketch of the political history of the Palestinian Jews is essential to an understanding of their religion. This study may begin with Alexander the Great, but its importance increases with the time of the Seleucids and Ptolemies. The most significant point in the history of this general period is the revolt of the Maccabees. From this time on, the political activities of the Jews must be followed with some care, since their religious life is very closely connected with national activities, not only during the rule of the Maccabean princes, but after the subjugation of Palestine by the Romans, politics and religion went hand in hand. It was this situation which produced the different Jewish parties and raised many of the perplexing problems which were discussed by both Jews and Christians. Thus familiarity with the political experiences of the Jewish people during the period from the outbreak of the Maccabean revolt in 167 BC to the destruction of Jerusalem in 135 AD is absolutely essential to an understanding of the rise and early history of Christianity. The status of the people. Similar consideration should be given to the social, economic, and cultural status of the people. The daily occupation of many persons consisted in tilling the soil and raising cattle. Others were fishermen, artisans, or merchants. Others followed a professional career, being priests, scribes, or physicians. Many others were ordinary day laborers, and some were slaves, although most persons of the latter class were probably of foreign birth. These different occupations yielded an abundance to some, while others lived in poverty. As a rule, the priestly class was well-to-do, but the common people were less prosperous, and the payment of tribute to Rome, together with the collections for the temple at Jerusalem, often proved exceedingly burdensome. In matters of education and general culture, interest centered chiefly in the Scriptures, but these writings were in a language which the common people no longer understood, and apparently few of the Aramaic-speaking populace ever became proficient in the use of Hebrew. The education of the upper classes was more extensive. Those who could afford leisure for study attended the school of some noted rabbi, devoting themselves to the study and interpretation of the Scriptures. Other Jewish youths with a broader outlook, such as Josephus, for example, added to their strictly Jewish training a smattering of Hellenistic education. These various conditions must be understood by the student who wishes to know the actual situation in which Jesus, his immediate followers, and many of the early missionaries of the new religion had lived in their youth. Religious conditions. The more distinctly religious side of life among the Jews is a subject of especial importance. 1. Religion was fostered and came to expression in different ways, but it centered about three chief institutions, namely the temple, the synagogue, and the law. Associated with the temple were the elaborate priestly organization, the national tribunal known as the Sanhedrin, the sacrificial system, and the great national festivals of Passover, Pentecost, and Tabernacles. The synagogue was also a very important local factor in the life of the people. It served as town house, school, and church, a community center for the district in which it stood. In the third place, the law, together with the persons and means employed in its interpretation, occupied a large place in the life of the people. To them, the law embodied God's will for every phase of thought and action. Hence the especial significance attaching to the profession of the scribe and to the oral tradition by means of which the ancient teaching was elaborated and made applicable to the conditions of life in later times. 2. The various parties, though in reality their significance was often quite as great politically as religiously, not only represent special phases in the development of Jewish religion, but constitute the setting for much early Christian activity and thinking. The Pharisees and Sadducees are the parties most frequently mentioned, but the Zealots ought not be ignored. In fact, their place in the history and life of the period is probably greater than we have been accustomed to imagine, on the basis of the infrequency with which they are mentioned in the New Testament. Still other parties, such as the Zadokites and the Essenes, represent important tendencies within Judaism at the beginning of the Christian era. 3. Furthermore, the religious thinking of that day had crystallized into several distinct doctrines which supplied a point of departure and often largely the content for early Christian speculations. The different notions which the Jews entertained regarding the kingdom of God, the relation in which they set the Messiah to the kingdom, and the plans which they outlined for the consummation of their hopes are all items of fundamental significance for the rise and early development of Christianity. Jewish literature. Finally, it should be noted that the vital experience of the Jewish people found partial expression in a distinctly religious literature, a portion of which has come down to us. Sometimes students of early Christianity, in pursuing the literary side of their investigation, have passed directly from the Old Testament to the earliest Christian writings. But in the interim and contemporary with the rise of a Christian literature, important Jewish documents were produced, a knowledge of which is now recognized as absolutely essential to the proper equipment of one who is to study early Christianity. This survey of literature should include not only those books commonly referred to as apocrypha and pseudepigrapha, but all other Jewish documents, especially such extensive works as the writings of Philo and Josephus, and the earlier portions of the Talmud. End of chapter 5, part 3. Recording by Tony Richardson. Chapter 5, part 4 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Richardson. Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 5, Part 4. The Study of the Old Testament and the Religion of Israel. 4. The Work of Jesus. Jesus' relation to Judaism. John the Baptist, Jesus, and the disciples immediately associated with him were all Jews, and their activity constituted an integral part of the Judaism of their day. In a history of Judaism, they would take their place beside the Zealots, the Zadokites, the Essenes, the hermit Bannus, and other reformers and preachers whose activity was called forth by the conditions of unrest peculiar to that particular period in the history of the Jewish people. But the reform movement begun by John the Baptist, continued and transformed by Jesus, perpetuated and expanded by his followers, ultimately became differentiated from Judaism and was called Christianity. Hence the student of early Christianity quite properly emphasizes the work of Jesus as especially important for the history of the new religion's beginnings. Jesus' relation to John the Baptist. At first, Jesus himself was a disciple of John, and the earliest stages in his activity cannot be understood without first noting the character of John's work. Full knowledge of John's career and message is difficult to obtain. He appears to have been a vigorous moral reformer, a stormy preacher of the desert who called upon men to repent and be baptized in preparation for the coming judgment. His activity brought to expression a prominent phase of the Jewish faith, namely, the belief that ultimately God would interfere on Israel's behalf and establish a new order of things. John proclaimed the necessity of repentance and purification among Jews themselves as a preliminary to the consummation of their hope. His invectives were hurled against high and low alike, but with disastrous results for the prophet himself. Herod Antipas became offended at his preaching, cast him into prison, and ultimately put him to death. Josephus in Antiquities says that Herod feared lest John might instigate a revolt, a statement which may imply that John was disposed to dabble in politics. But of this we cannot be certain. We do know that the burden of his message was religious, and in this lay its significance for our present study. It is clear that Jesus received baptism at the hand of John, but in almost all other respects the relation between the two remains a perplexing problem. Among the early Christians who preserved our gospel tradition, there was variation of opinion on many points. Some statements imply that John stood to Jesus in the relation of the promised Elijah to the Messiah, while other parts of the tradition make John distinctly deny that he is Elijah. Similarly, in some sections of the narrative, he positively affirms his belief in Jesus' messiahship and makes the announcement of this fact his chief mission. Yet in other connections, his belief in the messiahship of Jesus is quite doubtful. But apart from these attempts to define the official relationship of these two individuals to one another, the question of more fundamental interest is what Jesus' personal reaction toward John's movement actually was, and how far Jesus received from John vital stimulus for his own future work. This is the point of special interest for the historical student. The continuation of the Johannine movement side by side with the movement inaugurated by Jesus, though only incidentally mentioned in the New Testament, is also an important item for the early history of Christianity. The task of the biographer. In examining Jesus' own career, the student is confronted at the outset by the fact that Jesus occupies a twofold position in the history of early Christianity. In the first place, he gathered about him a group of hearers to whom he imparted instruction reflecting his own personal religious experience and living. Secondly, after his death, he came to hold in the thinking of believers a new position at God's right hand in heaven. He now possessed truly official dignity and was expected to return at an early date to set up the messianic kingdom upon earth. The consciousness of this distinction between the earthly Jesus of past history and the heavenly Christ of present faith is reflected in such a statement as Acts 2:36, to the effect that through the resurrection God had made the crucified Jesus to be both Lord and Christ, Messiah. Although the Jesus of history and the Christ of faith were thus originally distinguished, the meaning of this distinction was soon lost as believers reflected upon the earthly career of Jesus in the light of their newfound faith in his heavenly exaltation. They were now able to see in many of his words and deeds a much more elevated significance than they had observed while he was with them. This failure to appreciate his full dignity while upon earth was not credited to any lack in him, but was quite their own fault. Either they had been unduly stupid, or else for some good reason their eyes for the moment had been blinded. By this course of reasoning, they were able in the course of time to discover in the earthly life of Jesus practically the same official dignity and glory which they now attached to his person in heaven. The task of the modern student of the life of Jesus is made especially difficult by this situation. All the direct sources of information at present available date from a time when this process of reinterpreting the life of Jesus had been going on for 20 years or more. The problem could be easily solved if it were simply a question of reproducing this or that picture of Jesus as set forth by one or another of his early interpreters. But today the task of the historian is much more difficult, since he must endeavor to determine what features in the sources represent the early Christians' interest in the heavenly Christ, and what data relate to the earthly Jesus as he actually appeared to the people who associated with him during his public ministry. To be sure, the believer's new appreciation of Jesus after his death is as much or more a part of the history of early Christianity as is the story of his earthly career. But the former belongs in the history of the early community subsequent to his death, and not in a strictly historical biography of Jesus. The character of the sources. In view of this particular problem, the student ought first to note the general character of the sources of information and the varied portraits of Jesus there presented. Paul's epistles were the oldest extant Christian documents, but Paul is interested almost exclusively in Christ's spirituality present in the believer and soon to come upon the clouds in glory. Yet it is worthy to note that Paul shows little or no disposition to superimpose the official dignity of the heavenly Christ upon the earthly Jesus. While in Paul's thinking Jesus was a pre-existent divine personality, his career upon earth was one of almost abnormal humility and lowliness. In fact, this point is especially stressed by Paul. But unfortunately for our present needs, Paul has mentioned only incidentally a few items in connection with the teaching and activities of Jesus. At an early date, Paul had several points of intimate contact with Christians, and a careful reading of his epistles with a view to discovering incidental information about Jesus' earthly career may be expected to yield some valuable results. The Gospel of Mark shows much advance over Paul's letters in assigning official dignity to the earthly Jesus. The author of this gospel is sufficiently well informed regarding the actual history to observe that this heightened significance of Jesus was not generally appreciated prior to his death by even his most intimate associates. But Mark himself labors under no such limitations. The disciples had been unable to understand certain words and deeds of the earthly Jesus previous to his resurrection, but now he has arisen, and in the light of this new belief, Mark is able to understand everything. On the strength of this assurance, he collects, arranges, and interprets the gospel story to meet the needs of the particular readers he has in mind, at the same time endeavoring to do justice to the person of Jesus as the official founder of the kingdom of God on earth. Before this oldest extant gospel can be properly employed as a source of biographical information about Jesus, the pragmatic interests of the author must be taken carefully into account. The same demand must be met in the case of Matthew and Luke. While they use Mark as one of their chief sources, and so carry over into the career of Jesus Mark's interest in the heavenly Christ, they also attempt interpretations on their own account. In fact, they excel Mark in this art. The latter begins with the baptism as the moment when Jesus became distinctive through a special anointing by the Holy Spirit. But both Matthew and Luke point out that Jesus at the very first was begotten by the Holy Spirit. The author of John carries the thought still farther, making the whole earthly career of Jesus virtually the activity of an incarnate deity. A similar interest dominates the fragmentary remains of the other ancient Gospels, as well as the remainder of the New Testament books, insofar as they take any account at all of Jesus' earthly life. Since our sources of information are all interpretive in character and strongly influenced by the Christian's later confidence in Jesus' official position as Messiah, the student must use rigid critical processes in treating these sources if he would recover even an approximately correct portrait of the historical individual Jesus as distinct from the heavenly Christ of primitive Christian faith. Tests for determining the historicity of tradition. How can the historicity of tradition be fixed? In the first place, there is the test of literary analysis, by means of which the other old elements in the gospel story are recovered. Since a comparison of Matthew with Luke shows at a glance that they both use not only Mark but other common source materials not contained in Mark, it is possible to reconstruct in a fragmentary way a body of non-Markan tradition antedating both Matthew and Luke. This earlier document, or these earlier documents, are probably older than Mark, although they have not been directly used by him. In the case of Mark, also, it is possible to discover certain strata of tradition, such, for example, as the parables of chapter 4, which he probably took over from earlier documents. A thoroughgoing literary criticism will endeavor to fix as far as possible the relative age of all the different constituent elements which have gone into the making of gospel tradition as it exists at present. But literary criticism cannot be regarded as a final test of historicity. Even the oldest recoverable source was composed from 10 to 20 years after Jesus' death, and the motives prompting composition were supplied by conditions within the expanding life of Christianity. While it is true that in these early days memory of the early Jesus was still fresher than in subsequent times, yet it is also true that Christianity in the earlier period had its peculiar problems and ways of thinking, in the light of which the earliest recoverable document was composed. Its author must have selected, arranged, interpreted, and supplemented his materials if he sought to minister to the needs of his immediate environment, and he could hardly have had any other motive for composition. Nor is a portion of tradition which first comes to light in a later document, say in Luke only or in John only, unhistorical simply in virtue of its late emergence. There were many persons who remembered Jesus who talked much about him after his death, and it is not at all probable that all the reliable things said by them were taken up into the written sources used in common by Matthew, Luke, and John. It is quite possible that some perfectly reliable information may have come into the possession of one or another of these writers independently. Ultimately, one must apply what may be called the pragmatic test for determining the historicity of tradition. If anything is ascribed to Jesus which is out of harmony with the age and environment in which he lived, but is more closely akin to the problems arising during the expansion of the new movement in the years following his death, that feature in the tradition cannot be safely connected with the historical Jesus. Even if one should assume that Jesus may have anticipated the future situation, one must still reckon with the fact that certainly the disciples did not share this forward look, and consequently were unprepared for the reception of any such teaching. On the other hand, the work of Jesus, as determined by his own particular situation, did influence extensively the subsequent career of his followers. Hence many features in the life of the early Christian movement may reasonably be tracked back to his words or deeds. Here the pragmatic test yields constructive results by pointing to the items of later tradition which show logical continuity with the situation of earlier times. Chronological and geographical data. The constructive task of the student of the life of Jesus revolves about certain main problems, one of which is the recovery of the chronological and geographical outline of Jesus' career. Mark, it may be observed, presents one schema, while John follows a very different outline. Matthew and Luke reproduce Mark in the main, although each makes a few unimportant changes. Neither literary criticism nor pragmatic considerations yield any very certain results in this field. The student may have to content himself with following the outline of Mark, incomplete and unsatisfactory as it is. Certainly no historian would attempt an uncritical fusion of the outlines of John and Mark as a means of restoring the actual course of Jesus' career. Jesus' messianic consciousness, the question of Jesus' self-consciousness, has been much discussed in modern times. Did Jesus regard himself as the Jewish Messiah? And if so, in what sense did he understand messiahship? In order to answer these questions historically, the student must take his stand strictly within the Jewish world where Jesus himself lived. The national history of the Jewish people had been one long story of disappointed hopes. They had enjoyed a period of national independence under David and Solomon, but their subsequent history had been one series of successive subjugations by Assyria, Babylonia, Persia, Macedonia, and Rome. During all this time, their faith in their God Yahweh remained unshaken. They were his chosen people, and someday he would surely come to their aid, restoring their independence and elevating them to a position of supremacy among the nations. In Jesus' day, this hope was current in two principal forms, commonly termed by moderns, 1, the national, and 2, the apocalyptic. The former rested upon the expectation that a lineal descendant of David would arise when the time for Israel's deliverance arrived. This Davidic prince would be appointed, that is, made Messiah, or anointed, by God, and would miraculously free the chosen people from all oppressors. It was this hope which prompted the numerous messianic uprisings in Palestine between the years of 6 and 135 A.D. There were other Jews who had lost all faith in earthly princes, and so had abandoned the messianic hope in its Davidic form. Nevertheless, they retained their faith in God and redefined their hope in terms of a purely heavenly Messiah, an angelic being without any earthly connections whatsoever. He was of purely divine origin, but would assume the likeness of a man when he came upon the clouds to set up the new kingdom. With his appearing, the present order of existence would come to an end, and the Jewish nation would be reestablished in purity and peace upon a miraculously renovated earth. Since the Messiah of this new kingdom was to be revealed from heaven, this tree of hope has been termed the apocalyptic. What were Jesus' views regarding the Jewish messianic hope? The difficulty of answering this question has been greatly enhanced by the confusion of opinion which prevails in the Gospels. At one time he is given Davidic credentials, and so is made the fulfiller of the national hope. At other times he is represented as denying the Davidic ancestry of the Messiah, and he even affirms that after death he himself will come upon the clouds and thus fulfill the apocalyptic rather than the Davidic hope. In still other connections, notably in the Gospel of John, he abandons Jewish imagery almost entirely and defines his messiahship in terms of Hellenistic speculation regarding the incarnate Logos. Another favorite interpretation of Jesus' messianic consciousness, popular in later times, bases his claim to official dignity upon the sense of special ethical and spiritual kinship with God the Father. No doubt the situation in Jesus' own day was far simpler than that depicted in the Gospels, or in later Christian thinking when different interpreters combined different types of messianic terminology in an endeavor to establish by every possible means the superior official dignity of the heavenly Christ of Christian faith. The modern student is confronted by the difficult task of threading his way back through the almost inextricable tangle of later opinion to the more primitive situation of Jesus. The following possibilities in Jesus' thinking have to be considered. 1. Did he adopt the national hope, expecting a deliverance to be accomplished by means of a revolution against Rome, whether this was to be led by himself or by another? There certainly is very scanty evidence for supposing that he entertained any such notion, although it has sometimes been assumed that his thinking moved in this realm. 2. Did he expect redemption through the coming of an angelic deliverer? This was the natural alternative to the Jew of his day who rejected the revolutionary program. But this apocalyptic hope in its purely Jewish form allowed no place for a present earthly Messiah. The apocalyptic Messiah was to be a purely heavenly being. 3. Did Jesus so transform the apocalyptic hope as to give the divine heavenly Messiah a preliminary human career upon earth? He is thought by many modern interpreters to have done so, notwithstanding the difficulty of finding in his environment an adequate incentive for so radical a change in Jewish thinking. Moreover, it is very easy to see how the disciples, disappointed in their first hope that the earthly Jesus would lead a messianic revolution when the fitting moment arrived, might apply the apocalyptic imagery to him after his death. In their new faith, attained through the resurrection appearances, he was now a heavenly angelic being capable of functioning as apocalyptic Messiah. 4. Did he anticipate Hellenistic speculation regarding his personality, considering himself the Messiah on a metaphysical grounds? This view is not commonly held by critical scholars today, although the importance of this item in the history of Christology is generally recognized. 5. Did Jesus claim official messianic dignity on the ground of close personal religious fellowship with God? There is much to prove that his life was once of rich spiritual attainments, but many students now recognize that there are very slight grounds for supposing that any person of that day, however rich in spiritual experience might be, would find this fact a basis for belief in official messiahship. The miracles of Jesus. Among early Christians, interest in the miraculous character of both the person and work of Jesus kept pace with the growing desire to emphasize the official dignity of his earthly career. Paul, for example, gives no intimation that the earthly Jesus performed miracles, although Paul makes ability to work miracles in the name of the exalted Christ a distinctive credential of the new religion. In the earlier elements of the gospel tradition, there is also very little said about any miracles of Jesus. Here his distinctiveness is shown more strikingly by his religious message than by his marvelous deeds. But in Mark he is first of all a miracle worker. The wild beasts are rendered harmless by his presence in the wilderness, and the people in the synagogue of Capernaum are astonished at his power over the demons. It is not his religious message which strikes them with awe, but the miraculous power of his commands. With authority he commandeth even the unclean spirits, and they obey him. Matthew and Luke follow Mark in stressing the miraculous. And in John, Jesus' whole career is one glorious display of supernatural wisdom and power. This growth of interest in the miraculous as a means of heightening the dignity of the earthly Jesus was especially appropriate to a Hellenistic environment. Gentiles were particularly susceptible to the marvelous as attesting heroes and divinities. Heroes like Hercules and deified emperors like Augustus had, according to popular belief, been born of a divine father and a human mother. Such stories were widely current and highly esteemed. Heroes and rulers also worked miracles, as happened in the case of Vespasian, for instance. He once healed a man with a withered hand, also a blind man, in Alexandria, where many miracles occurred, by which the favor of heaven and a sort of bias in the powers toward Vespasian were manifested. As Christians themselves performed miracles in the name of Jesus, competing with the ever-present magician and with vigorous healing cults like those of Asclepius, the value of a miraculously begotten and miracle-working Jesus was increasingly appreciated. But in Jesus' Jewish environment, the situation was somewhat different. There probably were some Jewish magicians and exorcists in Palestine at that time, and they doubtless enjoyed a measure of popularity, especially among the lower classes. Yet their practices were prohibited in the law, and persons suspected of cultivating these arts were frowned upon by the authorities. Furthermore, miracles were not employed extensively to attest Jewish worthies. They did, to be sure, work wonders on occasion, but their chief significance lay in their teaching, by which they communicated a message from God to his chosen people. In spite of the miracles Moses wrought, he was revered chiefly as the giver of the law, while great prophets like Amos, Hosea, Isaiah, Jeremiah, and Ezekiel were almost exclusively God's spokesmen with no credentials other than the words they uttered. Hence it was very natural that the earliest element of gospel tradition, taking shape in Palestine among Jewish Christians and for the use in the Jewish mission, should have given almost no place to the miracle element in the career of the earthly Jesus, but should set in the foreground his remarkable teaching. These are the main facts which the student has to take into account in discussing the question of Jesus' miraculous person and work. Two chief questions to be decided are: 1. Did miracles figure as prominently in Jesus' own career as they do in Mark's portrait of him? 2. How far are the stories of Jesus' miraculous birth prompted by a conviction on the part of early interpreters that Jesus must have been thus divinely begotten, since he surely excelled all other heroes who were similarly authenticated? The personal religion of Jesus. The task of recovering information about Jesus' personal religious living is less difficult than that of determining the truth either about his messianic consciousness or about his miracles. In the nature of the case, the personal religion of Jesus did not lend itself so readily to the purposes of apologetic on behalf of the heavenly Christ. There was, to be sure, a tendency to eliminate from his life all genuine personal religious experience and activity, as well as a disposition to make him the ideal Christian of later times. But these tendencies may be discovered with comparative ease, and our abundant information about Jewish life in Jesus' day, together with the information recoverable from the Gospels, enables one to reconstruct a fairly distinct picture of Jesus' own religious career. In attempting to restore this portrait, the student should have in mind such topics as the following. 1. Jesus received a rich heritage from his Jewish home and family connections. He was not a trained rabbi but a village carpenter, yet he was devoutly religious. Under such circumstances, his religion could hardly be of the scholastic type, but would contain more emotional and mystical features. 2. Jesus employed with particular vividness the figures of fatherhood and sonship to portray the ideal relationship between God and man. In this connection, we are reminded that Jesus had listened to John the Baptist preach about an angry God, for whose coming in judgment men must prepare themselves. When Jesus began independent work, he seems to have done so under a conviction that God would help men prepare, because he really loved men. 3. The method of Jesus is also striking. This perhaps reveals more clearly than anything else the real genius of his religion. John preached in the wilderness where men came to him, and the professional rabbi often established a school to which pupils resorted, but Jesus went to the people. He traveled about among the synagogues, he talked to crowds in the city street or beside the sea, and apparently sought especially to reach the masses. This method was well suited to produce trouble for the teacher in case his message proved to be unwelcome to the authorities, but it accorded well with Jesus' notion of God's desire to help all men. 4. Jesus seems to have worked under the pressure of opposition during most of his entire career. His aggressive method tended to arouse hostility, and the mystical strain in his religion, together with his apparent bias toward nonconformity, made it difficult for him to understand the Jewish leaders of the day and impossible for them to understand him. Consequently, his was the religious experience of one who suffered persecution even unto martyrdom. 5. One of the most significant items in the history of early Christianity is the fact that Jesus' religious personality impressed itself so strongly upon an inner group of his disciples. His Jewish heritages, his mystical leanings, his aggressiveness, and his persistence even under persecution were all produced more or less perfectly in the careers of his followers. The power of his influence upon them was remarkable, and this fact serves to reveal his own character as a religious individual. Jesus' place in early Christianity. Although Jesus was put to death before any formal organization of the Christian movement had taken place, still he is commonly regarded as the founder of this organization. To be sure, as the details of organization were worked out to meet later necessities, there was a natural disposition to seek the authority of Jesus for the course of the development. He was now thought to have accepted baptism by John in order to establish the Christian rite. Thus it becometh us to fulfill all righteousness. Matthew 3:15. It was also believed that Jesus had installed Peter as head of the new organization. The last meal which Jesus had eaten informally with the disciples now came to be viewed as the deliberate establishment of a Christian rite, which he had designed to be perpetuated in his memory. Similarly, after the leaders of the new movement rather tardily arrived at the conviction of a worldwide mission, they felt assured that Jesus himself had intended this result, and had in fact commissioned them to make disciples of all nations. These matters all belong in the history of the expanding movement subsequent to Jesus' death, and Jesus cannot be regarded as the immediate founder of the new ecclesiastical organization which gradually evolved in the apostolic age. But is he not the author of the Christian doctrine, and so the founder of Christianity in the sense that he authenticated its theology? On this point also historical investigation casts some doubt. Early Christian dogma centered about the official heavenly Christ, and only gradually did believers come to think of the earthly Jesus as authenticating the specifically new doctrines of Christianity. In fact, the new movement Christianity took its name not from Jesus, but from the exalted Christ. Nevertheless, Jesus' actual contribution to the rise of Christianity is really more significant than might at first sight appear. But the historian must look for this significance in the sphere of personal daily contact between Jesus and his associates, rather than in the realm of formality and officialism. It was in daily life that the disciples received their most enduring impressions of him, as well as those ideals of piety and devotion exemplified in the propagation of their new faith. End of chapter 5, part 4. Chapter 5, Part 5 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Richardson. Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 5, Part 5, The Study of the Old Testament and the Religion of Israel. 5. Palestinian Jewish Christianity. Relative importance of the period. The Christian movement began in Palestine, but only a minor portion of its early history is confined to this territory. In fact, Palestinians exerted comparatively little influence upon the movement outside Palestine after the fall of Jerusalem in AD 70. After 135 AD, the church at Jerusalem was composed exclusively of Gentiles, and Jewish Christians very soon came to be regarded as heretics. For example, the Ebionites. Consequently, it will be sufficient in a general survey of the history of early Christianity to follow the career of the Palestinian Jewish communities through only the first 100 years of their existence, at the same time noting more especially the earlier events of this period. Sources of information. The first difficulty confronting the student is lack of direct sources of information. All the early Christian writings now extant were composed in Greek, while the mother tongue of Palestinian Christians was Aramaic. But fortunately, Paul, writing between the years 50 and 65 AD, refers occasionally to his own relations with the Palestinians. Also, the author of Acts records a few incidents in the history previous to the year 45 AD, and touches the Palestinian community again in connection with Paul's last visit to Jerusalem. While the writer of Acts was not like Paul in being a contemporary of the events described, yet it is not improbable that he availed himself of some early sources of information, both written and oral. Of course, he selected, supplemented, and explained these sources with a view to convincing Theophilus that a particular interpretation of Christian history was the valid one. Nevertheless, some reliable information is probably preserved in the early chapters of Acts. From the Gospels also, and particularly from the Synoptists, something may be learned regarding the early situation in Palestinian communities. While the Gospels as they now stand are all products of the Gentile mission, some of the sources employed in their composition undoubtedly arose in a Palestinian environment, and they often reflect the special problems of Jewish Christians in the first generation. If one were to attempt a complete restoration of the history of early Palestinian Christianity, all this literature would have to be searched for such items as might disclose in themselves a Palestinian interest and provenance, as distinct both from the situation in which Jesus himself lived and from the situation in Gentile fields. Connections with Judaism. One fact stands out very clearly in the history of the Palestinian Christians. They were all Jews, and at first they had no thought of breaking with their ancestral faith. Indeed, they regarded themselves as the true Jews and apparently conceived their chief, if not their sole, mission to be that of establishing within Judaism a reform movement which would lead up to the fulfillment of the Jewish messianic hope when Jesus returned upon the clouds. They loyally observed Jewish customs and adhered strictly to the law. In fact, many of their number were sure that Gentiles could not be saved unless they received circumcision as a sign of their right to the Hebrew salvation, which was to be God's special gift to the Jews. Other Christians were less rigid in their demands and conceded that Gentiles who accepted the Jewish messianic faith as reinterpreted in terms of faith in the heavenly Christ might obtain salvation. Yet no Jewish Christian was at liberty to neglect any of the religious rites peculiar to his own people. These two attitudes were represented in Palestinian Christianity throughout its entire history, although the more conservative disposition seems always to have predominated. It is very necessary to keep in mind this phase of primitive Christianity in order to understand the Palestinians themselves, as well as the circumstances under which the notion of Gentile missions arose. The attainment of the new messianic faith. If the first Christians were so emphatically Jewish in their leanings, what constituted their distinctiveness? This lay chiefly in their belief that the apocalyptic Jewish Messiah, who was soon to come upon the clouds, was none other than the earthly Jesus who had died on the cross. This, it should be noted, constituted a distinct transformation of their former hope that Jesus, while on earth, might deliver the nation. Even as late as the 7th decade of the 1st century, when the Gospel of Mark was written, it was still remembered that the disciples' hopes previous to Jesus' death centered upon the earthly Jesus, and so upon some form of national Davidic deliverance, which he as their leader might effect. But his death shattered their hopes. They concluded that God had forsaken Jesus, and they returned to their former occupations thoroughly disappointed. Then came the visions of the angelic Jesus, which led them to believe that he had escaped from Sheol and ascended to heaven. Now they were able to renew their messianic hopes, recasting them in apocalyptic form. Since Jesus was in heaven, was he not really the individual whom God would send forth to establish the kingdom of heaven upon earth? This possibility quickly became a conviction with several of Jesus' former associates, and this faith constituted the most distinctive mark of the new movement. There is ample evidence to show that this new faith was the direct result of visions of the risen Jesus experienced by certain leading members of the community. But a study of the factors involved in this experience carries one over into the realm of primitive religious psychology. The main historical considerations to be kept in mind when investigating the subject are: 1. Popular thinking in that day moved freely in the realm of what moderns would call supernaturalism. Belief in the possibility and reality of apparitions was firmly established, especially among the populace. 2. There was also a current conviction that in the past God had not permitted certain righteous Israelites whom he especially favored to take up permanent residence in Sheol, but had miraculously transported them to heaven. For example, Moses, Enoch, and Elijah. 3. In the case of the disciples, there was also the memory of Jesus' attractive personality, which had led them while with him to believe that he stood in especial favor with God, and so was worthy to be the Jews' national deliverer from Roman oppression. 4. Furthermore, the apocalyptic messianic imagery was ready at hand the moment the disciples began to reflect upon the possible status of their beloved Master in the world beyond the grave. 5. It is less certain that any specific words of Jesus predicting his resurrection and exaltation constituted for the disciples a real factor in the situation. Even if he did try to prepare them for this belief, as they later thought he must have done, they candidly admitted that his attempts proved utterly futile. Their hearts were hardened and their eyes were holden until after the events had happened. 6. The gospel accounts, which emphasize the reality of Jesus' risen body, reflect a later discussion in the history of Christology, when the reality of Jesus' physical body, even prior to his crucifixion, was being called in question, Docetism. Similarly, the story of the guard at the tomb answers the needs of later apologetic. The original disciples are hardly likely to have demanded any such props for faith. They would be quite convinced merely on the strength of the appearances, and would naturally conclude that, as in the case of Enoch and Elijah, Jesus' body had been miraculously transformed into its heavenly counterpart. 7. Marvelous awakenings from the dead, especially in the case of heroes and divinities worshipped in many contemporary pagan cults, were familiar items in the thinking of that ancient world, and may have constituted an important factor in determining the early Christians' use of similar credentials for Jesus, even if these current ideas may not have really been one of the genetic forces in bringing about the disciples' own faith. The beginnings of a new community. Very soon after certain friends of Jesus became convinced of his rise from Sheol and ascent into heaven, groups began to assemble in certain places, and individuals preached this new belief probably in the synagogues at the time of public worship. Exact information regarding all the events of these earliest days is no longer attainable. In fact, there is uncertainty as to where the first visions of Jesus were experienced. According to one tradition, the disciples saw him first in Galilee. Another tradition locates all the appearances in or near Jerusalem. Luke 24:13 through 31, and verse 34 and 36 through 51, Acts chapter 1, verses 1 through 9, while the Gospel of John combines the two traditions, giving first place to Jerusalem in John 21, verses 19 through 23 and 26 through 29, and then chapter 2, verse 4 and following. After Christianity had become a formally organized movement standing over against Judaism, there was a strong tendency among Christian interpreters to ignore the obscure beginnings in Galilee or elsewhere throughout the country, and to emphasize the importance of the new assembly which ultimately came together at Jerusalem. This is the situation in Acts, whose author apparently knows nothing and cares nothing about earlier and smaller assemblies. The apologetic interest is especially noticeable in the account of the first Christian Pentecost. Since this was the festival at which the giving of the Jewish law and thus the birth of the nation were celebrated, it was appropriately made the natal day of the new rival religion. Likely enough former friends of Jesus came up to the feast from various parts of the country, and those who had attained the new messianic faith would spread the news of Jesus' appearances. Hence it may well be that this first Pentecost marked a distinct stage in the growth of the movement, but the historian must take account of earlier stages in the development, recognizing the pragmatic necessities under which the later interpreters labored. The break with Judaism. The early Christian preachers, whenever the opportunity offered, tried to convince their Jewish kinsmen that the end of the world was near at hand, and that Jesus had been elevated to messianic dignity in heaven, whence he would soon return to set up the apocalyptic kingdom upon earth. All Jews were urged to accept this teaching and thus guarantee for themselves a place in the new kingdom. A few of them accepted, but the vast majority did not. Again, the early Christians were enthusiasts. Jesus was now in the messianic office in heaven. His return was near, and the disciples felt themselves moved by the power of the divine Spirit, which had always been so important a factor in the history of Israel, especially at times of great crises in the life of a prophet or leader. Now they were new prophets of the final age, and so believed themselves moved on occasion by the power of the Spirit. The very foundation of their new faith was an ecstatic vision of the heavenly Jesus, and they doubtless frequently experienced exceptional outbursts of new enthusiasm. They even ventured to use the powerful name of the heaven-exalted Jesus in working miraculous cures, notwithstanding the Deuteronomic prohibition against all forms of magical practice. At an early date, the new faith was adopted by Hellenists, that is, by Greek-speaking Jews of the diaspora, who had returned to Jerusalem to reside either temporarily or permanently. Among these converts, whose wider experience tended to liberalize their views on some matters, the Christian cause found new champions. Acts alludes very briefly to this Hellenistic community in Jerusalem, but apparently it was this leadership that especially incensed Paul, and called forth his activity as a persecutor. This whole course of development tended to differentiate believers in Jesus' messiahship from other Jews, and the Christian community must soon have become a distinct group, although its members still regarded themselves as thoroughly good Jews. Growth of missionary enterprise. The rise of interest in missions is one of the most puzzling problems in the history of early Christianity. The earliest Christian preachers talking in a Jewish synagogue at the regular Sabbath service were propagandists from the start, but their confidence in the imminence of the judgment day prevented them from planning any extended missionary enterprise, even to the Jewish people scattered over the Greco-Roman world. Much less would they contemplate a mission to the Gentiles. But the Lord delayed his coming, and the Jews of Palestine in the main rejected the new reformers' teaching. The pressure of this situation must soon have produced the notion of a mission to Jews of the diaspora. This process of expansion had doubtless begun before Paul appeared upon the scene, and probably it went on in many quarters of the Greco-Roman world, contemporaneously with Paul's missionary labors. It would be a grave mistake to suppose that he and his associates were the only persons doing missionary work outside Palestine. But who first conceived the idea of assembling believers from among the Gentiles without first requiring them to become proselytes to Judaism? In the present status of our information, the question can hardly be answered with certainty. The practice of receiving Gentile converts was in vogue with Barnabas and Paul upon their so-called first missionary journey to Asia Minor, and presumably it was already a custom among Christians of Antioch, who were responsible for the mission of Barnabas and Paul. The custom evidently was of spontaneous origin, and when later it was made a matter of discussion, it was approved even by the Jerusalem church. A more difficult but closely related question pertained to table fellowship between Gentile and Jewish converts. Probably at first no questions were raised as to the propriety of such fellowship among individuals of whatever nationality who had believed in a common Lord and received the cleansing rite of baptism in his name. But when the question came up for theoretical consideration, the Jerusalem Christians were unwilling to have Jewish converts violate the laws of ceremonial purity by sitting down to table with Gentiles. It was conceded that Gentiles might constitute Christian communities by themselves, but there must be no mixed communities. This was the ruling against which Paul protested so vigorously in the second chapter of Galatians. In the light of these events, Peter can scarcely have decided to abandon the law of clean and unclean meats at so early a date as Acts chapter 10 and following would imply. But after further reflection upon his experience at Antioch, he may have taken this step, nor would this be the first time that the author of Luke Acts had misplaced an incident. Peter continued his missionary activities outside Palestine, and it would not be strange if he also worked among non-Jews. Although early missionaries went out from Palestine, the native church still remained very conservative in its attitude toward the Gentile propaganda. Many Palestinians deprecated it entirely and opposed the work of Paul. Leaders like James, however, approved the enterprise, but were offended at the thought of free intercourse between Jewish and Gentile Christians in the same community. These are some of the more important items which require study in reconstructing this part of the history of early Christianity. Life in the Palestinian communities. Relatively little is known of actual conditions within the Palestinian churches. We may infer that many of the members were in straitened circumstances, else Paul would not have been so diligent in gathering his collection for their benefit. They undoubtedly cultivated the Jewish type of religious life, attending regularly upon the services of the synagogue and the temple. They also met together to eat and pray, thereby cultivating their own special interests, and among their number were certain persons who naturally assumed a position of leadership. The 12 and relatives of Jesus were naturally given first place. But in this whole region, where exact information is so scanty, the historian must be particularly careful to test statements from a later date, when the notion of formal organization had come to be a matter of primal importance, as was the case with the author of Acts. Later history of Palestinian Christianity. At a comparatively early date, the original leaders of the Christian movement began to scatter. Barnabas, who had once been prominent in Jerusalem, removed to Antioch, where he and Paul worked together. James, the son of Zebedee, was put to death in 44 A.D., and Peter barely escaped a similar fate. Henceforth Peter resided elsewhere, and James, the brother of Jesus, became leader of the Jerusalem church. Except for the account of the Jerusalem council, and the story of Paul's experiences on the occasion of his final visit to the city, the career of the Palestinian Christians is scarcely mentioned in any extant literature from the first century. Josephus refers to the death of James in 62 A.D., and Eusebius gathered up a few scattered notices regarding relatives of Jesus who continued to reside in Palestine. These fragmentary items of information are indicative of the relatively minor position which Palestinian Jewish Christians later occupied in the mainstream of the new religion's development. End of chapter 5, part 5. Chapter 5, part 6 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Richardson. Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 5, Part 6, The Study of the Old Testament and the Religion of Israel. 6. Gentile Christianity in the Apostolic Age. Characteristics of this period. From earliest times to about 70 A.D., the new religion in Gentile lands was hardly distinguished from Judaism by outsiders. Its chief advocates, such as Paul, Barnabas, Apollo, Peter, Silas, John Mark, were all Jews by birth and training. Moreover, the Christian preachers used the Jewish scriptures as their own sacred literature. They did their work when possible in connection with the Jewish synagogues, and they presented the new movement as a continuation of ancient Hebrew religion. On the other hand, between Jews and Christians themselves, bitter enmity had developed. Not only were the Christian missionaries unacceptable to the majority of the Jews, but the Christian movement had by this time evolved an independent organization which drew away from the synagogue the support of all individuals who accepted Christianity. Hostility was further aggravated by the inroads which Christianity made among the circle of God-fearers. These were Gentiles who attended the synagogue services, admiring the ethical and spiritual heritage of Judaism, but who were backward about identifying themselves completely with the Jewish race. To them, Christianity must have made an especially strong appeal, since it offered a means of inheriting the spiritual values of Judaism without accepting circumcision as a condition of participation in the full blessings of salvation. Still another cause of discord in those circles where liberal preachers of Paul's type labored was violation of the rules of ceremonial purity by Christian Jews who freely associated with Gentile converts in the same community. The Gentile churches contained converts from many faiths. The Jewish element predominated in some communities, while in other places Gentiles were greatly in the majority. The latter had been reared in one or more of the contemporary pagan religions in which that ancient world abounded. Consequently, a Christian community was likely to be varied in its tastes, interests, and heritages. But as yet it was not fully conscious of its own real permanence as an institution in the world. Even Gentile converts accepted the notion that the world was to come to an end soon, and in the manner described by adherents to Jewish eschatological views. Such are the general conditions to be kept in mind when sketching the history of Christianity in Gentile lands down to, say, 70 A.D. The new movement is practically ignored by the Greco-Roman world at large. It is confined chiefly to the lower strata of society, where it encounters severe opposition from the Jews. It draws its membership from the various contemporary faiths. It has almost no real consciousness of its own permanence as an institution, and it is still guided in the main by leaders of the first generation who, roughly speaking, are apostles or friends of apostles. Sources of information. Paul's epistles are the chief direct sources of information for the period, but they are merely occasional documents written at different times between the years 50 and 65 A.D., and are not at all designed to furnish a comprehensive history of Christianity during its early spread to Gentile lands. Moreover, in dealing with this period, the author of Acts has been interested almost exclusively in the activities of Paul. In consequence of this one-sidedness of the sources, a study of Christianity during this period becomes almost exclusively a history of the work of Paul. But we must not suppose that he and his immediate associates were the only Gentile missionaries carrying on work during these years. For example, there was an important church at Rome to which he wrote one of his longest letters, but with whose establishment he had nothing to do. Furthermore, Barnabas, Peter, Apollos, and John Mark, as well as many other unknown persons, were at the same time carrying on missionary activities, and a portion at least of their labors fell in Gentile territory. The conversion of Paul. Paul's conversion seemed to the author of Acts to mark a distinct epoch in the history of the new religion, and its epochal significance for Paul's own life is attested in his letters. He says that the event marked the halting of his vigorous activity as a persecutor and the revelation to him of the heavenly Christ. The exact content of Paul's experience at this time has been much debated. From the historian's standpoint, the primary problem is to ascertain Paul's own view of the matter and the factors in his environment which helped him toward the attainment of this particular experience. Following are the chief considerations involved in this study. 1. Belief in the reality of apparitions was a common possession in Paul's world. 2. Christian preaching regarding Jesus' elevation to a position of angelic dignity in heaven, and his appearance to certain of his followers, had been brought forcibly to Paul's attention when persecuting the Christians. 3. Paul's own sensitive temperament is evidenced in the vigor of his persecution as well as in his liability to ecstatic experience after becoming a Christian. 4. His life in the diaspora must also have brought him into contact with a widely popular type of thinking in which mystical experience was regarded as the summum honum in religion. Even Jews were influenced by this notion, in spite of the fact that it ran counter to the spirit of legalism. In the case of Philo, for example, satisfaction for the mystical impulse was found in the emotional discovery of hidden meanings in the law, a result reached by freely applying the allegorical method of interpretation. Paul, as a Jew, had evidently been seeking mystical satisfactions under the law, though his search may have been directed more along ascetic lines. 5. There were also many contemporary cults which by their rites and teachings provided concrete means for realizing mystical religious satisfaction through belief in a dying and rising hero divinity held as lord of the community. The worship of Lord Serapis, Lord Osiris, Lady Isis, and several other similar divinities had been flourishing in the eastern Mediterranean lands a century and more before Paul's conversion. These cults supplied to the populace the mystical satisfactions which the more educated classes sought in the realm of philosophical meditation. The way in which familiarity with these cults may have helped to prepare Paul for the acceptance of Christianity is suggested in his statement that salvation is to be obtained by following the simple recipe: "If thou shalt confess with thy mouth the Lord Jesus, and shalt believe in thy heart that God has raised him from the dead, thou shalt be saved." Romans 10:9. The notion of a Lord in whose resurrection believers exercised faith was doubtless well known to Paul from contact with the Hellenistic world, but the pagan cults were too far removed from Judaism to permit Paul as a Jew to make any practical use of their imagery in his personal religious life. In Christianity he first found it possible to bridge the chasm separating Jewish legalism and Hellenistic mysticism. 6. Doubtless Paul was also familiar with the apocalyptic beliefs of contemporary Judaism. Hence the idea of the heavenly Christ as preached by the Christians would all the more readily find lodgment in Paul's mind. These are some of the factors which were peculiar to Paul's environment prior to his conversion and constituted the setting for his experience. Modern psychological analysis of religion had no place in Paul's world. Hence the question so often raised today as to the ultimate ground of the experience was never asked by him. He was convinced that he had witnessed an actual vision of the living Lord, and in this he was but repeating the conviction not only of other Christians who had seen visions of Jesus, but also of devotees of the mystery religions in which the initiate sometimes believed himself favored by a vision of the God. Paul can be understood historically only as we accustom ourselves to the ways of thinking particular to Paul's own world. Paul's career as a missionary. In so far as the Christian career of Paul is recoverable at all, it may easily be reconstructed from his letters and from Acts. The special occasion and purpose of each of his epistles will also appear as the student follows the course of Paul's activity. Still, there will remain several questions not easy to answer. The extent and character of his work for a dozen years previous to his first missionary tour, described in Acts, chapters 13 and following, are very obscure. There is also a question whether the council in Jerusalem reported in Acts chapter 15 is identical with that mentioned in Galatians chapter 2 verses 1 through 10. In view of Galatians 2, it is also doubtful whether Paul would have accepted the decrees passing them on to the churches so obediently as Acts represents in Acts 15:22 through 29 and Acts 16 verse 4. Again, it is not known positively whether Paul addressed his Galatian letter to the Christians in southern Galatia, Antioch in Pisidia, Iconium, Lystra, and Derbe, or to churches in the north of the province, for example at Ankara and Pessinus. Finally, was Paul released at the end of the 2 years of Roman imprisonment mentioned in Acts? If so, did he ever carry out his intention of going to Spain? And what were the circumstances which brought about his death? These are some of the problems still open to discussion in a study of the life of Paul. Nevertheless, his place in the history of early Christianity is better known than that of any of his contemporaries. Missionary methods of Paul. The methods employed by him in his missionary work are particularly interesting. When he and Barnabas went on their first tour, the church at Antioch in Syria may have financed the enterprise. But later Paul worked strictly on his own account, and so his activity was restricted mainly to industrial and commercial centers, where he and his companions could more easily earn their livelihood as they preached. When troubles arose in distant communities which had been established by himself, or by some other Christian in his travels, Paul would write a letter of instruction and exhortation, sending it by some friend who might be passing that way. In cases of serious trouble he endeavored to make a personal visit to the church, but this was not always possible, and letter writing was used as a substitute. The manner of propaganda was simple. When possible, Paul embraced the opportunity which the Jewish synagogue service offered for preaching, following the reading of the Scripture. But this privilege usually was short-lived, since Paul's message proved unacceptable to the Jewish authorities. Probably much effective missionary work was done through personal conversation with men and women engaged in the same activities in the ordinary walks of life. Street preaching was another means which was doubtless frequently employed. One of the most characteristic phenomena of that age was the traveling moral philosopher, the Cynic Stoic preacher, who went about exhorting men to live the nobler life which these practical philosophers held up as the ideal. The form of their discourse, known as a diatribe, is reproduced in many portions of Paul's letters. As he dictated these letters to an amanuensis, he easily fell into the style which he, like his fellow Stoic preachers, employed in public discourse. The sophist was also a familiar figure in that world. He was more of a public entertainer than the Cynic Stoic preacher, and followed the profession for its lucrative possibilities. He often had a building or hall where he instructed pupils in the art of oratory, and where he gave public exhibitions of his own oratorical skill. Paul speaks rather disparagingly of the sophist's art, but it was probably from one of these pedagogues in Ephesus that Paul rented a room for a certain time each day, when he publicly expounded the new religion in a manner not wholly different from the method used by the sophist for propagating his interests. Life in the Pauline communities. How are we to think of the new assemblies so often referred to as churches? It must not be supposed that Christians at this time owned buildings or that they supported elaborate organizations. They assembled at the home of some member or the group, or at some hall temporarily procured for the purpose when they were able to pay the rental. The time of meeting was either early in the morning before going to work, or at night after the labors of the day were over. A special service was held on the first day of the week, Sunday, but as yet there was no such thing as a Sunday holiday. There were two kinds of meeting, one private and the other public. The religious meal was eaten at the former, while scripture reading, singing, and preaching took place in the latter. New members were admitted into full fellowship in the community through the rite of baptism. There were no stated officials, but certain individuals stood out more prominently than others because of their ability to discharge particular functions. At first, these activities were wholly spontaneous and were credited to the guidance of the Spirit. Prophesying, teaching, working miracles, healing the sick, helping the needy, giving counsel, speaking with tongues, and interpretation of tongues were all effected through the agency of the Spirit. Nevertheless, conditions within this new society were not always ideal. Its membership was varied, some being slaves while others were fairly prosperous individuals. Different tastes and opinions were represented, and occasionally there were factions and even cases of moral laxity. Some families were divided, one member having adopted Christianity while the others remained adherents of some pagan cult. And to add to the difficulty, some of the communities were visited by Judaizers who asserted that the Gentiles could not be saved unless they accepted circumcision. The Christianity of Paul. What in its main outlines was the type of Christianity represented by Paul? 1. He strongly advocated a mystical as opposed to a legalistic interpretation of religion. But he was a practical rather than a philosophical mystic. That is, he attained to union with deity, not by means of meditation and intellectual emotion, but through the medium of worship. To be in Christ, or to be spiritual, to use his characteristic modes of expression, was a state which could be attained only in connection with the new worshiping community. Hence the great significance of its unique rites such as baptism and the Lord's Supper. 2. The Christianity of Paul is also dominated by a vivid eschatological hope phrased in the apocalyptic imagery of Jewish messianism. If Paul's mysticism shows a distinct Hellenistic coloring, his eschatology is emphatically Jewish in type. The heavenly Christ with whom he enjoyed a permanent mystical union, as realistic as that of the devotee in any of the mystery cults, was the Jewish Messiah soon to come on the clouds in glory, and one of the chief incentives for missionary enterprise was the thought of his impending event. 3. The ethical note in Paul's exposition of Christianity is also very prominent. He not only conserved those fine ethical heritages which came to him from Judaism and from the teaching of Jesus, but occasionally he also availed himself of Stoic ideals widely current in his day. Thus Paul so appreciated the needs of his environment, and was himself so thoroughly an integral part of his world, that he was able to deliver a religious message which made a strong appeal to the men of his time. He himself had encompassed so wide a range of experience that he was especially suited to the task of ministering to the needs of that syncretistic age. He did not, to be sure, reach the higher philosophical circles of the time, but this failure was in a measure fortunate. The mission of Christianity still lay for some years with the masses, and in fact, as we shall later observe, it ultimately triumphed as the organized cult rather than as a philosophy of religion. End of chapter 5, part 6. Chapter 5, Part 7 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Richardson. Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 5, Part 7. The Study of the Old Testament and the Religion of Israel. 7. Gentile Christianity in post-apostolic times. General characteristics. This period extends from about 70 to 140 A.D. As compared with the previous period in the history of Gentile Christianity, it shows several distinctive characteristics. By the year 70, the original apostolic leaders had quite generally given place to men of the second generation, and indifference on the part of the Roman authorities had changed into a growing hostility, which occasionally broke out in more or less vigorous persecutions. Within the communities themselves, the spontaneous, ecstatic life of former days was less in evidence, and a more formal leadership and organization came to be the rule. But still, believers continued to look longingly toward a future world catastrophe for the full realization of Christianity's mission. While Jewish apocalyptic expectations were not always pictured so vividly as they were in Paul's thinking, still the advocates of the new religion in this period never came to regard their chief mission as that of establishing Christianity in a present enduring world order. The new movement was gaining rapidly in the strength by which it was later able to take possession of the Greco-Roman world, but as yet it was quite unconscious of its power and made almost no deliberate attempts either to defend itself against persecution or to appropriate for itself the political, economic, religious, and intellectual forces of the day. Sources of information. For the first time in the history of early Christianity, the direct sources of information now become fairly numerous. They are, in the first place, several extant letters written, as in the case of Paul's epistles, to meet some immediate demand. Hence they reflect very clearly certain local situations. Important examples of this class of literature are the epistles of Clement of Rome to the Corinthians, the 7 letters of Ignatius, written while on his way to Rome to be martyred, Polycarp's letter to the Philippians, and still other letters of doubtful authorship, but of similarly valuable content, such as 1st and 2nd Peter, 1st through 3rd John, Jude, and the letters of Revelation to the 7 churches of Asia. Other documents commonly classed as letters are less specific in character, but are valuable for the light they shed on general conditions. In some cases they were designed as circular letters, while in other instances they may originally have been Christian homilies or sermons. Among these documents, 1st and 2nd Timothy and Titus were apparently intended as handbooks for the use of young pastors, while Hebrews, James, and Barnabas have more of the character of homilies. Another type of literature characteristic of this age is the so-called gospel. This form of writing was designed for the instruction and edification of individuals or of communities, and as tastes and needs varied in different parts of the widening mission field, several different written gospels took shape. Those called by the names of Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John have been preserved in the New Testament, while others, once highly prized in certain circles, are now known only in fragments. Such are the Gospel according to the Hebrews and the Gospel of Peter. The Gospels, as well as the book of Acts, all purport to deal with the history of the earlier age, yet their point of view and method of treatment often disclose something of the specific conditions amid which the authors themselves lived. In addition to these indirect sources, other writings similarly designed for purposes of instruction deal directly with problems of post-apostolic times. The Didache belongs here, and also Second Clement and Diognetus, if the two last named documents are not really of later date. Lastly, the Apocalypse of John, the Revelation, a fragment of the Apocalypse of Peter, and perhaps also the elder elements of the Shepherd of Hermas, belong to this period. Evidences of growth. The course of Christianity's spread during these years cannot be traced in detail. There is no ancient document which reconstructs the career of a single missionary in the way that the author of Acts follows Paul's activity. Nor did any Christian leader of post-apostolic times stand out so preeminently as did Paul in his generation. But significant leaders were not lacking, as the names of Clement, Ignatius, and Polycarp show. Although comparatively little is known of individual leaders, the student of the period will be struck by some notable evidence of the new religion's expansion. About the year 112 A.D., Pliny the Younger wrote to the Emperor Trajan describing the situation in the province of Bithynia Pontus, over which Pliny had recently been appointed governor. He said that the new religion had spread not only among the cities, but even in the villages and country districts, until the worship of the old gods had been seriously impaired. There was no longer any demand for sacrificial victims or for the fodder which formerly had been regularly purchased by their keepers. This economic decline, due to the widespread of Christianity, caused Pliny real alarm. There is also evidence of Christianity's increased importance in territory where it had already been in existence during apostolic times. This is particularly true of the province of Asia. Ephesus is still the chief seat of the new religion, but important Christian communities are now found in various cities. For example, Smyrna, Pergamum, Philadelphia, Sardis, Tralles, Hierapolis, Laodicea, Colossae, Magnesia, Thyatira. In Syria and Palestine, in Macedonia, in Greece, in Italy, and in Egypt, there are also signs of growth. Even North Africa, Gaul, and Spain were probably reached by Christian preachers during this period. Relation to Judaism. The breach between Christians and Jews in the diaspora was already wide at the end of the apostolic age, and hostility between the two religions continued to increase during the subsequent years. The fall of Jerusalem in AD 70 was regarded by the Christians as a direct punishment of the Jews for their rejection of the Christian message. Paul's expectation that his own countrymen would accept the gospel when they saw the Gentiles coming into the kingdom, for example, Romans 2:25 and following, was abandoned, and a belief that the Jewish people were to be utterly rejected appears clearly in such writings as Matthew, Luke, Acts, and John. Christians now claim that they, as Gentile converts to the new faith, were the true people of God, with exclusive rights to the Old Testament revelation and all its promises. The Old Covenant had been merely anticipatory, hence it was now the proper possession of the new religion in which it had come to fulfillment. Christians accordingly used the ancient scripture to substantiate their new teaching, allegorizing or ignoring those features which would not be appropriated directly. Various interpreters tried their skill at this task, and the varying results are observable in documents like 1 Clement, Hebrews, and Barnabas. The Jews, as would be expected, resented the Christians' mode of procedure. Those Jews who had adopted Christianity were regarded as apostates, and the use of the Old Testament in Gentile Christian communities was viewed as a defilement of the Scripture. Hostility was all the more bitter because in many places Jewish and Christian communities existed side by side as competitors in appealing for a following among the heathen. Under these circumstances, bitter enmity was inevitable, and it is not surprising that the Jews embraced every opportunity to persuade the authorities that Christianity was politically dangerous. It is this situation which causes the author of Revelation to exclaim that the Jews of Asia are veritably a synagogue of Satan. It is noticeable also that the writers of Luke, Acts, and John take pains to know that the Roman authorities of earlier days found Christianity politically harmless in spite of Jewish allegations to the contrary. These are indications of the real difficulties under which Christians were laboring as a result of the new religion's continued Jewish connections in post-apostolic times. Relation to the Roman state. The new movement confronted a still graver difficulty when Roman officials began to realize that it no longer stood within Judaism. The Jewish religion enjoyed a large measure of tolerance within the Roman Empire, and Christianity at first shared in this privilege. But in the post-apostolic age, its independence came to be more and more appreciated by the state authorities, who occasionally sought to suppress the new superstition, as they called it. The exact charge upon which Christians were condemned is not always clear, but the causes of official interference are easily discovered. In the first place, Rome was on principle intolerant of new cults, at whose secret meetings disturbers might hatch up political sedition. Sometimes the Jews took advantage of this situation and accused Christians before the suspicious Roman magistrates. Moreover, pagans also were often ill-disposed toward these new religionists, who held aloof from the common life of the community, and so won for themselves the epithet of haters of the human race. Christianity also disturbed economic conditions, as Pliny's letter attests. And finally, when Christians were haled before the magistrates, they would neither acknowledge Caesar's lordship nor offer incense before his image, thus virtually refusing to take the oath of allegiance to the state. The specific occasions which Christians suffered persecution during this period are not altogether clear. In the closing years of apostolic times, Nero had inflicted tortures on Christians at Rome, but probably his action did not extend beyond the city. There were persecutions again under Domitian in 81 to 96 A.D., which may have reached Asia and given occasion for the writing of Revelation and 1 Peter. Similar events recurred under Trajan, 98 to 117, Hadrian, 117 to 138, Antoninus Pius, 138 to 161. But probably the extent and severity of these early persecutions have been somewhat exaggerated in later tradition. Organization and worship. In post-apostolic times, the earlier spontaneous life as seen in the Pauline communities was supplanted by a somewhat more orderly and formal practice. Yet the primitive spontaneity was not entirely lost. There were still the public and private meetings, though the latter were tending to disappear. Small groups met at private homes for prayer, reading and interpretation of Scripture, and exhortation. But great importance attached to the general meetings, especially to those held on Sunday. The members came together at the home of some Christian who could furnish the necessary room, or else they assembled in some place rented for the purpose. There was one gathering early in the morning where the time was taken up with Scripture reading, prayer, and preaching. There was another assembly in the evening after the day's work was over, when the love feast, the agape, was eaten and the Eucharist was celebrated. But the agape gradually disappeared from formal worship, becoming a private social function, while the Eucharist was taken over into the other service, where its ritualistic character was still further emphasized. For example, in Didache 10:3 calls it spiritual food and drink and eternal life. In John 6 it is said that they alone can have eternal life who eat the flesh and drink the blood of the Son of Man, and for Ignatius the Eucharist is the very medicine of immortality, the bread of God. The rite of baptism is also further formalized in this period. Apparently it may still be administered by any Christian, as in Paul's day, but several specific prescriptions for its observance are laid down. The candidates undergo a preliminary training, ending in a season of fasting immediately preceding the administration of the rite of marking the individual's entrance into full membership in the church. Baptism freed him from the dominion of evil demons and supplied him with the Holy Spirit, all of which meant a new birth and a divine enlightenment. In post-apostolic times, the new society also became more formally officered than it had been in the preceding generations. This phase in the historical development is often obscure, but its main outlines are recoverable. It is very clear that the authority of the persons who directed the affairs of the Pauline community at Corinth rested in their functional capacity rather than in official appointment. Yet Paul himself recognized the special authority of the leaders at Jerusalem, although unwilling to admit that their authority was superior to his own. The author of Acts, however, has gone so far in his desire for formal official leadership as to make the Jerusalem apostles virtually a college of overseers entrusted with the task of supervising affairs not only in the local community, but also in the adjacent missionary fields. This is the general direction taken by the developing ecclesiastical organization of the post-apostolic age. As yet there is no central authority for all Christendom, but local leadership tends to center in a monarchical bishop, with presbyters and deacons as his subordinates. The duties of various officials become more exactly defined, and the activities of the pneumatic traveling prophet are less highly esteemed. The content of Christian teaching. The teaching heard within the Christian communities of post-apostolic times was still very largely Jewish in content. As yet the only recognized canonical books were those of the Old Testament, although many distinctly Christian writings were in circulation and were read for edification. The memory of the blessed apostles was everywhere cherished, but their writings had not yet been made canonical. Yet a tendency in this direction had begun to show itself, especially in the new conception of Christianity as a specific body of teaching authoritatively defined and once for all delivered to the saints. This growing deposit of faith was composed of many different elements. As in earlier times, Jewish ideas about God, angels, Satan, and demons were prominent. The end of the world and the coming of the apocalyptic Messiah were still preached, and different explanations were offered to account for the delay in the Messiah's coming. In the meantime, Christians called themselves the true people of God on earth, and the whole course of the world's history was believed to head up in the church. The significance of Jesus' work occupied the center of distinctively Christian teaching, but Christological speculation moved along several new lines. For example, the Gospel of Mark pictured Jesus' uniqueness in terms of spiritual endowment at baptism. The authors of Matthew and Luke added the notion of miraculous birth. In John, the idea of the incarnate Logos was adopted to explain Jesus' person. Ignatius also insisted emphatically upon the idea of a literal incarnation of deity in Jesus, while other thinkers like Clement of Rome and the authors of Hebrews, Barnabas, and the Gospel according to the Hebrews made their respective contributions to Christology. While Jesus was elevated to a position approaching more nearly that of the heavenly Christ, revered in the worshiping community, Christianity cannot be said to have evolved as yet any one self-consistent form of Christological speculation. In several quarters, the Christian teaching of this period is framed to offset the work of false teachers. These disturbers were not unknown in apostolic times, for example, the Judaizers, but later they became more prevalent and more dangerous. The author of Revelation warns his readers against these individuals in Ephesus, in Pergamum, and in Thyatira. The letters of John and Jude, and by implication also the Gospels of Luke and John, show a similar anxiety for the preservation of the true faith as understood by the orthodox. The pastoral epistles several times cautions readers against being caught in the snare of vain disputations, and both Ignatius and Polycarp denounce the heretics. Numerous incidental references in other documents show how general these disturbances already had become. For example, in Matthew, in Acts, in Hebrews, in 1 Peter, in James, in the Didache, in 1 Clement, and Barnabas. These errors are occasional, varied, and for the most part still within the church. Their general tendency, however, is in the direction of Gnosticism, which later, as we shall see, developed into an independent Christian movement. Attention must be called to one other phase of Christian teaching characteristic of this period. Although the advocates of Christianity were quite unconscious of the process, the new movement was gradually becoming an integral part of the religious life of the Greco-Roman world. A few indications of this fact may be observed in passing. While Christians believed that they were perpetuating Hebrew monotheism in its purity in the prayers, hymns, confessions, and other ritualistic acts of the worshiping community, the heavenly Christ was treated as himself a deity, just as was done in the case of the special divinities worshipped in the contemporary Hellenistic cults. The titles Lord and Savior, current in the cult of the emperor and in the mystery religions, were freely applied to the risen Jesus. His name had the same magical significance as that of other divinities, and in fact the new movement sometimes was called simply the religion of the name. While Ignatius was the first to call Jesus God outright, the place which Jesus occupied in the reverence of the community from the very beginning of post-apostolic times was virtually that of deity. Nor was Christian thinking any longer content, as Paul had been, to locate Jesus' career as deity in heaven only. He was also God while on earth. The earlier apostolic problem of the man-God now became the problem of the God-man. In their efforts to solve this problem, the post-apostolic Christians freely availed themselves of contemporary Hellenistic thinking, in which the God-man was a familiar figure. Various subsidiary phases of Christian thinking during this period also show the influence of the Greco-Roman environment. Jewish views regarding the fate of the soul after death were not entirely abandoned, but they were to a considerable extent fused with a more distinctly Greek imagery. Less importance was now attached to the resuscitation of the body and the notion of final judgment, and more stress was placed upon the soul's entrance into final blessedness immediately after death. The complementary idea of a place of punishment to which the wicked went immediately upon leaving the earth was also a popular Hellenistic notion. The conception of religion as the attainment of knowledge and life, ideas occurring in the Didache, John, 1 Clement, and Ignatius, have striking parallels in contemporary Hellenicism. The peculiarly Stoic notion of divine immanence also finds expression in such Christian statements as, "In him we live and move and have our being." The Christian life. In post-apostolic times, Christian living also had its characteristic features. The personnel of the communities was greatly diversified. More of the membership was still composed of adult converts, some from Judaism, but a rapidly increasing majority from paganism. Various nationalities were represented, as well as many different tastes and interests. The new movement was located mainly in the cities, although in some places it had penetrated into the country districts. The majority of its adherents still belonged to the lower classes, but the number of prosperous and more influential converts was gradually increasing. Christians were exhorted by their teachers to hold themselves scrupulously aloof from the contaminating influences of heathen society. Not only heathen worship, but pagan life in general, was adjudged a work of Satan and his evil demons. Over against this satanic society stood the assembly of the saints on earth. To be sure, many Christians proved themselves to be mere babes in sainthood, as the leaders of the new religion often sadly admitted. But the ideal was high, and much attention was given to the means by which it might be attained. Of course, the rites of the cult were indispensable, but the daily life of the individual needed constant attention if the highest attainments in piety were to be reached. Among these special means of grace, the Spirit still held an important place. Spiritual manifestations were more carefully controlled than in Paul's day, and the Spirit was no longer so completely regulative for all Christian activities. Yet it was thought to be the common possession of all believers. It expressed itself in various ways, but especial emphasis now fell upon the activity of the Spirit in communicating to men the Old Testament revelation. The prophetic spirit speaking through the Scriptures now took precedence over those more spontaneous forms of charismatic activity characteristic of apostolic times. Some new instruments for the attainment of special grades of piety were discovered or newly applied in post-apostolic times. One very serious question concerned the treatment of members who sinned after becoming Christians. Certain heinous sins seem generally to have been regarded as unpardonable, but a large opportunity of repentance was usually allowed. Much stress was placed upon the act of confession, especially public confession, as a condition of forgiveness. Those of stronger moral character sought to transcend the ordinary requirements of righteousness and win special merit through the performance of good works, almsgiving, fasting, special prayer, and asceticism. The greatest rewards, however, could be attained only through martyrdom. Thus two main grades of piety came to be generally recognized. The lower was that of the ordinary man who, from lack of opportunity or through native inability, was unable to attain to the higher level. On the other hand, a chosen few, diligent in almsgiving, prayer, fasting, ascetic observances, and witnessing, attained to a position of especial reverence in the community and were believed to inherit the richest rewards of heaven. End of chapter 5, part 7.
Chapter 5, Part 8 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Robin Koning. Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 5, Part 8. The work of the early apologists. New tendencies. When a student has followed with some care the course of Christianity's development in post-apostolic times, he has become familiar with the main features characterizing the new religion during the next 2 generations. The age of the apologists did not produce any very radically new features in Christianity. Yet, although the leading apologists themselves stood definitely within the Christian communities as already established, they do represent certain new tendencies in the growth of the new religion. In general, they aim to show that Christianity is really deserving of a recognized place in the world. The patient, unaggressive attitude of earlier times is gradually superseded by a growing disposition towards self-defense and aggression. The apologists address themselves to the emperors. They contend for the superiority of Christianity over the culture and religion of the contemporary world. They vigorously attack Jewish opponents, and occasionally they also refute the heretics who have now become independent of the Church. The individual apologists. Apart from writings like Luke, Acts, and John, which are essentially apologetic in spirit if not in form, the earliest apologist known is Quadratus. But only a very small fragment of his work, which was addressed to Hadrian about 124 AD, is now extant. About the year 150, Aristides, a Christian philosopher of Athens, addressed to Antonius Pius a defense of Christianity, the main contention being that true knowledge of God is found only in the new religion. While the Jews profess to believe in one God, they are accused of really worshipping angels. The gods of the Greeks are merely gross anthropomorphic creatures, and the deities of the barbarians are simply the forces of nature. Only by the fourth division of humanity, the Christians, is God truly known and worshipped. Justin was a Hellenistic philosopher converted to Christianity in Asia about 130 AD, but his chief work was done at Rome, where he conducted a Christian school until overtaken by a martyr's death about the year 165. Among his genuine extant writings are a longer and a shorter apology, in which he contends for the innocence of Christians and affirms that Christianity is worthy of recognition as the true religion and the true philosophy. Similarly, in another work, the Dialogue with Trypho, Christianity's superiority over Judaism is affirmed on the ground that Christians alone are the true Israel. Tatian, a pupil of Justin, also addressed a defense of Christianity to the Greeks. He describes Greek culture as a body of error, while Christianity is the true wisdom running back through all antiquity. Moses is said to have antedated Homer by 400 years, and since the Old Testament is claimed as the peculiar property of Christianity, the new religion possesses both the prestige of antiquity and the deposit of real revelation. Several fragments are preserved from Melito of Sardis, who addressed an apology to Marcus Aurelius. To the same emperor, Athenagoras, possibly of Athens, directed an appeal on behalf of the Christians about 177 AD. The argument proceeded along usual lines, defending Christians against calumnies and dwelling upon the nobility of the Christian conception of God. In still another work, Athenagoras attempted to furnish a philosophical basis for belief in the resurrection. Theophilus, bishop of Antioch in Syria, sometime after the death of Marcus Aurelius, 180 AD, also composed 3 apologetic books addressed to a heathen called Autolycus. About the same date, a Roman Christian, Minucius Felix, wrote a defensive treatise modelled after Cicero's De Natura Deorum. All these early apologists were interested in demanding tolerance from the state and in defending the new religion's superiority over pagan religions and philosophies. To a less extent, they refuted Jewish critics, and incidentally they now and then condemned heretics. Thus, representative leaders in different parts of Christendom were beginning to widen their range of vision and claim for the new religion a recognized place in that ancient world. The specific problem of the apologists. All the apologists were engaged in the general task of proving to the heathen the absolute rationality and universality of the Christian religion, the true philosophy. But their more specific problem was a Christological one. During the apostolic age, and especially in post-apostolic times, the process of pushing back upon the earthly Jesus the glory of the heavenly Christ was gradually completed. No distinction was any longer made between the historical Jesus and the Christ of faith, to whom Christians directed their prayers and confessions, in whose name they were baptized, of whose immortal substance they partook in the Eucharist, and whose divine glory they celebrated in their hymns. The fullness of deity thus popularly ascribed to the heavenly Christ was freely posited of the man Jesus. He was now definitely called a second God, deuteros theos. The apologists shared in full this item of popular faith, and the necessity of defending it against the charge of polytheism gave them their special problem. Polytheism had long ago been discarded, not only by Jews, but by the better educated classes of the Greco-Roman world, and strong monotheistic tendencies had appeared within those circles where either Platonic idealism or Stoic pantheism exerted a dominating influence. Christians were now accused of being polytheists, both by Jewish and by pagan critics. Jewish criticism was taken less seriously, since hope of winning any large Jewish following had been abandoned. But the desirability of meeting Gentile objections was felt more keenly, and the apologists set themselves to the specific task of proving that Christians were really monotheists, in spite of the fact that they worshipped Jesus as God. The Logos Christology. The chief instrument employed by the apologists in defense of Christian monotheism was the notion of the Logos. This word, which was already doing service in various connections among their pagan contemporaries, was appropriated by the apologists without any thoroughgoing attempt to define its exact meaning. Their primary interest was in Christianity as a new cult, and philosophical terminology was employed only as an expedient to serve the apologetic needs of the religionist. In other words, we have here to do with the religionist turned philosopher, and not with the philosopher interpreting religion in terms of a carefully devised system of philosophical speculation. This opportunist character of the apologists' work is apparent in their Christology. While they call Jesus God, they endeavored to unite him with the supreme deity by means of the Logos as a divine emanation or hypostasis. In this way, they hoped not only to meet the demands of philosophical monotheism, but to establish the rationality and universality of Christianity. Since the Logos was commonly supposed to be the source of all intelligence within the universe, everywhere and at all times, all the enlightenment of the past could be called essentially Christian in content, and all present and future wisdom must be sought within Christian circles where the Logos had finally been perfectly revealed. The philosophical versus the mythical motive. Happy as this Christian apologetic may on first sight seem, it contained features which made it impossible of acceptance for the real philosopher of that day. It was of the nature of all genuine Hellenistic Logos doctrine that man by creation had the Logos enlightenment in virtue of which he could by searching find out God. This was emphatically denied by the apologists, whose ultimate criterion of religious knowledge was not reason at all, but supernatural special revelation. Theoretically, they allowed that the Logos had been present in the Gentile world before the coming of Christ. Yet they affirmed that this manifestation was of a very inferior sort, and that the Greek philosophers had in the main produced only a mass of errors. Nor could a contemporary philosopher attain true wisdom outside the Christian community. Ultimately, true philosophy, that is, true religion, was a divine donation rather than a human attainment, and could be acquired only through acquaintance with revelation contained in the Old Testament and finally brought to completion in the Logos Christ. When the apologists took this stand, they really sided not with the philosophers, but with the mythologists of their day. The Christian Logos was not a normal quantum of divine rational energy possessed in common by mankind, but a heroic figure descended to earth under one special set of circumstances in order to redeem a hopelessly lost humanity. By interpreting Christianity in this way, the apologists probably did more to secure its place in that world than they could have done by adopting outright the more rational methods of philosophy. Although the mythical deities of Greece and Rome were no longer generally revered, the mythical motive was still strong even among the educated. The force of this motive outside of Christianity is amply attested, for example, in the abundant allegory of the Stoics. By employing this device, they recognized, in spite of their insistence upon the rational, logikos, character of the whole universe, that in the realm of religion the functioning significance of myth was far stronger than that of reason. In mythicizing the logos, by identifying it with an individual, the apologists were not doing absolutely original work. Their notable predecessor within Christianity was the author of the fourth gospel, but both he and they had Hellenistic predecessors. The outstanding Hellenistic figure who was supposed to have functioned as the creative, revealing, redeeming logos was Hermes, though various other divine heroes, such as Osiris and Thoth among the Egyptians, played a similar role. When Christians pictured Jesus as the incarnation of the enlightening, saving logos, they were but giving further evidence of their skill and wisdom in reinterpreting his career in such way as to make him minister to the needs of that larger world to which expanding Christianity was now making its appeal. End of Chapter 5, Part 8. Recording by Robin Koning, Melbourne. Part 8, The Work of the Early Apologists.
Chapter 5, Part 9 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Derek McLaughlin. Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 5, The Study of Early Christianity. Part 9, Gnosticism. General characteristics. Another effort to connect early Christianity with contemporary Hellenicism was made in the movement commonly termed Gnosticism. This attempt was much more thoroughgoing than that of the apologists. It proceeded along quite different lines, and it met with strong opposition from Christians themselves. The apologists subordinated speculation to the faith of the worshipping community. They dealt mainly with the Christological problem, and they kept Christianity bound up closely with the Jewish scriptures. The Gnostics, on the other hand, made speculation paramount. They freely deviated from the traditional opinions of the community. Their main problem was soteriology rather than Christology, and they generally sought to sever Christianity from its Jewish connections. There was still another fundamental difference between the Gnostics and the apologists. Insofar as the latter were controlled by speculative interests, they inclined toward the monistic worldview of the Stoics, and endeavored by a shifty use of the logos idea to fit into this philosophical schema the essentially contradictory notion of a special supernatural revelation mediated through the Jewish scripture and the Christian cult. On the contrary, the Gnostics were out-and-out dualists. The good and the evil worlds were sharply contrasted, and were not united by any natural bond. Man belonged to the evil world, his soul only having any original connection with the good, and in his present state he was utterly helpless until aid came to him from the supernatural realm. And since this help came for the express purpose of delivering the soul from the world of evil matter, the divine deliverer could have no essential and natural bond of unity with matter. Hence the Gnostics' fundamental interest in soteriology, and their comparative lack of interest in the historical man Jesus, whom the apologists sought to define in terms of the Logos incarnation. The antecedents of Gnosticism. In order to understand the genius of Christian Gnosticism, one must glance briefly at its antecedents. It used to be said that Gnosticism resulted from a fusion of Greek philosophy and Christianity in the 2nd century, but the investigations of recent years have shown the inadequacy of this hypothesis. Scholars now recognize a pre-Christian as well as a Christian Gnosticism, its philosophical basis in each case being far more Oriental than Hellenic. It is Hellenistic, to be sure, in that it combines Hellenic and Oriental elements, but the latter largely predominate. For instance, Gnostic dualism is not of the Platonic type, which distinguishes between an ideal and invisible world on the one hand, and a real and visible one on the other, the latter being modeled after the former. In contrast with Plato, Gnostic dualism posited two opposing dominions within the visible world, one presided over by the powers of darkness, and the other belonging to the kingdom of light. Matter was wholly evil, and only through a divine redemption could the human soul be delivered from its bondage in matter. Hence, salvation meant deliverance from the dominion of evil, a deliverance to be realized by the individual through a knowledge of the good deity as revealed in the teaching and sacraments of the cult. Therefore knowledge, gnosis, in the Gnostic sense has nothing to do with philosophical knowledge in the Greek sense of the word, but is an affair of supernatural revelation. These, and a host of other distinctive Gnostic notions which might be mentioned, prove beyond question the genuinely Oriental character of the movement, whether we trace it ultimately to Persia, Babylonia, or Egypt. Relation to Paul. At the outset it must be apparent that Paul was to some extent influenced by this same type of Oriental thinking. His dualistic worldview, like that of other Jews of his day, was essentially Oriental. For him, flesh was a serious hindrance to spiritual life, even if he did not assign a wholly evil origin to matter. The practically hopeless condition of the human soul in its natural state, and the absolute necessity of supernatural redemption, were also characteristic Pauline ideas. The notion of an indwelling heavenly possession within the believer, which he usually called spirit rather than gnosis, his deprecatory estimate of marriage, and his pessimistic view of the present world generally, are all of a piece with the pre-Christian Gnostic way of thinking. But Paul was quite un-Gnostic in supposing that the world of matter could have been created by the good deity, and in holding that supernatural revelation came through specific historical events, such as the giving of the law to Moses or the advent of Jesus. These and other differences separated Paul from the pre-Christian Gnostics, yet the similarity between him and them was so close that Gnosticism and Christianity fused most readily in the realm of Paulinism. As a consequence of this fact, the mainstream of Christianity, which ran counter to the Gnosticizing of the new religion, also practically rejected Paul during the period when the Gnostic movement was most aggressive. This situation prevailed all through post-apostolic times, as well as during the age of the early apologists. Earliest contact with Christianity. Previous to the rise of definite Christian Gnostic leaders who established independent Gnostic movements, traces of Gnostic influence upon Christianity appear in several quarters even outside of the Pauline epistles. The false teachers of early post-apostolic days, see above, page 296, usually represent some form of this speculation, although they sometimes differed widely from one another, since Gnosticism was not really a uniform system, but a family of kindred tendencies in thinking. For example, within the churches addressed by the author of Revelation, there were members who claimed to be so thoroughly enlightened and free from this world that they could visit the heathen feasts, or even break the rules of chastity, with impunity. They seem to have thought that since Gnostic salvation was an affair of the spirit only, it was of little or no consequence what the mortal body did when once the spirit had become thoroughly enlightened. In the epistles of John and of Ignatius we meet with Christians who apply the Gnostic notion of matter to Christ, and affirm that he, being a truly divine deliverer, cannot have been really united to a body of sinful flesh, and all flesh was evil. His residence in the body of the man Jesus was said to be only temporary, extending merely from baptism to the crucifixion, adoptionism, or else he never had a real body at all, but was only an apparition, Docetism. Again, in the pastoral epistles, as in Colossians, certain Christian teachers boast of their pneumatic equipment and show a fondness for Gnostic speculation regarding angels and eons. Polycarp refers to other errorists who, true to the Gnostic doctrine of matter's evil character, deny that there will ever be any resurrection of the body. The chief Gnostic leaders. The full significance of Gnosticism for the history of early Christianity does not appear until a definite and influential Gnostic leadership arises. Many of its champions were evidently persons of force and character, but unfortunately our knowledge of them is confined almost wholly to information derived from their opponents. There are a few original documents extant in Coptic translations, and some lengthy quotations are preserved in the writings of the Fathers, for example Irenaeus, Tertullian, Hippolytus, Clement of Alexandria, Origen. but often little more than the name of a teacher or the name of some school is known. The Christian Gnostic movement arose early and in different parts of the Mediterranean world. The Ophites and the Naescenes are names commonly applied to a very early type of this speculation, in which the pre-Christian features are especially in evidence. Among specific teachers, at the close of the 1st century, Cerinthus appears in Asia, and at about the same time Saturninus, whose predecessors were Simon Magus and Menander, taught in Syria. But Alexandria is especially noted as the home of the movement. Here Basilides established a school about the year 130 A.D., either selecting or composing a special gospel, and writing a commentary upon it in 24 books. More famous still was Valentinus, circa 150 A.D., who worked first in Alexandria and then in Rome. His pupil Theodotus established a school in the east, and another pupil, Ptolemaeus, established one in the west. From about 145 to 165 A.D., Marcion was an influential Gnostic teacher at Rome, and communities representing his particular views soon sprang up in different parts of the Mediterranean world. He is especially noted for his efforts to persuade the Church that the Jewish sacred scriptures should be displaced by a specifically Christian canon composed of the Gospel of Luke and the Epistles of Paul. In the latter part of the 2nd and early in the 3rd century, Eastern Gnosticism had a powerful champion in Bardesanes of Edessa. The Gnostic system. The Gnostic movement was so complex, and individual Gnostics exercised so large a measure of personal liberty in thinking, that no specific Gnostic system of Christian theology can be exactly defined. But its main characteristics are ascertainable, and a brief sketch of these will serve to show the skillful way in which the movement met some of the most perplexing problems of that age. 1. The chief feature of Gnosticism was its sharp separation between the God of light and the God of darkness, with their respective divine associates. These two groups of divinities were supposed to be constantly carrying on a fierce conflict with one another for the possession of the human soul. The scene of conflict was the earth, where man now dwelt, and also the upper air through which the soul must pass on its way to the highest heavens. 2. This material world and the material body containing the soul were believed to be wholly evil. Matter was evil because it had been created by the evil powers. The creator of the present world cannot have been a good God, else the world would have been wholly good, but man knew by experience that it was not good. Therefore its creator must be bad. Thus the Gnostics offered, if we grant their premises, a very simple solution of the ever-present problem of evil. 3. The soul of man did not originally belong to this world of created matter. It was a fragment from the realm of light, which by some mishap had sunk down and become entangled in evil matter. Here it abode in ignorance and agony, utterly unable of itself to fight its way back to the realm of light whence it had fallen. 4. But a way of salvation had been provided. Another and more powerful emissary from the realm of light had descended into this realm of darkness in order to bring aid to the helpless soul. Originally this deliverer seems to have been conceived of as a principle of salvation, or a hypostasis, rather than a person. But it was portrayed in mythical form under the image of the primal man. Compare the Son of Man of Jewish and Christian apocalyptic, the Heavenly Mother, and, in Christian Gnosticism, the pre-existent Christ. 5. This aid was mediated to specific souls by means of the cultus. Through the rites of initiation and worship, the individual received a new increment from the world of light by which he learned the secrets of divine wisdom, enabling his soul to pass safely all the gateways on the road to heaven. 6. Different individuals might attain different degrees of enlightenment, but every believer received a new guiding power in his life which freed him from the bondage of the flesh. The logic of this belief often led to asceticism. Since matter was evil, the appetites of the body were to be suppressed, and since the begetting of children meant the perpetuation of evil matter, marriage ought also to be avoided. In some cases, however, the exaltation of the enlightened mind over matter was made to justify libertinism. One might let the body have its way, since the enlightened spirit only counted for things eternal. 7. This depreciation of the physical body determined the Gnostics' notion of the earthly Jesus. The man Jesus of Nazareth could have no central place in their system. They needed only the pre-existent angelic Christ. Though they adopted the myth of the God-man as a means of portraying concretely the scheme of redemption, they were loath to allow that he had any natural connection with an actual human being. Some said that he was only an apparition while on earth, Cerinthus. Others thought that he resided temporarily in the man Jesus, Basilides, while others employed the notion of a virgin birth as a means of obtaining a unique body worthy to enshrine this heavenly spirit, so the later Valentinians. 8. The Gnostics' view of matter was logically accompanied by an inferior estimate of the worth of human history. They rejected Judaism, along with the popular Christian notion that the Old Testament was a divine revelation. Most Gnostics said that the creation of evil matter must have been the work of an inferior evil deity. Hence the Jews had been worshipping a demon rather than the God of light. Incidentally, Christianity was thereby relieved of the embarrassment of explaining its connections with the unpopular Jewish race. 9. Since revelation was not to be found in Judaism, it was located in Christianity alone. So the leading Gnostics proceeded to canonize distinctively Christian writings, and to elaborate them by extended works of interpretation. Thus it was in the Gnostic movement that Christianity first found fluent literary expression, as well as the stimulus for assembling a New Testament canon of Scripture. The historical significance of Gnosticism. Notwithstanding the fact that the Gnostics were condemned as heretics, the movement they represented cannot have failed to satisfy numerous popular needs peculiar to the situation of that age. Indeed, Orthodox Christianity actually enriched itself both by absorbing certain features of Gnosticism and by developing new phases within its own life to offset similar items in the heretical movements. A few illustrations of these lines of development should be particularly observed. 1. The growth of Christian asceticism within the Orthodox communities, finally resulting in monasticism, was doubtless greatly stimulated by the Gnostic notion of matter. And it is possible that the Gnostic idea of divine knowledge as a personal attainment of the individual soul may also have contributed to the development of mysticism within the Church. 2. The importance which Gnostics attached to the rites of the cult as a means of ensuring divine wisdom necessary to salvation is reflected in Orthodox circles, where there was an increasing disposition all through the 2nd and 3rd centuries to emphasize the sacramental significance of rites. Gnostic influence may have tended to enrich the liturgy, especially in the realm of hymnology, for the Gnostics were preeminently the hymn writers of their day. 3. In resisting Gnostic Christology, the Christians of post-apostolic times were led to give much more attention than their predecessors in the apostolic age had done to collecting and reporting tradition regarding the actual earthly Jesus. Thanks to this incentive, a considerable body of gospel tradition was put into circulation, and 4 representative documents of this class were finally given first place in the new official collection of Christian writings. While the Orthodox thus sought to dismiss Gnostic views, it was nevertheless true that the Gnostics bequeathed to Christendom a set of Christological problems which have long continued to trouble theologians. 4. Another very significant effect of the Gnostics' work was the development of an interest in apostolic authority. Here they set the example by discarding the authority of the Old Testament, which all through the 1st century had constituted the Christians' main source of appeal. On the other hand, Gnostic writers appealed to apostolic heroes and the writings which had come from them. And not infrequently the Gnostics showed themselves past masters at the art of pseudonymous literary production. This situation stimulated orthodoxy to discover and set up what it held to be a genuine apostolic authority over against the pseudo-authority of the heretics. The ultimate outcome of this process was the production of a New Testament to which the Old was subordinated. Incidentally, this also meant the rescuing of Paul from the Gnostics. Orthodox writers like Justin had avoided reference to Paul, who was the mainstay of the heretics, but once the New Testament canon was established, Paul was reinstated, at least in form, if not in spirit. 5. One of the earliest and most notable effects of incipient Gnosticism is seen in the tendency to establish within Orthodox circles a stated leadership to displace the older functional ideal of trusting to the guidance of pneumatic individuals. Even as early as the time of Ignatius, this point was especially stressed. The false teachers claimed for themselves full pneumatic powers, and doubtless in the eyes of the populace they often successfully justified their claim. Hence the need of regularly appointed officers with supreme authority to dispose of false prophets. The result was a claim of apostolic authority for officials as well as for canonical books. 6. In a word, the whole trend of the Church's development in reaction against the numerous and powerful Gnostic movements of the 2nd century was toward Catholicism, with its stated officials, its fixed New Testament canon, its uniform rule of faith, and its universal control. Gnosticism, on the other hand, was so individualistic in its emphasis, and so diversified, that it failed to develop the unity of interest and organization necessary to withstand successfully the resistance of a more formally united orthodoxy. End of Chapter 5, Part 9. Chapter 5, Part 10 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Derek McLaughlin. Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. Edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 5, The Study of Early Christianity. Part 10, The Establishment of the Catholic Church. The emergence of the Catholic idea. The impetus toward universality, which was brought prominently into the foreground, and in no small measure engendered, by the Gnostic controversy, finally issued in the complete Catholicizing of Orthodox Christianity. This process was well under way before the end of the 2nd century, and it continued to gain momentum during the succeeding years. By the close of the 3rd century it was complete in all essentials. In every quarter of the Roman Empire, communities of Christian believers existed under an established form of organization. From time to time synods met to settle new issues, and the notion of a universal Christendom, at least ideally self-consistent in all its parts, had come to full consciousness. Outstanding leaders of the period. During these days of crystallization, Christianity in various parts of the empire enjoyed the leadership of a number of notable individuals. In many instances their writings have been preserved and constitute important sources of information for the student. A brief notice of the more significant leaders will be a convenient way of approach to the history of the period. The most prominent figure in the West is that of Irenaeus, Bishop of Lyons, in Gaul during the closing decades of the 2nd century. His only extant work deals with the heretics, whom he vigorously opposes. He appeals especially to the authority of apostolic tradition, handed down through properly appointed successors of the apostles and guarded by the true Church. This authority is twofold. In the first place, the written Gospels contain the pure apostolic teaching. But in addition to this, each church continues to be under leaders standing in direct line of succession from the apostles, who everywhere appointed bishops in the churches. And to make the matter more sure, Irenaeus cites the Church at Rome as the supreme authority. With this Church all others must agree, since apostolic tradition is necessarily always self-consistent. Hence, all those who hold perverse opinions, or assemble in unauthorized meetings, are to be put to confusion by appealing to the very great, the very ancient, and universally known Church, founded and organized at Rome by the two most glorious apostles, Peter and Paul, for it is a matter of necessity that every church should agree with this church on account of its preeminent authority. The regular bishops at Rome during this general period were not men of great literary activity. The most prolific Roman writer was Hippolytus, who flourished in the first quarter of the 3rd century. He was a prominent presbyter, and later became a rival leader beside the regular bishop, whom Hippolytus accused of laxity in dealing with heretics and sinners. In variety and extent his literary activities rivaled those of his younger Eastern contemporary, Origen, but only a relatively small part of Hippolytus' writings has been preserved. Among these is a refutation of all heresies. This gives ample evidence that he was a champion of the Catholicizing principle, notwithstanding his break with the contemporary Roman bishop. In the province of Africa, Tertullian and Cyprian were the most noted leaders. The prolific literary work of the former was done in the early years of the 3rd century. He covered the whole range of Christian apologetic, defending the new religion against persecution, attacking heretics, and refuting both heathen and Jewish critics. He also produced a number of treatises of a practical sort, and was really the creator of an ecclesiastical literature in the Latin tongue. Although he joined the heretical movement known as Montanism, he was in essential agreement with Irenaeus in upholding the authority of apostolic tradition preserved within the ecclesiastical organism. Moreover, he was the first Westerner to make any substantial contribution toward the elaboration of a Christian theology. His guiding principle, however, was not Hellenistic philosophical speculation, but juristic notions which he inherited from his training as a Roman advocate. Cyprian was converted to Christianity shortly before the middle of the 3rd century, and within a few years became bishop of the Carthaginian Church, which he continued to guide until his martyrdom in 258 A.D. He had more of the instincts of a pastor than of a theologian, and wrote large numbers of letters dealing with various contemporary problems. Yet he also was the author of apologetic and doctrinal treatises, as well as works dealing with questions of conduct and church polity. Especially important in the present connection is his De Unitate Ecclesiae. Against the heretics he maintained that there was no possibility of salvation outside the established ecclesiastical organization. He who has not the Church for a mother cannot have God for a father. And the Church is one, since Christ founded it on Peter. Augustine has very fittingly termed Cyprian Catholicum Episcopum, Catholicum Martyrum. While the leaders in the West were incorporating into Christianity the Roman genius for organized government, the leaders in the East were working out a system of Christian doctrine in conformity with the philosophical genius of the Greeks. The misnamed Catechical School of Alexandria, a kind of Christian university, had arisen during the 2nd century. Here Christian teachers were familiarizing themselves with the whole range of Greek science, and seeking to employ this knowledge in the service of their religion. The school existed beside others of a similar character, some Gnostic, some pagan, for which Alexandria was noted, but of its beginnings absolutely nothing is known. It first comes to light about 180 A.D. with Pantaenus at its head. Toward the close of the century he was succeeded by Clement, whose writings are the earliest extant literary products of the school. In expounding Christianity as a world religion, Clement employs the notion of the Logos, but in the use of this conception he is not hampered, as the earlier apologists were, by slavish attachment to the cultus. He is thoroughly ecclesiastical, in that he adheres to the notion of a prescribed rule of faith, but he would universalize Christianity by an individualistic rather than an organic process. The Logos experience is available for every member of the human race, which has been created, educated, and redeemed by the Logos. Moreover, knowledge, gnosis, is the key to salvation, and the true Christian is the true Gnostic. But Clement's gnosis is of the Greek type, in contrast with the Oriental sacramental conception current among the Gnostics. Notwithstanding Clement's interest in the field of Greek science, he did not really work out any systematic scheme of Christian doctrine. This was done first by Origen. He was Clement's successor as head of the school of Alexandria, but the latter part of his life was spent at Caesarea, where he conducted an independent school. He produced a vast number of works, several of which are still extant. These include hortatory, apologetic, textual, exegetical, and doctrinal treatises. To this last class belongs his De Principiis, in which he works out the first real system of Christian doctrine ever written. Though Origen was an ecclesiastic, in that he believed that the Church supplies to men the correct rule of faith, yet in his own thinking it was neither the authority of the cultus nor the authority of a canon of Scripture which constituted his ultimate norm. To be sure, he made the Logos revelation the ground of the Christian's knowledge, but it was by means of philosophy, that is, by the use of the speculative rational faculty, that Origen really sought to discover the true revelation of the Logos, in the light of which he interpreted the history and content of Christianity. Internal conflicts. The main trend of Christianity during the closing years of the 2nd, and throughout the 3rd, century was toward universality and uniformity. Yet there were still within the movement many differences of opinion and practice. The consequence was a series of internal conflicts which marked the growth of the Church in this period. 1. At the very beginning of the period, the Easter controversy arose. It concerned a difference of practice between the Roman Church and the churches of Asia. The latter, tracing their authority to the Apostle John, celebrated Easter on the 14th of the month Nisan, regardless of the day of the week. On the other hand, the Roman Church insisted that the celebration ought always to take place on a Sunday. This difference of opinion brought on a sharp debate, which for a time threatened to rend the East from the West. 2. A second question concerned the treatment of those who had committed some unusual sin, especially those who denied the faith in times of persecution. From an early date, murder, adultery, and lapsing had generally been regarded as unpardonable sins. But in the course of time a more generous attitude was assumed, especially toward the lapsed, and some bishops reinstated these persons after a proper form of repentance had been secured. But the matter caused much sharp controversy, men like Hippolytus in one generation and Cyprian in the next holding opposite views on the question. 3. Christological disputes also broke out anew. The main line of orthodox speculation employed the Logos idea as a means of preserving monotheism, while still regarding Jesus as God. A different explanation was offered by the so-called Monarchians, who did not make use of the Logos. The dynamic Monarchians affirmed that Jesus was possessed by an impersonal power, dynamis, from God. But the modalistic Monarchians personalized the divine insert, and found the difference between the Father and the Son in the mode of manifestation, rather than in the character of the personality. 4. Two new and influential heresies came into prominence during the 3rd century. These were Montanism and Manichaeism. The former had arisen in Phrygia in the 6th decade of the 2nd century, and 50 years later it was powerful enough to draw to itself Tertullian in North Africa. The Montanists believed in the continued activity of the Holy Spirit among believers. They retained vivid eschatological expectations, and they insisted upon rigid ethical requirements, not alone for the clergy, but for all Christians. On the other hand, the Church in general had come to look askance at pneumatic enthusiasm to which false teachers so readily laid claim. The realistic eschatological hope was growing dim with the passing of the years and with the betterment of the Christian's lot in the present world, and there had arisen a double standard of morality, a select class of persons being expected to attain to a high degree of perfection, while the masses lived on a lower level. The Montanists' efforts to restore the simplicity of earlier days met with a measure of success, but the movement was essentially anachronistic, and so destined to failure. Manichaeism, in some respects closely akin to Gnosticism, was largely a composite of Persian and Babylonian ideas. In reality it was a revival of Oriental speculation thinly overlaid with a veneer of Christian ideas. Nevertheless, it became an important rival of Christianity, especially in Persia. 5. One other debated question related to the validity of baptism when performed by heretics. This controversy did not continue long, but it was troublesome for a time. At Rome, the bishop Stephen, 254–57, pronounced the sacrament valid in itself and received the converted heretic without repeating the rite. But Cyprian in Africa contended with equal vigor for the opposite course of procedure. The former opinion prevailed, although the latter found new champions in the Donatist movement of the next century. Contemporary relationships. During these days of Catholic Christalization, the relations between the Church and the contemporary life of the Greco-Roman world became increasingly intimate. Converts were no longer drawn mainly from one class of society, as in apostolic and early post-apostolic times. Representatives from all classes were now to be found within the Christian communities. An educated pagan rhetorician like Cyprian, and a Roman jurist like Tertullian, each brought his own distinctive personality and heritage into the service of the new religion. In a less conspicuous way, the same thing was going on all over the Mediterranean world, and thus Christianity began to win a real place for itself among the recognized social and religious forces of the age. This growth inevitably led to further conflicts with the state authorities. For years Christians had been objects of sporadic hostile action on the part of an emperor or a governor, but Decius (249–51) undertook a more systematic suppression of Christianity as a means of restoring the old religions of the state. This new form of persecution, recurring especially under Valerian (253–60), Diocletian (284–305), and Galerius (305–11), was of much importance for the final establishment of the Catholic Church as a recognized institution in the Roman state. Attempts to revive the old pagan faiths, and the growth of rival Oriental cults, called forth from Christians new attacks upon contemporary paganism. Striking examples of this apologetic are still extant in the writings of Arnobius, Lactantius, and Firmicus Maternus. At the same time, the Christian cult was developing sides of its own life which mediated more fully to its votaries the religious values attaching to rival faiths, and this process of adaptation ultimately proved to be one of Christianity's strongest anti-pagan weapons. Among the educated, Neoplatonism was also a troublesome enemy of Christianity in the 3rd century. Porphyry in particular was a bitter foe of the Christian faith, and wrote a work of 15 books against the Christians. But also in this crisis Christian leaders presently arose who proved equal to the task of incorporating a large measure of Neoplatonic thinking into the Church. Triumph of the monarchical ideal. Christianity finally triumphed over all rivals and became the one religion of the Roman state. Ultimately its chief official, the Bishop of Rome, was recognized as the supreme authority, not alone in matters of religion, but also in the realm of politics and science. Many things contributed toward this result. Among these contributory factors were rich inheritances taken over from Judaism, the personal work of Jesus and the early missionary preachers, the new phases of Christian thinking or practice, which were worked out as a result of contact with other cults already popular in the pagan world, the adoption of Oriental speculations and Greek philosophies, and the ever-repeated personal religious experiences and energies of the numerous and able leaders who from time to time espoused the new cause. Moreover, all these factors were mingled within an enlarging social organism wide enough in its range to include many types of personality and opinion, and yet distinctive enough in its moral and religious ideals to elicit the loyal support of its members. But as a force in the Roman state, Christianity attained its final success not immediately through its religious and moral idealism, nor yet through its power as a philosophy of religion. Its triumph was ultimately due to its momentum as an organized worshipping community, a formal cult with a strong monarchical organization. The monarchical principle was the dominant social ideal of that age. Ever since the time of Alexander the Great, this principle had been in the ascendancy. The democratic Greek city-state had given way before the world dominion of a single overlord in the person of Alexander. The same ideal was maintained by his successors and their descendants, and finally republican Rome yielded to the monarchical impulse, even going so far as to deify the emperor. When Christianity adopted the monarchical principle, establishing a single religious empire throughout the Mediterranean world, it caught the spirit of the times more truly than did any of its contemporary religions. Mithraism was its nearest rival in this respect, and as a matter of fact was its most serious competitor, but the Mithraic monarchy remained primarily an affair of the gods, while Christianity had both a heavenly monarchical ideal and its earthly counterpart in a monarchically organized church. Even in the 2nd century, when Christianity began to present a united front to the world, it was already on the way to become the state church of the Roman Empire. And in succeeding generations its leaders proved capable of grasping more firmly the spirit of the age and turning it to account in the interests of the new movement. Whether they themselves were ever fully conscious of the ultimate possibilities of their action is very doubtful, but their work resulted in giving organized Christianity so strong a grip upon Roman society that on June 13th, 313 A.D., the emperors Constantine and Licinius fully legalized the new cult. Under Theodosius the Great it was elevated above all rivals and became the only legal religion of the empire, 392 A.D. Thus the kingdom of God was finally established upon earth, though in a very different manner from that in which the Christians of earlier times had expected its establishment. End of chapter 5, part 10.
Chapter 6, Part 1 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 6, Part 1. The Development and Meaning of the Catholic Church. Introduction. The problem of understanding Catholic Christianity. Protestant prejudice and historical interpretation. The idea of Luther most effective with the common people of his time was the identification of the Pope and Antichrist. The Magdeburg Centuries, the first church history written by a Protestant, presented the story of Catholic ages as a warfare of the papacy with gospel truth. The religious wars following the Reformation developed this bitter hostility to Catholicism into a fixed and systematic prejudice which obstructs the effort of a Protestant student of history. Since the middle of the 18th century, however, the spirit of science has been winning control of the Protestant mind, and the spirit of science requires an ascetic suppression of prejudgments and prejudices. Modern Protestantism has the glory of having boldly encountered the peril of a severely scientific revision of the very biblical history to which it appealed as its own revealed foundation. A student should feel that the honor of this truth-loving modern Protestantism is at stake when he essays to understand the mission of the Catholic Church in history, to see its growth as historically inevitable, and to appreciate its service in the civilizing of man. Without sympathy, no one can truly comprehend a man's career or an epoch of human life, and the students of the present generation have an interest which gives them the sympathy interpretive of Catholic history. The modern devotion to the ideal of the kingdom of God lends meaning to the contrast of the church and the world. In that contrast, world means an organization of life which, in spite of the ideal elements contained in it, is dominated essentially by primary human instincts for possession and power. Christianity is a passionate unworldliness, seeking to elevate and transform the world into the likeness of that order where every spirit mirrors the absoluteness of love beheld in God. This the student easily recognizes as the dynamic ideal which found institutional form in the historic Catholic Church. His attention is immediately engaged by the problem of explaining by historical conditions the development of a church which could serve this Christian social ideal. The development of primitive Christianity into Catholicism. The first Christians were a democratic brotherhood imbued with a passionate desire to live the life that Jesus would approve. The church, when it came, was a strongly governed sacerdotal institution. The early informal and spontaneous effusions of worship became the world's most impressive uniform ritual. The dogmas of faith, hope, and love became the philosophical dogmas of Trinity and Incarnation. The religion that was persecuted became an organized force which the state needed to adopt as the spiritual support of its power. Bishops of great centers aspired to universal domination, and, in the end, the Bishop of Rome became the Pope of Western Europe. The purpose of the student is to win an intelligible account of the process by which these latter conditions emerged from the simple beginnings. 1. The Church System of Thought. the development of ecclesiastically approved doctrine. The Church, as a self-conscious authoritative institution, began to take form at the end of the 2nd century. Reacting against the confusing effects of Gnostic, Marcionist, and Montanist versions of Christianity, Church leaders emphasized the controlling value of the original missionary, apostolic, teaching as exhibited in the baptismal affirmations, the earliest form of the Apostles' Creed, the apostolic literature, the New Testament, and a public tradition of truth for the preservation of which the bishop received a special gift, charisma veritatis, on a succession to office. Under the restraint of these standards, there was a rapid development of such a system of thought as could proclaim monotheism, give absolute validity to Christ's gospel of love and to the hope of eternal life through Christ, and to satisfy perplexity concerning the problem of evil. The apologists had already claimed absolute validity for Christ's teaching by asserting that the Logos spoke in him. The church system grew by an elaboration of the Logos doctrine on the part of Irenaeus, Tertullian, and Hippolytus in the west, and of Clement and Origen in the east. At first, the majority of believers were averse to this philosophy of religion, but such a philosophy was needed to win and hold cultivated minds, especially in view of a rival growth of pagan thought in the spiritually impressive system of Neoplatonism. The mass of believers were content with simpler views. For some, it was enough to magnify Jesus as a man who by gift of the power of the Holy Spirit became the supreme instance of human salvation. Dynamists, adoptionists, Theodotus, Artemon, Paul of Samosata. A larger number, following the implication of the term Lord, applied to Jesus as Lord of the cult, and yet wishing to be faithful to monotheism, denied any humanity in Christ, save the fleshly form, and defined him as the mode of manifestation of the one only God. Modalism, Sabellianism. Noetus, Praxis, Roman bishops, Sabellius. The main doctrinal problems. These simple views of limited scope might satisfy an unreflecting religious reverence, but could afford no answer to the questions which haunted Greek intelligences: how the world of manifold reality had its origin from unitary ground, how evil could arise in a world divinely originated and governed, how the seeming injustice and inequality of human experience could be reconciled with divine goodness, how the perfecting of man is mediated by Christ. To convert the world, Christianity must answer these large questions. Origen's system gave them ample statement and a brilliantly persuasive answer in a general view so satisfying to mind and heart that it carried to victory over adoptionism and Sabellianism the Christology which he expounded. All believers affirmed a divine background for the life of Jesus. Origen conceived Christ as exhibiting and creating in the believer in Christ a unison of thought and will between the human soul and the Logos. The Logos is a hypostasis, person, distinct from God as the Absolute, yet of one essence with him, and, God being changeless will, eternally and continuously generated from the Father to be the creative ground and sustaining energy of the world. In fellowship with Christ, man thus has communion with the divine power immanent in the world. Although seen from a later time, Origen's Christology failed to arrive at what has become complete orthodoxy. The enthusiasm justly roused by his total view ensured the success of his advanced Trinitarian and Christological thought, so that by the middle of the 3rd century the Logos doctrine was dominant in Rome, and about 270 A.D. triumphed over adoptionism expounded in the East by Paul, the bishop of Antioch. From that time on, this theology was taught in the baptismal instruction, and began to enter into the tissue of the social mind of Christian communities. 2. The strengthening of church organization. The effect of persecutions on church polity, the organization of the clergy. The gospel of the infinite significance of love had been elaborated into a cosmology and a conception of salvation more rational and illuminating than Gnostic circles and pagan mystery cults could offer. It began to draw to itself the moral ardor and the higher intelligence of the world, and it became formidable to the pagan organization of life. The state made its first systematic efforts to suppress a religious system of such menace to the sanctities to which the Roman imperial power appealed. The emperor Decius, 250, began a persecution of 10 years' duration, but by reason of the numbers, the social status, and the devotion of the Christians, the attack was doomed to failure, and the effect on the church itself was to strengthen it as an institution by adding firmness to clerical authority. Controversies over the policy of bishops in dealing with men tempted to apostasy resulted in schismatic churches, but the result was that the bishop became absolute monarch of the local church. The church indispensable to salvation was to be found in the bishop's office, and the world unity of Christianity was defined, Cyprian of Carthage, 251, as resting in the totality of bishops. Presbyters and deacons were no longer officers of the congregation, but delegates of an episcopate sovereign in doctrine and discipline, and clothed now with the sanctity of the Old Testament priesthood. The situation produced by the Decian persecution, the ecclesiastical policy and formulations of Cyprian, and the conflict between Cyprian and Stephen of Rome arrest the attention of the student, and enable him to see the relation of historical conditions to the emergence of the sacerdotal power which so defines Catholicism. With the provision of penance for apostates, the Church definitely ceased to be a company of the saved, and became a company seeking salvation through a priesthood which controlled the keys to heaven and hell. The Roman recognition of heretical baptism marks the arrival of the opus operatum conception of a sacrament. Cyprian's view of the priestly function in worship shows the passage from an act of commemoration and communion to a symbolic repetition of the sacrifice of Christ's death upon the cross. This is the point of history where the momentous power of sacerdotal authority begins to be felt. The great persecution thus fortified the church organization for the final pagan assault, which, after a 40 years' interval of peace and prosperity, came under Diocletian, 303, and was confessed a failure by the Edict of Milan, 313, which gave equality to Christianity and pagan cults. The church emerged from its long conflict with the world, unified in substance of doctrine and restrained by standards which prevented any marked aberrations, administered by officers possessing extraordinary powers, and celebrating a ritual which had already assimilated the conception of salvation to which pagan cults aspired. 3. Union with the world. Demand for political unity. With Constantine, sole ruler after 324, began a new era of Christianity with the state as patron. The political problem of this new ruler of Western origin was to win the East, and his policy was to establish a universal Christian state with a new Eastern capital, Constantinople, free from the tenacious traditions of the gods of Rome. The American student, accustomed to churches free from political connection, will have peculiar interest in considering what happened to Christianity by this union with the state. An obvious effect of the suppression of pagan worship, begun by the sons of Constantine, was the streaming into the church of masses of men who had not chosen it for its ethics, and who broke down its serious discipline. It was but natural that they should also bring into the usage and worship of the church beliefs and practices which, found in paganism, are deemed superstition. The church was established before society was adequately Christian in ideals. The demand for official doctrinal unity. Nor was this the only way in which the change to a state church obscured the original ethical interest. Party strife, resting largely upon political motives, consumed the energy of the church in the struggle over theological precision in the official creed now demanded. To use Christianity as the basis of world unity, Constantine needed a united church. He must overcome the divisions which had been created by the issues of discipline due to the preceding persecutions. Donatists, Meletians, Novatianists. A dissension still more alarming was developing in the East. The Adoptionists had not been wholly vanquished by the condemnation of Paul in Antioch, 270, though their theological leader, Lucian, compromised with the dominant thought by accepting the conception of the Logos, not indeed as a person in deity, but as a semi-deity intermediate between God and creation. Christ was neither man nor God, but this Logos personality in human shape. This crude compromise was not in harmony with a view which required both full humanity and full deity in Christ. In pagan cults, a physical redemption was sought by union with a god. So now the Christian circles emphasized the eternalizing of man by an interpenetration of divine and human substance. Quote, "As in Adam all die, so in Christ shall all be made alive." Close quote. The Redeemer who mediated this deification through the Eucharistic sacrament must unite in his person a real humanity and a Logos being that by absolute oneness with deity could bring an unqualified eternity of divine nature into human possession. It was this dissension which disturbed the imperial policy, and induced emperors to give the weight of their authority to one or another creedal phrase related to the contentions concerning the Trinity or the two natures in Christ. The deification of Christ for the interest of worship and the theory of salvation was thus completed by a process in which political instincts and ecclesiastical rivalries distorted and degraded the Christian ideals. The church seemed to lose its moral power by union with the world. The intellectual discussion spent itself, and theology became a Neoplatonic theory of the elaborate ritual worship in which the Christology had expressed itself. Some results of this political unification. Social power had indeed been gained. Perfected in doctrine, in ritual, in administration, the church shared the state's political authority. The creed adopted by the majority was enforced by state law with penalties of outlawry and death on public dissent. The clergy was exempt from burdens of taxations and army duty. Churches were enabled to hold large endowments from public or private gifts. Bishops won judicial authority, the state accepting a bishop's decision of cases appealed to him from the civil courts. Power and opportunity thus fell to the religious establishment. What social tasks did it perform? It is to be feared that union with the world involved it in the decay which fell upon the world, and although some beneficent services may be recited, the uplift and transformation of society to the pattern of the kingdom of God was a task beyond the power of the Eastern Church. In the reform and reinvigoration of the state by the Isaurian emperors, the church was a resistant obstacle. End of chapter 6, part 1. Chapter 6, Part 2 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 6, Part 2, The Development and Meaning of the Catholic Church. 4. The Ideals of Monasticism. Why did monasticism flourish? The failure is accentuated by the relative failure of Eastern monasticism. Why and to what end this new institution? It sprang, surely, from vague discontent with the loss of the Church's original heroic ideal. The earliest theory really required that the Church should be a fellowship of saints, and when experience belayed the theory, those who would be perfect withdrew from the churches where sins were too easily forgiven, if not to found Puritan churches of strict discipline, at least to the abnormal and merely negative holiness of the hermit life, especially in the second quarter of the 4th century, when the church made formal union with the world, and a massive population entered it from expediency. The man passionate for perfection forsook the church for the company of austere ascetics and seekers of mystical privilege in the desert. The emptiness of this negative life and the ineradicable principle of fellowship compelled the organization of these ascetics in the social form of monasticism, where work and study were joined with prayer and fasting. Saint Basil sought to find social usefulness for these ideal communities by giving them the care of orphanages and the education of boys, but in the East the farm labor, the works of charity, the intellectual occupation, died away, and only the limited life of routine devotions and devout contemplation remained. Even this refuge of strenuous souls shared in the general stagnation where religion became a traditional ritual form without ethical or social vitality. There was mysticism, but the emotional bliss of this mysticism wears the aspect of a sub-ethical type of religiosity other than that awe and enthusiasm for God's sovereignty of righteous purpose which Christianity had inherited from Israel's religious consciousness. The story of the East sharpens interest in the somewhat contrasted career of Christianity in the West. A further evolution, the continuous and progressive assimilation and striving which mark a growing organism, is to be found in the Latin rather than the Greek Church of the medieval period. 5. The development and significance of the Greek Catholic Church. The age of Justinian. Attention to the age of the Emperor Justinian, 527 through 565, reveals the distinctive form which the Greek Church was destined to assume, a church under state control, a church absorbed in a ritual worship grounded in Neoplatonist forms of thought. In Justinian we have the emperor as pope. The bishops were reduced to unconditional submission to the imperial will, and the Codex Justinianus, the codification of imperial laws, became, together with the canons of the ecumenical councils, the law of the Church. The Greek Church came thus to be characterized by submissiveness to the policy of the state, and claimed no social mission of its own. The Church ceased to be an ideal object of faith, and meant the totality of the population uniting in its worship. The natural result was that with the fall of the empire it fell into national divisions. The essentials of Eastern Orthodoxy. The policy of the emperor-pope was to suppress heresy, give the sole control to orthodoxy, and to check new tendencies. Eastern Orthodoxy never advanced beyond the matters settled by the Nicene and Chalcedonian creeds. Thought remained in the patristic stage, without receiving that fructification from Pauline thought which the West obtained through Augustine. With the decline of thought and the lack of institutional program, religion tended to be a contemplative enjoyment of the ritual, which now more dramatically than before expressed the deification of man accomplished by the incarnation and resurrection of the God-man. The only added novelty was the literature of the pseudo-Dionysius Areopagita, which contributed a kind of theology of the worship. This is essentially the Christianizing of the Neoplatonism of Proclus, and reveals the complete final substitution of the metaphysical idea of the Absolute for the Father proclaimed by the Jesus of history. The student will find interest in a related topic, the development of image worship. This may possibly be viewed as the surging up of lower levels of popular religion when the higher circles ceased to think. 6. The problem for study in the history of Western Christianity. The meaning of religion in Western Catholicism. What the student is to learn and comprehend is suggested by the situation at the end of the Middle Ages. The supreme question confronting a man was the question of his guilt and pardon. Religion seems to center in the sacrament of penance. A man is born subject to the King of England or of France, or to some German or Italian prince, but he is also born subject to another dominion which determines his eternal weal or woe by granting or withholding pardon for his sins. The national dominion is secular, but this spiritual dominion is not merely secular. Its treasury in Rome draws the wealth of the nations. Its agents hold marriage courts and probate courts, and profit by the settlement of estates. Its supreme head claims the right to erect or depose national rulers and to absolve subjects, if it will, from the duty of political allegiance. This dread sovereign, who controls so much of life and can even determine the duration of the soul's discipline in purgatory, is not a mere chief priest. It is a prince among princes, sovereign of an Italian state, who wields this universal spiritual power and loans the sword of temporal rule to other princes. The state church has become a church state. The Roman successor to the missionary glory that was Peter's has become the vicar of God on earth. The study of the growth of Western Catholicism. A historical process produced this ecclesiastical absolutism. What is the story of that process? What ideal actuated it? What accounts for the social acceptance of it? What historical service was rendered by this medieval papal theocracy in the West? The themes presented to study are the ethical emphasis of Western Christianity, the role of monasticism in the life of the West, the process by which the Bishop of Rome became master of church life, the origin and development of the ideal which the papacy sought to embody, and reasons why, in the end, every nation was in rebellion against the historical result. 7. Western characteristics. How does Western Christianity differ from the Eastern? Turning from the stagnant East, a student seeks to know what differentiates Western and Eastern Christianity. No difference is found in the formulation of Trinitarian and Christological doctrine. The West, in fact, furnished the terminology adopted in the ecumenical creeds. The West also shows a similar fusion of Christianity with elements of paganism, Roman or Teutonic. Pagan shrines, rites, and festivals were Christianized in name. Christmas, Easter, Whitsuntide had usages of pagan origin, and the saints are obviously successors to the pagan gods. It was, in fact, by this blending with Teutonic elements that Christianity became the religion of the masses. Great personalities in the West. The fact of a significant difference may be seen in the varied and powerful moral personalities of Western history, whose personal energy and rich individuality apparently center in the strength of their religious consciousness. To know the medieval period, one must gain intimacy with these remarkable types of human character: Gregory I, Hildebrand, Bernhard of Clairvaux, Francis of Assisi, men who enrich our conception of human possibility. More broadly, the whole life of the West shows that religion did not suppress or conventionalize diversified human power in men of various talents: Charlemagne, Arnold of Brescia, Frederick II, Abelard, Aquinas, Dante. Is this related to the higher valuation in the West of Christ's human personality as compared with the Greek Church, where Jesus vanished into a vague, abstract humanity, attaining personality only in the Logos, and where ritualistic or monastic mysticism rested upon a pantheistic conception? It is in the West that we hear of Christ as mediator tanquam homo, Augustine, of the love of the human Jesus as prior to mystical ecstasy, Bernhard, of the apostolic life as the ideal, Arnold, Francis, Waldensians, of the imitatio Christi, à Kempis, of the devotions to the Stations of the Cross. The play of the religious consciousness as awe and self-submission to one who is holy through righteousness, the type of religious consciousness by which the Hebrew prophets reached ethical monotheism, and Jesus found the fatherhood of love in God. This seems to resume its sway more distinctly in the Western development. The East dealt with categories of substance or nature. The West talked of the will, the tragedy of the divided will, the perfection of the will in caritas. The Western soul vibrated more to the ethical note. There was more homesickness for the morally perfect. If the Greek Church developed that aspect of Paul's thought which is now seen to be related, in expression at least, to the sacramentalism of mystery cults, the West began with Augustine to understand that other Paulinism which wrestled with the problems of guilt and forgiveness, of law, of merit, of justification by faith. It is Augustine who first makes us understand Christianity as "the religion of personality," and Harnack's chapter on Augustine as "the reformer of piety," is a good basis for all sympathetic understanding of the best in Western religion. 8. Monasticism in the West. Organization and activities. The monk was the religiosus. Monasticism was the soul of Catholicism in the Middle Ages. Augustine, reformer of piety, as a priest and bishop, united his clergy in a life according to monastic rule. Many great bishops of Gaul were trained in the monastic life. With Gregory I, a monk became pope. The famous Benedictine rule which Gregory's missionaries carried to England, and which English missionaries carried to Teutonic lands on the continent, was free from ascetic extravagance, and emphasized the life of the Christian spirit in an ideal brotherhood disciplined to prayer and manual labor and devout reading. Incidentally, rather than by intention, Benedictine monasteries kept culture alive, and so contributed to civilization in the centuries of darkness. But the great historic service which exhibited monastic religion as a social force were the missions which converted Teutonic peoples and disciplined them both by moral instruction and by a model community life of brotherhood and organization and work. To the chaotic moral dissolution of the Franks, who had convents without influence upon the world outside, came the missionary Irish monks of Columbanus, who were preachers to the people, and applied to lay life the moral discipline of their own penitential rules. To the Frisians, Hessians, Thuringians, Saxons, came the English missionary monks with the Benedictine rule, which was to prevail over all others. Missionaries of a moralistic type of religion, applying again the monks' penitential canons, and inculcating in wild natures the plain, concrete duties of moral life. From the 9th century the great organization of the Congregation of Cluny became a factor in Western civilization, impressing the severe standards of Catholic piety upon a secular priesthood too easily prone to the interests of the world, impressing upon the anarchic warring lords of feudalism the duty of the peace of God. The cultural work of Cistercians and Premonstrants marks again the social efficiency of Western piety, and with the new creations of Franciscan and Dominican friars, there is a new creation of European life not only in enthusiastic piety, but in art, science, and poetry. Plato's teaching that the good is the creative principle finds illustration in these cases of undesigned social results, from devotion to Christian goodness. Influence of monasticism. Monasticism thus intensified the ethical type of Christianity which was congenial to the practical West, and helped to make the problem of sin and its remedy by the sacrament of penance the central interest in church life. But more than that, it had a great ecclesiastical result. The monks as papal missionaries made Roman usage and respect for Rome dominant in England. English missionaries, Boniface, became papal and Romanizing agents in German lands, and helped bring to pass that alliance of the Frankish monarchy and the papacy by which the Roman bishops won temporal as well as spiritual power. It was the Cluny monastery reform which found expression in the great papal program of Hildebrand and his successors, by which the Church of Rome was to be in control of civilization. When the papacy had begun to make the program something of a reality, the friars of St. Francis and St. Dominic were an international spiritual army for the papal cause. End of chapter 6, part 2. Chapter 6, Part 3 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 6, Part 3, The Development and Meaning of the Catholic Church. 9. The Mission of the Papacy. In our own generation, the churches are summoned to a social mission, the transformation of the social order. Something of the early messianic enthusiasm comes back to the Christian soul. It was the illusion of Lamanias that the papacy could act as the instrument of this modern social transformation. It was the despair of any other solution that carried Orestes Brownson into the Catholic Church. The pressure of this contemporary ardor will kindle the student's interest in the story of the medieval papacy. It will give him a point of view by which to appreciate its historic mission. From this great historic experiment also he may learn something of the peril which political power brought to religion. The ideal of papal policy. What the student wishes to comprehend is the historical process by which the amazing claims of the bull Unam Sanctam, issued by Boniface VIII in 1302, came to be possible. According to that bull, the Church possesses both the spiritual and political authority over mankind. Kings and soldiers wield the sword of political authority by the will and sufferance of the Pope. The spiritual power, the papacy, establishes the earthly power and sits in judgment upon the use made of it. It is necessary to salvation for every human being to be subject to the Roman pontiff. When the student begins the story of the development of the Roman primacy, he finds an explanation in many historic relativities cleverly used by bishops who inherited the Roman instinct and tradition for rule. At a later time, he finds a mass of fraudulent documents used to support a claim of ecclesiastical jurisdiction for the Roman bishop over the churches of the West. He discovers that the general ignorance of actual history, the absence of any critical sense even among the intelligent, and the blind credulity of the masses furnish conditions for the rise of the absolute papal monarchy. He has a partial explanation of that power to which emperors like Henry IV, Frederick Barbarossa, and Frederick II humbled themselves. But he also detects that this marvelous papal development had its origin in an ideal conception, and that those who fostered it were actuated by the aim of Christianizing a social order full of injustice, strife, and corruption. The papal ideal and the kingdom of God. This ideal conception had some relation to the primitive Christian expectation of the reign of Christ on earth, but it was formed when the decay of the Roman Empire compelled reflection upon the course of history. Alaric's sack of Rome in 410 was a shock to Christian as well as pagan. Why was Rome, that had been strong when pagan, doomed to perish in Christian times? Wrestling with this problem of history, Augustine wrote his City of God, with the argument that what was happening was the supplanting of a dominion founded on self-love by a dominion founded on love of God, a kingdom of force yielding to the Church of Christ as the earthly anticipation of the eternal kingdom of God. With the irruption of wild Teutonic hordes into the empire, and the part played by the Church in civilizing and moralizing these barbarians, with the ever-present dualism of barbarians' conquests by power and the Church's assertion of spiritual dominance, Augustine's conception became more and more real as an interpretation of history. If, however, the Church was a kingdom, it must be more than a preaching voice. It must be able to enforce obedience to its higher will. Church and state. How should this authority come to the spiritual power? The medieval empire began with Charlemagne, who had pondered on Augustine's Civitatis Dei and conceived his power in theocratic form. His empire was a church-state ruled by a priestly emperor. Subjects owed both political and religious duties to his theocratic will. He was head both of state and church. But the conditions of history gave no permanence to this ideal. The imperial successors of Charlemagne did not inherit it, nor were they qualified to give it effect. The Church must exercise authority over them in order that the kingdom of God might have earthly expression. In whose hands, then, should the authority lie? The first natural answer would be, in the hands of the bishops. But the bishops themselves were more and more dependent on the world, on the very civitas terrena that needed restraint and guidance. Bishops were appointed by the state. They were a part of the political system. They were members of a military aristocracy involved in the world's quest of riches and power. He who reached the dignity of archbishop was likely to show himself an autocratic prince, and it is significant that just when the royal power was too weak to restrain such ecclesiastical princes, subordinate bishops in Gaul, about 850 A.D., forged a series of documents providing for papal supremacy over the hierarchy and for the right of appeal to the pope in the case of bishops oppressed by their metropolitan, the forged decretals. This spurious canon law was quietly made use of by Pope Nicholas I. he began that series of claims to absolute sovereignty which culminated in the bull of Boniface VIII already mentioned. This spurious canon law, which was accepted in an age without historic sense, was appealed to by those who were associated with the movement for reform championed by the Congregation of Cluny. The great career of Hildebrand in the 11th century is the career of such a social reformer, aiming above all to make bishops dependent on a reformed papacy rather than on a secular ruler who seldom was actuated by the principles of Christian ethics. The test question thus became the investiture or form of installation of a bishop in his office. The place of the Church in a feudal system. To comprehend the historical situation in its moral aspects, the student needs to know the workings of feudalism, the social system of the time, not merely learning its general character and origins, but studying it as it was seen in its actual operation by the pious monks who wrote chronicles. Such a chronicler, Richer, in the 10th century, describes the time when might made right. Quote, "To plunder other men's possessions is every man's supreme aim. It is a bad management of one's business not to add to one's own inheritance that of others. Hence, in place of concord, universal discord. Hence, pillage, burnings, usurpations, violence." Close quote. So also the 11th and 12th centuries are full of complaints of oppression of the weak, the misery of the serfs, the plundering of churches. The world of that time, seen in such contrast to the church, was the expression of greed, cruelty, and lust. It had not yet been interpenetrated by ideals that could make it sovereign over the deeper elements in human nature. The ideals that had sacred restraint on the soul belonged to the church. The motives actuating Gregory VII in his great battle for papal supremacy rise from this social situation. In his letters he laments over the corruption of the world, where princes sacrifice righteousness to worldly advantage, and the corruption of the church, where bishops obtain office by purchase or bargain, and live worldly and immoral lives. We understand thus why he fought to prevent patronage of the church from being the spoil and merchandise of men of the world. The social situation explains the rise and acceptance of the ideal of papal theocracy, and gives intense interest to the long battle of pope and emperor. Social peace, social order, social justice were at stake, the Christianizing of the social system. A grandiose idealism actuated the best of the popes, and it is intelligible that the great theologians of the scholastic period supported the most exorbitant of papal claims, and that the pope's supremacy over life became grounded in the common mind. Intelligible, too, is the great codification of canon law, by which the church originating in the simple brotherhood of lovers of Jesus became a jurisprudential institution requiring the service of skilled church lawyers. This extensive addition of the papal decretals to the old canons of councils not only emphasized the subordination of the church to the pope, and began the systems under which the pope possessed the right of absolutions and dispensations, but also added to efface the distinction between a church of worship and a system of law. By the 14th century, all functions of the church were treated in the spirit of juristic science, even the doctrines in which the Christian faith and worship were expressed. Luther, when he came, emancipated religion as the soul's experience from this false constraint of jurisprudence. Luther marked his revolt by burning the canon law. 10. Medieval theology. Relation to the life of the age. The expression of the soul's experience in conceptions borrowed from the legal system of the feudal times is illustrated in the case of the famous doctrine which the first scholastic theologian, Anselm, contributed. His doctrine of the atonement is an effort to rationalize dogma, to show that the church doctrine agrees with reason. The dogma is that God became man. Why a God-man? Because only such a being could satisfy the suzerain of the universe for the infinite wrong done to his honor. The argument is rational only as it uses notions customary in Germanic law. It seems not the proper form of thought for what Jesus proclaimed, Luke chapter 15, of the joy in heaven over the sinner that repents. The illustration shows us how contingent and relative to medieval time and place were the conceptions of scholastic theology. Nevertheless, this chapter in the history of doctrine is of immense interest and profit to the student of religion. With the student of the history of philosophy, he shares the edification afforded by this powerful development of intellectual energy in discussing the rational form of the teachings and practices of the Church. The culmination of this medieval thought is found in Aquinas, who sought to bring into the unity of one harmonious system all that natural reason knows and all that has been supernaturally revealed to the Church. The system is of sociological interest, since it is the scientific expression of the universal state which the theocratic papacy attempted to make real. The disruption of the scholastic movement through the Franciscan attack on this Dominican rationalism illustrates a conflict of theological method which still divides men. For the student of religion, there is a special necessity. He needs to understand how Martin Luther was so revolutionary in effect, if not in intention. He needs to understand how Luther regained the primitive Christian apprehension of religion as the soul's experience of God as Father, how emancipating grace and faith from their official expression in medieval forms, he emancipated personal lay religion from sacerdotal tyranny. The prerogative over the laity, which the medieval theory assigned to the priests and to the pope, is expressed in the priest's control of sacraments, which were the only means of divine action on men, the only channels of divine grace into human life. It was in these sacraments, indispensable for salvation, that the jurisdiction of the hierarchic church was brought home to every man in every social grade, and made a reality of his personal emotional life. The chief dogma of the scholastic period, the central interest of its theology, was the dogma of the sacraments. One must understand the scholastic attempt to rationalize or justify the sacramental systems which had grown up through historical processes in order to see the place of Luther in history, in order to understand his terminology, in order to see how and why the Christian current of energy finds its farther evolutionary expression in a Protestantism that broke away from a Roman dominion. 11. The decline of the papacy. The rise of national loyalties. The end of the medieval period is indeed full of signs that the world would break away from the Roman dominion, and the student's task is not only to learn the story which leads to the crisis and catastrophe of the 16th century, but to understand how and why life released itself from the control of the institution which it had created. Reaching its height of domination in the 13th century, and reducing the imperial authority to a decorative title, the papal domination was itself shattered in the following century by collision with the new national organizations in France and England and Spain. These, unlike the imperial system, were social unities grounded in common blood and common speech, and the loyalties sustained by economic interests, traditions, and ideals of organized neighborhood life. The papacy, reduced in political power, still profited by the spoils of its victory, and, by exploiting the wealth of the nations without any longer serving an adequate social purpose, became more and more the object of attack. The scandal of papal administration led to the reforming councils, where the papacy was disciplined by the episcopate or by bishops, acting for the expressions of separate national interests. This remarkable reaction does not mean that Europe was falling away from religion, but that religion had already fallen away in some degree from the papacy. The development of lay religion. This begins to show itself even before Innocent III exhibited the splendor of papal supremacy in the Lateran Council of 1215. The student finds that the religious consciousness of the people, the creative source of all new movements, had already turned away from the sacerdotalism which reigned by power to simpler concerted forms of lay religion fed by a knowledge of the Christian beginnings when Jesus walked in Galilee with disciples who had renounced house and home to preach repentance. The succession of these earnest, simple lay movements of an evangelical type is instructive as showing that the dynamic current of religion had met an obstacle in the hierarchic institution and was finding new outlet and expression in the life of the common people. There were being generated anti-papal, anti-sacerdotal currents which would contribute popular support to the Reformation that came. Mysticism. Another reaction, also religious, is of similar significance to the historian. Monasticism, serving the papal monarchy and sharing in its affluence, was losing vitality, but in German and the Low Countries, Dominican monks and circles allied to them were using the intellectual form of scholastic philosophy for the gratification not of logical interest, but of religious emotion. The mysticism of Eckhart, Tuller, Suso, and of the Theologia Germanica meant, whatever be the complication with philosophical theory, an invigoration of the religious consciousness and the concentration of it on the problem of winning a heart of that unselfish love which Jesus preached and Paul sang. Here again is non-sacerdotal lay religiosity achieving salvation through the soul's own surrender of itself to the unpurchased grace of God. The simpler expressions of this northern mysticism helped to clarify Luther's own understanding of religion as a personal experience, no longer mystical in theory, which, as accomplished by the sole mediation of Christ's revelation of divine love to the repentant soul, emancipated man from the Babylonian captivity to sacraments and priests. The revival of classic culture. There is finally the emancipation of culture from the medieval scholastic form. This is not a religious movement. It was the discovery in the rich literature and art and philosophy of antiquity of a new content of life, a new spiritual substance, more gratifying than the arid formalism of medieval scholasticism, and stimulating to revolt against the medieval asceticism, even involving much skepticism of Christian convictions. The papacy, robbed of power but opulent for the support of scholarship and art, made itself the patron of the new culture, incongruous as this might be, with all that the papacy had established as Christian. The scholars, the poets, the artists of Italy might loyally support and embellish the papacy which gave them station and pension, and yet be skeptical or indifferent to worship and doctrine. But when Englishmen and Germans and Netherlanders appropriated this new culture they fused it with a spirit of Christian ethics, applied it to the study of the Bible, and, as Bible Christians, began to talk religion in the terms of the Gospels and of Paul's epistles, contributing in their turn to the anti-papal, non-sacerdotal movement of society. The union of this humanism with the devotion of the northern mystics, the extension of this now devoutly religious new culture to popular circles in the north by the brothers of the common life, means again a permeation of German society with a spirit which welcomed and fostered the Lutheran Reformation. Those who were not of this mystical devoutness, those who were of the type of Erasmus, or at least biblicists freed from the scholastic trammels and in practical ethical protest against the religion of priestly sacraments. These too were allies, if only temporary allies, for Luther's protest against the papal system. Through evangelical sects, through national conflicts with Roman exactions, through the emancipation of the individual by mysticism, or by humanist culture, or by a blending of both, the northern part of Europe was preparing for that crisis which arrived in 1517. 12. Suggestions to students. Knowing of this long history is knowledge of a supremely interesting drama, where the better and the worse wrestle for human lives, a pageant of great men in romantic, picturesque days, a process of evolution where we may have glimpses to confirm our faith in a providence shaping our lives, rough-hew them as we will. The knowledge may yield the fruit of wisdom which can rightly judge and interpret men's ideals and methods and the institutions which their strivings have built. Such wisdom is wealth for those who, in the ministry of religion, persuade men to live by the vision of the kingdom of God. The first duty is to know the story. To acquire and retain the facts which enter into so complex a story, a proper method is required. At the outset, we should obtain a rapid outline survey of the whole and then study the subject in more intensive detail. It is also advisable to study the table of contents of the larger methodic treatises in order to acquire at the beginning a clear conception of the proper order and distribution of topics. The only profitable, the only scientific knowledge is knowledge of facts in their systematic relations, and the effort so to construct, as we learn and after we have learned, helps to sustain our own mental activity and rescues us from the danger of being mere passive readers. We need not fear that the construction borrowed from treatises may be false, since the whole period has been thoroughly worked by an army of scientific investigators and has been so long discussed that the main structure of this knowledge is well established. In order to enjoy the fullest independent activity of mind, the student should conceive himself as making his own textbook. If following a descriptive course in a university or a theological school, he should keep ample margins or a blank page in his notebook for the insertion of material borrowed from collateral reading. If pursuing the study by himself, he may profitably construct his own condensed outline by the aid of more than one treatise and a sufficient amount of source material, and he should select a number of topics for essays which may embody a fuller knowledge of his own interpretation of the significance and interest of the facts. End of Chapter 6, Part 3.
Chapter 7, Part 1 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Richardson. Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 7, Part 1. The Study of the Old Testament and the Religion of Israel. 7. The Protestant Reformation. 1. General considerations. The Protestant Reformation was a general upheaval in the life of the peoples of Western Europe, by which that life was partially reconstructed on a different basis, and the way prepared for a transition from the medieval to the modern order of society. Like all great revolutions, it was a cataclysmic outcome of the joint working of many forces through long periods preceding it. A thorough study of the Reformation should therefore begin with an examination of those influences. Though they were complicated and interwoven, for purposes of examination they may be distinguished as personal, social, economic, political, intellectual, moral, and religious. 1. Personal influences. Preeminent among many great names are those of John Wycliffe, the English reformer of the 14th century, and his follower, John Huss of Bohemia, and Jerome of Prague, fellow workers and martyrs. The work of these men had a profound effect on the social and political life of England and Central Europe. 2. Social influences and economic changes. These should be studied close together. The effects of the Crusades on trade and commerce, the growth of cities and city government, the formation of trading guilds and secret societies, the breakdown of feudalism, the decrease of serfdom, the ambitions of the peasantry, the appearance of the free wage earner, the spirit of enterprise, invention, and the increase and centralization of wealth, the minglings of the people through travel, the dissemination of knowledge among the common people by means of the printing press, the growing democratic feeling, the Black Death, and millenarianism. The subject cannot at present be studied thoroughly under any one author, though many writers of repute have referred to these conditions at some length, but mainly with reference to conditions in Germany. 3. Political developments. Here one should study the new groupings and differentiation of the peoples after the empire of Charlemagne. The new centers of power with the decline of feudalism, the community of race, language, sentiment, and geographical boundaries favoring the establishment of new nations with kings at their head, the opposition to the claims of the German imperial authorities and the Catholic Church, the movements toward the national control of the territorial churches, the national ambitions of the English, French, and Spanish achieved success, while the national spirit of parts of Germany, Italy, the Netherlands, and Scandinavia pressed for recognition in vain for the time. The disintegration of the empire and of the church allied with it was threatened. 4. Intellectual advance and interest. The conditions referred to above were necessarily accompanied by the outburst of new ideas and of a spirit of revolt against traditional science, philosophy, and religious beliefs in general. We are to observe the intellectual ferment that followed the Crusades as the life of the East and West contended and mingled. Arabian and Aristotelian philosophy, Greek literature in general, Roman law, the recovery of a knowledge of the Scriptures and their translation into the vernacular of the peoples created a new mental atmosphere. Modern science was born with Roger Bacon. Universities were founded and swarmed with students, not all of them by any means for the priesthood. Leadership was being transferred from the priests to the laity. Asceticism was being discounted. Skepticism was extending to the church's dogmas. Knowledge of truth was coming to be esteemed above the possession of sacraments. 5. Moral and religious growth. The New Age manifested its character preeminently in a protest against the conventional moral standards and practices and religious beliefs. All other currents of opposition to the ancient or medieval institutions found their focus in the moral religious revolt that was constantly growing in force. The church's own training of the conscience of the individual aroused many to a sense of abhorrence of its practice of compounding moral felonies and of its paganism. The shock of Mohammedanism is to be taken account of here. More important is the persistence of the earlier dissent that the Inquisition had failed to uproot. Men were finding it possible to live the higher life without the priest or the church. Faith and pure goodness were displacing trust in ecclesiastical works. End of chapter 7, part 1. Chapter 7, Part 2 of Guide of the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Richardson. Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 7, Part 2. The Study of the Old Testament and the Religion of Israel. 2. The Course of the Reformation. It is open to the student to trace the disruption along various lines, the most inviting being the line of racial and national divisions, or the line of religious and doctrinal cleavage. If we follow the former, the Catholic Church can be seen withstanding the shock most successfully in the lands where the ancient Roman Empire had been most firmly established as parts of Australia, Italy, Spain, Portugal, France, and the Reformation meeting its greatest success in lands where the Roman influence was more remotely felt, as portions of Germany, Holland, Britain, Scandinavia, Denmark. In so doing, the other line of cleavage will also be met, and in following it, the different types of faith and of the ecclesiastical order will appear as Lutheran, Zwinglian, Calvinist, Anabaptist. It will be observed how at one time the political and at another time the more distinctively religious influence is dominant, and how again a number of influences mingle indistinguishably. The theological student will preferably follow the second line of division. The period of time has no strict boundaries, but it may conveniently be divided into two parts. The first extending from the time when the various forms of opposition to the Catholic Church found a focus in the national life of several European peoples to the establishment of national churches, say from 1517 A.D. to 1571 A.D., and the second extending from the vigorous beginnings of dissent within the new establishment to the overthrow of Charles I of England and the Peace of Westphalia in Germany, say from 1571 to 1648, when dissent and the power of the demand for liberty of conscience had got beyond control. 3. The Lutheran Reformation. The movement that bears the name of Luther has two main characteristics. It bears the stamp of the personality of Martin Luther, and its formal acceptance was substantially confined to the Germanic peoples, Germany, Denmark, and Scandinavia. However, other peoples were profoundly affected by Luther's work, though its thoroughly Germanic character prescribed for it inevitable limitations. The natural divisions into which the study of the movement falls are herewith given: Lutheranism in Germanic countries and Lutheranism in non-Germanic countries. A. The Lutheran Reformation in Germanic countries. The study of the establishment of Lutheranism as a state religion should begin with Germany proper. 1. The establishment of Lutheranism in Germany. Three preliminary studies are essential to an understanding of the trend and final character of the movement, namely the German imperial political system at the beginning of the 16th century, the personal character and experiences of the man Martin Luther, and the policy of the papacy at the time. A. The imperial political system. James Bryce in the Holy Roman Empire has given the best compact account of the development of this famous conception of government and of the way the theory worked. The following features deserve special consideration. The axiom that the empire was the counterpart, ally, and support of the Holy Catholic Church. Though England, Scotland, France, Spain, Denmark, and Sweden were nominally part of it, they were independent kingdoms, and the empire was really German. The imperial diet that constituted the government, with an emperor at its head, was composed of three somewhat discordant elements, namely 7 electors, later 8, who chose the emperor, and a higher and a lower nobility, both lay and ecclesiastical. Each constituent state, down to the smallest, enjoyed the right to make war on its own account. Hence the powerful tendency toward disintegration. The manner in which these conditions affected the course and ultimate character of the German Reformation is significant. The peculiar relations of the imperial house at the outbreak of the Reformation are to be noticed. The Habsburgs, their marriages and alliances with the houses of Spain and Burgundy, and indirectly with that of England, the jealousy of the power of Emperor Charles V, King Charles I of Spain, on the part of the Pope, the kings of France and England, and many of the imperial princes, and their willingness to use the religious movement for political purposes. The offense which Spanish dominance gave to the rising spirit of German nationalism. Thus the breakup of the empire and the breakup of the church went together. B. The man Luther. Since his personality dominated the religious side of the Reformation in Germany, the explanation of the movement lies partly in him, the son of Saxon peasants, possessing their character, and, on the other hand, his strong individualism and self-assertion. His early career at school, susceptibility to the appeals of mysticism rather than to the influence of humanism, and the religious terror that drove him to the monastery largely account for his interpretation of Christianity. The personal influence of Staupitz, vicar general of the Augustinian order of monks, and the assurance of faith that sprang up in this connection are valuable clues. His life as priest and his professional relations with the new Saxon University of Wittenberg brought him into contact with the demoralizing work of the sale of indulgences and into conflict with the papacy. C. The policy of the papacy. Three of its features claim chief attention. The political ambitions and alliances of the popes immediately preceding the outbreak and the manner in which these tied the hands of the papacy in the ensuing struggle, the extravagances and debts of Pope Leo X, and the necessity of augmenting the revenues of the papal see by extraordinary means on account of the jealousy of the states of Europe and their parsimoniousness toward the papal church, and the development of the whole penitential system of the church, especially the confessional and indulgence. 2. Stages of the Lutheran movement. For convenience, the Lutheran Reformation up to the establishment of the Lutheran Church in Germany may be divided into 3 stages. First, from Luther's first emergence in public opposition to the sale of indulgences in Germany to his appearance before the Diet at Worms, when his protest became a matter of imperial politics. Secondly, from the Diet of Worms to the organization of a Lutheran party known as Protestants in the imperial Diet. Thirdly, from the formation of this Protestant party to the legal establishment of the new state church, when the empire was split in two along ecclesiastical lines. The great dates are 1517, 1529, 1555, marking the publication of the famous 95 Theses, the open organization of a Lutheran party in the Diet, and the establishment of the new church within the empire. A. The public controversies. The first stage is characterized by public controversies over the questions raised by Luther and by the general European excitement roused by them. The great documents of the period should be studied, especially the daily Luther's 95 Theses and the trio that followed: The Liberty of a Christian Man, To the Christian Nobility of the German Nation, and On the Babylonian Captivity of the Church. The papal attempts to suppress Luther through Cajetan, Eck, and Miltitz, and the disputation at Leipzig, and the course of the proceedings at the Diet, indicate the depth and breadth of the influence exerted by Luther at the time. Luther's primary works, London, Hodder and Stoughton, 1896, edited by Weiss and Buckham in an English translation, contains these documents. The influence of such humanist scholars as Erasmus and Melanchthon in support of Luther is to be noted. B. The ban against Luther. The second stage commences with the pronouncement of the ban of the empire against Luther. Then follows the accession of the support of the Elector Frederick of Saxony and his protection of Luther at the Wartburg, the continuation of the controversy by Luther in the literary works produced by him while there, the attempt of Pope Hadrian VI, through the institution of certain reforms, to forestall the rising demands for a renovation of the Church, the failure of the Diet of Nuremberg to enforce the ban of the empire against Luther, and the clear split in the Diet of Speyeren in 1524 into two German parties, Austria and Bavaria, leading a Catholic federation, while the Elector of Saxony, the Landgrave of Hesse, and the Margrave of Brandenburg led a Lutheran federation. The Peasants' War, partially an outcome of the influence of Luther, needs careful study at this point. Its connection with earlier struggles of the peasantry of Germany for fuller recognition of their rights is to be noted. The noble 12 Articles, in which they set forth their claims, are evidence of the presence of a master mind among them. The struggle became fateful for Luther, since he ultimately took the side of the princes against the peasants, and thereby sealed the fate of the free movement which he had inaugurated and postponed indefinitely the advent of democracy in Germany. The connection of the Peasants' War with premillennial expectations and with the Anabaptist movement indicates the presence of a spiritual factor in European life distinct from that which obtained legal sanction and connected inwardly with the dissenting movement in Protestant countries. The play of general European politics comes in at this point. The relations between Emperor Charles V, King Francis I of France, King Henry VIII of England, the Pope, and the Turks complicated the situation and rendered the emperor helpless against Luther. The temporary truce with the Protestants on the basis of cuius regio is jus religio, the religion of the prince shall determine the religion of the people of his territory, which became the basis of the final peace long afterward, was made at the Diet of Speyer in 1526. To understand this, it is necessary to examine the feudal principles in vogue in the governments of the German states and to become acquainted with the part the Turks had been playing, and were still playing, in the politics of Europe. Charles's defeat of Francis and the Turks renewed the terrible danger to the new faith and resulted in the famous protest at the Diet of Speyer in 1529, which gave to the new party the name of Protestants. The Augsburg Confession, drawn up by Melanchthon and presented in 1530 to the Diet, should be carefully examined at this point for a knowledge of the conservative doctrinal position of the Protestants. The Marburg Conference. The distinctive character of the Lutheran movement on its religious and doctrinal side is brought out more fully by reference to the abortive conference at Marburg in 1529, when Lutheran princes attempted to find a basis of union with the Zwingens for common ecclesiastico-political action. For Zwingenism, see below. The far-reaching consequences of the difference between Luther and Zwingli on the question of the Supper becomes indicative of two widely diverging lines of Protestant development: the rationalist evangelical and the Protestant Catholic, the one issuing in the free churches and rationalism and the other in the sacramental state churches. C. Lutheran settlements of faith and polity. The third stage is the stage of politico-ecclesiastical and military conflict. The story belongs particularly to political and military history. The significant documents are the Schmalkald articles drawn up by Luther as the basis of the Schmalkald League in opposition to the Catholic League, the interim statement issued by the emperor after defeating the Protestants at Melingberg in 1547, a year after Luther's death, specifying the temporary rights to be enjoyed by the Protestants till he could finish with them, and arousing the jealousy of the papacy by the assumption of the imperial right to dictate terms of faith, and the Peace of Augsburg, after the Protestant victory, giving the Lutheran faith and no other form of Protestantism a legal position alongside Catholicism in Germany on the basis of cuius regio, ius religio. In this connection should be noted the special proviso in favor of Catholic territories known as ecclesiastical reservation, because it reserved to Catholicism the territory belonging to a prince who, having formerly been a Catholic, might turn Protestant. See Kidd Documents, etc., pages 319, 358, and following. This is a suitable point for a review of the general character of the Lutheran Reformation, with its mixture of conservatism and radicalism, for a survey of the inner religion of Luther and his theology, and for an estimate of his services to the German people and of his contribution to the creation of their nationhood. The German Reformation exhibits in its variegated and confusing movements the uprising of feudalism of a nascent national consciousness against the artificial restraints imposed upon the spirit of the people by the empire and the church. This new national spirit found its highest expression and inspiration in Martin Luther and in his semi-mystical religious faith, but the divisive internal condition of the country and the want of interest in the intellectual freedom represented by the Renaissance and in the religious freedom represented by the Anabaptists prevented a clear victory over the traditional and reactionary forces. In non-German countries, the outcome was similar, except that in some of these, Lutheranism prepared the way for other movements. 3. Significance of the Lutheran Reformation. The whole movement in Germany may be reviewed under two main heads: its political side and its spiritual side. On the political side, a thorough reconstruction on a constitutional or popular basis was rendered impossible at the time and for centuries later, on the one hand by the traditional respect for the empire and by the personal prowess of an emperor who was as much Spanish as German, and who was bent on subjugating national aspirations to imperial interests, and on the other hand, by the persistence of the feudal spirit in the princes, by their lack of national spirit, and by their selfish desire, with exceptions, to enhance their own authority by means of the religious and ecclesiastical reformation. Thus the movement as a whole lacked coherence and unity of aim. Each little state drew up its own creed and its ecclesiastical system under the control of its prince. Each of these again was jealous of the others and all of the emperor. No great statesman arose to bring the national hopes to fruition. Luther's own support of the princes against the people confirmed the fatal tendency. On the distinctively spiritual side, that is, in religion, morals, and theology, there was better progress. But here also the combination of radicalism and conservatism and fencing in of the spirit by hereditary forms made inevitable either a period of stagnation or future outbreaks of inner strife. The manner in which Luther's invaluable contribution to the life of Germany was checked may be observed somewhat in detail. A. As respects the essence of all religion, that is, the free communion of the human spirit with God, Luther affirmed the immediacy of the action of divine grace upon the souls of men, and maintained the all-sufficiency of the principle of inner faith, trust, for the fullest participation in that grace. But he never got clear of the idea of the necessity of the action of the church and the sacraments for its importation. Consequently, a superstitious sacramentalism and a subjection of reason to church dogmas continued. B. As respects the mutual religious communion of men, the universal priesthood of believers was affirmed against the pretensions of a sacerdotal order. A natural corollary would be the universal right of believers to voluntary association and the free spontaneous utterance of personal faith for mutual profit and fulfillment of fellowship. But the deep-seated monastic distrust of human nature on the one side, and the dread of a radical democracy on the other side, issued in the subjection of religious communion to the authority of the sovereign civil power. C. As respects freedom of thought and its place in religion, the competency and right of each human mind to interpret revelation, the Word of God, for itself and therewith, the necessity of a free criticism of all utterances purporting to be a divine message, were accepted in principle and exercised at times. But Luther's inheritance of Catholic intellectual timidity, his unsympathetic attitude toward the Renaissance, and his distrust of reason combined with the exigencies of controversy to readmit the external doctrinal authority of the Bible as the written and final Word of God, and prepared the way for the later withering scholasticism and for the reinstatement of legalism in religion. D. As respects the ideal of the Christian life, in place of a life restricted to the narrow limits prescribed by ecclesiastical legislation and by the mawkish demand for world flight, Luther held to the free outgoing of the soul to its self-chosen end and to the fulfillment of the normal tasks of life in the midst of natural conditions, such as the family, the state, industry, but over against this wholesome view, he held to the idea of a universal fall of nature and of the bondage of the will. He was destitute, accordingly, of positive interest in science or philosophy, and to the clear idea of liberty of conscience and political freedom he never attained. On these lines, Germany was held back for centuries. E. Over and above these defects stand, however, the indisputable services to the German people and to humanity. The translation of the Bible into the particular German tongue, thereby standardizing it and really making it the language of German literature, and the gift of the Bible to the people, thereby issuing the continuance of the work of the earlier dissenters, the preparation of the hymnody, expressive of the newer and fuller religious life, of religious catechisms for the young, thereby preparing the way for the famous German educational system, and of a system of order for the churches and equipment for the priests. Finally, the cumulative effect of these and other causes in the creation of a German Protestant nation. B. The Lutheran Reformation in other countries. The idea of a single imperial church with a single imperial state as its complement, by reason of its furthering of the sense of unity, must be kept in mind as a powerful factor in the spread of Lutheran ideas among the peoples of Europe. Since the center of the empire was in Germany, it was natural that the influence of the Lutheran movement should be felt among other peoples proportionately to their racial and spiritual kinship with the Germans. We may thus make a threefold division of the countries affected. First, those in which Lutheranism became the form of religious established in the state, as Denmark, Norway, and Sweden. Secondly, those in which it prepared the way for a Protestantism of a different type, as England, Scotland, and Holland. Thirdly, those in which it was temporarily powerful but ultimately failed, as France, Spain, Poland, Bohemia, Moravia, and Austria. The study of the Lutheran reform in these lands tends to bring out clearly the fact of the complication of the Christian religious spirit with many other tendencies. 1. Denmark, Norway, and Sweden. The student should acquaint himself with the intimate political interrelations of the three peoples from early times, their political union in 1397, and the independence of Sweden under Gustavus Vasa in 1523. The internal political condition of each is to be noted. The struggle in Sweden between the nobility and the hierarchy, and in Denmark between the crown and the nobility, supported by the bishops. In the former country, the labors of Olaf and Lars Petersen, and of other Lutheran ministers, with the support of the king, the establishment of a Lutheran episcopacy, and the development of a vigorous Protestantism that wrought victoriously in the struggles of the 30 Years' War are the points of chief interest. Denmark led Norway and Iceland. In Denmark there is first the failure of Christian II, nephew of the Elector Frederick the Wise of Saxony, to follow the successful efforts of his uncle in his attack on the clergy. Then the loss of his kingdom to another uncle, Frederick I, who himself became a convert through the Lutheran preacher Hans Tausen. And finally, the resultant struggle between the two religious parties and the accession of a Protestant son, Christian III, who established the episcopal Lutheranism that remains to the present time the Danish Church. 2. England, Scotland, and Holland. The story of Lutheranism in these countries is only a part of the story of the Reformation there. The student who is especially interested in the Lutheran Reformation will naturally seek to estimate its influence on these countries. He will find much difference of opinion and must content himself with general statements. Lutheranism prepared the way for the establishment of Calvinism in the two latter countries and for the somewhat distinct type of ecclesiastical life we may call Anglicanism in the first. In England, an independent judgment on the influence of Lutheranism can be reached only by a thorough mastery of the history and genius of the English people before and during the Tudor period, and by the study of state documents and of such collections as letters and papers, foreign and domestic, of the reign of Henry VIII. Strype's Annals of the Reformation, Oxford, Clarendon Press, 1824, and Ecclesiastical Memorials, Oxford, Clarendon Press, 1822, and the works of the English theologians. The following points are of special interest: the knowledge of Luther's work in England, the relations between Henry and Luther, the influence of the state church arrangements of the German princes, the effect of the Schmalkald War, the relations with Melanchthon and other German theologians, and the inspiration given to William Tyndale by Luther's translation of the Bible. The estimate offered by Pollard in the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 2, is worth noting. In Scotland, here the influence of Lutheranism found less support from earlier domestic reforming movements, though Lollardy was at work. The Lutheran influence is mainly traceable in the career of the first martyr, Sir Patrick Hamilton, of George Wishart, and in the earlier activities of John Knox. In Holland, the Lutheran movement in the Netherlands is closely connected with the determined but unsuccessful attempt of Emperor Charles V to subdue dissent. 3. In several countries that ultimately remained Catholic. In many parts of Europe, the Lutheran movement roused numbers of the people to new or renewed efforts to break away from the papal church, but through the lack of moral energy or of religious depth, or through unfavorable political or social or economic conditions, their efforts fell away or were overthrown by a reactionary movement. The study of these struggles belongs ultimately to the study of the Counter-Reformation. However, in an inquiry into the history and character of Lutheranism, the following suggestions may be followed at this point. In France, Attention should be given to the work of Bishop Brigonnet of Millau, Jacques Lefebvre, Destaples, Faber Stapulensis, and Jean Leclerc, the martyr of 1525. Perhaps more important are the attitude and political ambitions of King Francis I, who, notwithstanding his patronage of the scholars of the Renaissance and his political support of the German Protestants, sought rather to weaken the power of Emperor Charles V than to encourage the new religious movement in his own realm. In France, Holland, Scotland, in Spain, here the influence of Lutheranism on the religious views of Emperor Charles V, King Charles I of Spain, and on the Spaniards whom he brought into Germany, is of some significance. Chief interest centers in the evangelicals and martyrs in Seville and Valladolid, and in the overbearing effect on the Spanish character of the long struggle with Mohammedanism, which gave to Spain the political and military leadership of Europe. In Italy, here the Lutheran influence did not go very far on its religious side, but it strengthened the spirit of the Renaissance and the rationalistic trend in Italian spiritual revolt. One may note the revival of interest in the works of Augustine, the translations of the Bible and of the works of Lutheran theologians, the friendship of the Duchess Regnata of Ferrara, and the abortive conference at Regensburg. C. The Lutheran theology. The best index of the character of the Lutheran Reformation on its religious and intellectual side is found in its theology. This is to be studied as to its method genetically and as to its content or form. 1. Augustinian sources. Genetically. First, the Lutheran theology is to be traced to the Augustinian interpretation of Christianity by which Luther, being an Augustinian monk, was deeply influenced. This can be seen especially in his doctrines of sin, grace, bondage of the will, election. Secondly, the monastic life and the works of the medieval mystics with which Luther was familiar produced the mystical view of salvation as an experience overriding the claims of reason, and introduced a realistic view of the human relation to the Redeemer and that immediacy of assurance of the truth of the revelation that had come to him, which enabled him to set his personal convictions over against all authority. Thirdly, his training in Catholic modes of thought produced somewhat in opposition to the other tendencies above mentioned, the habit of resting on the letter of the Scriptures, and that dependence on sacraments which was never shaken off. Fourthly, the distinctive personality of the man Luther, so original and so powerful, gave to all his views a peculiar stamp and impressed his convictions on multitudes. 2. Method. The method of Luther's theology was varied and irregular. His churchly training and his literalism combined with a natural self-assertion to establish the dogmatical method. With this was combined the spirit of free criticism, especially as to religious values, which enabled him to use the Bible as a work of devotion and inspiration rather than as an external authority, and to set a powerful impulse toward a truly religious view of revelation and life. But he never attained to the historical method of investigation and interpretation, and often fell into mere allegorizing after the long-established method of the Catholic theologians. 3. Content. The content of Lutheran theology, especially after Melanchthon gave it form and moderated its tone, was mainly Catholic in form and somewhat so in spirit. The doctrines of grace and faith and the reduction of the sacramental view of salvation to narrower limits being most in evidence. D. estimate of Lutheranism. This may proceed on several lines. For example, first, its religious value, especially its effect on the higher religious life of Germany. Secondly, its influence on morals, especially the effect at that time of removing external restraints on those accustomed to them, and the later effects. Thirdly, the intellectual power of the movement, especially the extent to which it carried forward the impulse of the Renaissance and developed a deeper interest in education and general intelligence. Fourthly, its destructive and constructive work in the field of religious doctrine. Fifthly, its relation to religious liberty, particularly in reference to the Anabaptists and to the creation or toleration of free dissent. Sixthly, its part in the development of the national spirit of Germany in particular and of Europe in general, and the type of civil government to which it is most nearly akin. End of chapter 7, part 2. Chapter 7, Part 3 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Richardson. Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 7, Part 3. The Study of the Old Testament and the Religion of Israel. 4. The origin and establishment of the Reformed churches. The name Reformed churches, or churches of the Reformed, pertains to a number of the new religious organizations of the Reformation that were Protestant, but differed from Lutheranism in important features and continued separate from both Lutherans and Catholics. In spirit, in order, in worship, in doctrine, in government, and in relation to the civil power, they were distinct. They were also more cosmopolitan than the Lutheran Church, and found a home early in Switzerland, Holland, Scotland, in many parts of the empire, for a time in France, to a degree in England, and at last in the United States of America. A knowledge of this movement demands a prolonged and involved study of conditions in many lands. A twofold origin of the Reformed Church can be traced through the two streams coalesced, namely, in the work of Huldrych Zwingli and that of John Calvin, both first established in Switzerland, the former contemporary with Luther, and the latter a generation later. The study will proceed best by countries. Our first study must be the history of the Swiss people to the time under consideration, their characteristics, and their method of government. Their geographical situation, the physical features of their country, their racial diversities, their relations with other people, their achievement of political independence by warfare, the degree to which they came under the influence of the Renaissance and of such medieval dissenters as the Waldenses, the industry, simplicity, and thrift for which they were noted, all are important factors in the reformation of religion. Domestic political conditions, the local democracies, cantonal self-government, the loose confederacy in which 13 urban cantons and 4 forest cantons were united, the inner differences among these, especially in intelligence, are to be recognized as determining the final form in which the Reformation was set up or the rejection of it. They also partly explain the early success and the final overthrow of the Anabaptist propaganda there. The Reformation in Switzerland arose mainly in two centers, Zurich and Geneva. The movement in the former under the leadership principally of Huldrych Zwingli, and the latter under the leadership principally of John Calvin. The account of each is inseparable from the personal career of the leaders. The Zwinglian Reformation. The character and career of Zwingli. His family, his education at Bern, Basel, and Vienna. The influence of the new learning on him through such men as Erasmus and Thomas Wyttenbach, and his strong intellectual revulsion against popular Catholic superstitions, his close attention to biblical and classic studies during his priesthood at Glarus and Einsiedeln, his chaplaincy of a mercenary Swiss regiment campaigning in Italy, and his resolute patriotic stand against the mercenary practice are the features of importance in his pre-reforming career. His great pastorate at Zurich and his public controversies, by the appointment of the civil authorities, with the upholders of indulgent selling, ecclesiastical tithing, celibacy, fasts, image worship, papal primacy, the Mass, saint worship, purgatory, and such practices gave him the leadership of the new movement. The resulting civil establishment of the Reformed faith as set forth in Zwingli's 67 Articles, and the rejection of the radical program of the Anabaptists, followed by the public prosecution and cruel punishment of these people, complete the movement in Zurich. Thence the interest widens to the whole extent of the Swiss Confederacy and brings the Zwinglian Reformation directly into contact with general European politics and the Lutheran Reformation. The progress of Zwinglianism, modified somewhat in other places by its contact with reforming efforts already at work elsewhere in Switzerland, brings to our attention the names of Leo Judaeus, Conrad Grebel, and Balthasar Hubmaier, the two latter to be known later as Anabaptists. At Zurich, the city of Bern, and the work of John and Berthold Haller and Sebastian Meyer. Basel, where the work of Erasmus and Wittenbach is carried farther by Capito and Hideo, later by William Reublin, and finally by Oecolampadius, St. Gall, and Appenzell, and the work of Vedianus. Schaffhausen, which adopted the Reformation, under the influence of Sebastian Hofmeister and Sebastian Meyer. Graubünden, where John Commanda persuaded the mixed population to accept an established church which tolerated both Zwinglians and Catholics, but not Anabaptists. And at length many cities of southwestern Germany, such as Augsburg, Strasbourg, and Frankfurt, which accepted the Reformed faith and became centers of great power for the spread of the whole Protestant Reformation. The relations of similarity and contrast with Lutheranism can be brought out by a study of the invitation given to the leaders to meet in conference, looking to a union in a common religious and political effort at Marburg, the colloquy between Luther and Zwingli, and the failure to unite. The outcome as regards the standing of the Reformed Church and the Catholic Church in Switzerland at large appears in the two wars of Kappel and in the Peace of Kappel, so disappointing to Zwinglians. The student should seek to apprehend the peculiar significance of Zwinglianism by a comparison with Lutheranism on such points as the following. The comparative influence of mysticism and rationalism on Luther and Zwingli. Their respective attitudes as regards the relation of the religious Reformation to the authority of the civil power. The breadth of human sympathy and of doctrine in each. Their attitude towards sacraments. Their influence on the growth of a broad intelligence and of a courageous view of the world and the future of men. The Calvinist Reformation. There are certain preliminary considerations necessary to the study of the Calvinist Reformation. First, it began about a generation later than the Lutheran and Zwinglian movements, and profited by them as well as by the earlier work of such men as William Farel. It became naturally better organized than these, and represented a higher stage of the Protestant consciousness, and also a more advanced organization of the new religious forces. Calvinism is Protestantism clearly self-conscious and organized for aggression. Secondly, it bears the stamp of the man by whose name it is known, of Calvin's French thoroughness and intellectuality, his moral sternness, legal training, intolerance of opposition, leaning to aristocracy or despotism, vast learning, biblicism, and acquaintance with and interest in the political life of Western Europe. To understand Calvinism, it is emphatically necessary to know the man in his relation to earlier and contemporary European politics, and to the earlier anti-Catholic movements. A. Calvinism in Geneva. Founding of the first Protestant theocracy. As introductory to the study, there should be a knowledge of the situation and general relations of the three French-speaking Swiss cantons, Geneva, Vaud, and Neuchâtel. The limited territory of Geneva, its relations with the House of Savoy, the rise of a popular patriotic party, the Huguenots, the Huguenots, the Eidgenossen, the supremacy of the idea of liberty rather than of morality, the constitution of the three councils that governed the little state, and the asserted overlordship of Bern constitute the main elements of the situation prior to the Reformation. Calvin's arrival in the city and his first abortive attempts to establish a uniform confession of faith and stern moral discipline, with severe civil penalties for the heretical and the immoral, compulsory attendance on public worship, education and religious catechizing of children, and obedience in religion to the ministers, brought out at the inner antagonism between the reformers and the libertines, and the despotism of the former issued in their expulsion. This episode serves to bring out the underlying intolerance in Calvinism and might serve as a starting point for a study of the struggle within Calvinism between the Judaistic elements and the Christian elements in it. Calvin's sojourn in Strasbourg from 1538 to 1542, by bringing him into intimate relations with Protestant refugees from France and other lands, and by giving him leisure of friendly correspondence with Luther and his great colleague, the theologian Melanchthon, and for the enlargement of his institutes, the writing of a commentary on Romans, the preparation of an elaborate scheme of church order, and the carrying on of controversies with Catholic leaders, is to be viewed as the beginning of his remolding influence on Lutheranism and the extension of his personal view throughout Western Europe. The study of the crypto-Calvinist controversy among the Lutherans, relating especially to the Lord's Supper, indicates the character of the Calvinist influence on Lutheran doctrine. Calvin's recall to Geneva and the work of the 22 remaining years of his life there brought into being the Casterian system of religious and civil control for which Geneva became famous, and supplied to Europe the needed demonstration of the ability of Protestantism to establish an order of faith and of moral political life, which became a standing proof that it was not simply a disintegrating force, but truly constructive in a wide sense. The details of the labors that effected this must be sought in the histories of the Reformation on its religious side and on its political side also. The following features of the Genevan theocracy merit special attention. Calvin's nominal limitation to the life of a minister and teacher, but practical ecclesiastico-political dictatorship. His fundamental conviction that the whole life of the people in their domestic, social, industrial, and political relations must be put under the strict authority of religion, whether by consent or by outer compulsion. Compare the Roman Catholic view. The use of the teachings of the Old Testament, especially the two tables of Moses, as divinely given instructions on this matter. The relentless enforcement of the laws by a system of espionage and of penalties ranging from beheading to fines, and covering the minutest details of public and private life, both religious and secular. The founding of the consistory, a mixed body of ministers and laymen in the ratio of 1:2, for the enforcement of ecclesiastical rules, the impulse thereby given to republicanism. Observe that Calvin founded a church-state rather than a state-church, perfecting Zwingli's idea and reversing Luther's. In addition to this local activity, one must notice Calvin's intimate acquaintance and cooperation with the work of the Reformed Church in other countries. Theodore Beza in France, John Knox in Scotland, now a Calvinist rather than a Lutheran, English Protestant statesmen, and the Dutch reformers received inspiration and counsel from him. He became the outstanding figure of Protestantism in his closing years. Accompanying all of this was an intense literary activity. The student will do well to examine particularly the controversies with Catholics, Anabaptists, anti-Trinitarian dissenters, especially the Socini and the Servetus, R. Willis, Servetus, and Calvin, London, King, 1877, and the relation spiritually between Calvinism and these. It would be interesting to discover whether Calvinism is the more closely related in spirit and idea with rationalist Unitarianism, Lutheranism, or Catholicism. B. The Calvinist Reformation in Scotland. Founding of the Scottish Presbyterianism. The Reformation in Scotland may be regarded as, in a sense, the resultant of the complication of religious and ecclesiastical reform with a disturbed condition of foreign and domestic politics. The long-standing alliance between the royal house of Scotland and the royal house of France, as a means of protection against English aggression, was threatened by the inauguration of the policy of the Tudor house in England, which sought alliance with Scotland by royal intermarriage. These two parties divided the country. Related to this situation were the internal economic, social, and political strifes threatening the integrity of the realm. The crown was strong, Catholic, and papal in sympathy, but the nobility, for patriotic reasons and for the sake of gaining the control of the church's property, led an opposition to the church and crown. When England became politically and ecclesiastically Protestant, the Scottish lords gained a vast accession of strength by alliance with the English Protestantism. Add to this the old antipathy between the untamed Highlanders and the more civilized Lowlanders, and you have the conditions of a distracting struggle that might be brought to a successful issue by the appearance of some strong man. He came in the Calvinist, John Knox. Calvinism, by placing the Reformed Church in a position of dominance, became the chief source of the ultimate unity of Scottish life. John Knox. The earlier reforming efforts have been noted. Knox's work of conserving their results and developing a more powerful movement is partly to be accounted for by his personal career and character. In some respects, he was another Calvin. Note then his slavery for religion's sake in the French galleys, his release through English intervention, his preaching for 5 years in England and his connection with the Reform in Edward's reign, his live years on the continent, mainly at Geneva and Frankfurt, and his return to Scotland. The organization of the Protestants under the lords of the congregation and their covenant, and the assumption of the name Church, with a confession of faith drawn up by Knox in 1560 and approved by Parliament, marked the beginning of the new order. The articles of that confession are especially important because they were the standard of Scottish Protestantism for nearly 100 years, and became the vestibule to the Westminster Confession of 1647. The function assigned to civil government is significant of its thorough Calvinistic or church-state ideal. 4 other steps completed the formation of the Presbyterian Church in Scotland: the preparation of a book of discipline, which described the organization of the church, the provision of a liturgy, the translation and acceptance of Calvin's catechism, and the adoption of a scheme for the education of the people. The conflicts of the next 7 years, which ended in the legal establishment of the church as thus reformed, belong to the story of the great European struggle for the safety of Protestant countries, with England as the chief protagonist for the Reformation against the Emperor and the King of Spain. C. The Calvinist Reformation in the Netherlands. The interest in the Reformation in the Netherlands lies not so much in any distinctive character to be perceived in the religious spirit, in the theology, or in the ecclesiastical order established there by Protestantism, as in the effect of the Reformation in the creation of the Dutch nation and in its vast influence on the history of Europe by virtue of its peculiar connection with the politics of the 2 opposing forces. The story of Dutch Calvinism belongs mainly to the political history of those times. The principal preliminary studies are: first, the geographical situation of the Low Countries, their physical features, their economic condition, and their commercial relations with other lands. Secondly, the inhabitants, their racial differences, Dutch and Flemings, their ancient love of independence, their tenacity of inherited rights, local patriotism, vigor, industry, and determination. Thirdly, political relations, the many municipal governments, the divided relation to the House of Burgundy and the House of France, their union by marriage with the House of Austria and later with the House of Spain, their direct political relation with Emperor Charles V, and the consequent determination by him that their religious beliefs must conform with his own. Fourthly, their open-mindedness toward intellectual and religious currents flowing from other lands, especially from the South. Thus we may trace the work of the Waldenses, Lollards, humanists. For example, Erasmus of Rotterdam was the leading figure of humanism, Lutherans, Anabaptists, and finally Calvinists. The many private religious societies in the Netherlands, such as Brethren of the Common Lot, indicate the tendency toward a free position in matters of religion. The events of outstanding importance are mainly the following: pre-Lutheran Biblicism and protests against the Catholic system under the influence of men like John Pupper and John Wessel, the entrance of Luther's views and of those of the early Lutheran martyrs, noted above in the account of Lutheranism, page 375. The rapid multiplication of Bibles by the printing press and the dissemination of radical views. The growth of Anabaptism and its overthrow through the minister uproar. The desperate and cruel attempts of Charles V to reduce dissent. See his infamous placards. The list of prohibited books, and his gradual introduction of the methods of the Spanish Inquisition, thus far to the abdication of the emperor and the transference of the sovereignty of the Netherlands to his son, King Philip II of Spain. Then appears his measures for the enforcement of the canons and decrees of the Council of Trent, and the acceptance of the challenge by the Calvinists, who now became the leaders of the Reformation there. The iconoclasm of the Calvinists, the formation of consistories for defense, and the organization by the Spanish government of measures of suppression introduced the political revolution. The events of the 100 Years' War of the Dutch Revolution belonged to the political history of the Netherlands. With the detachment of the southern provinces to the Romanist side and the Union of Utrecht under the leadership of William the Silent of Orange, Holland becomes a new Protestant state with a state-supported Protestant church of the Calvinist type. End of chapter 7, part 3. Chapter 7, Part 4 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Richardson. Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 7, Part 4. The Study of the Old Testament and the Religion of Israel. D. The Calvinist Reformation in other lands, especially in France, Germany, Switzerland, and England. 1. France. The stirring but tragic story of the Huguenots, or French Calvinists, has attached an interest to the Reformation in France out of proportion to its actual influence in world affairs. The genius of the French people has been political rather than religious. The Reformation in France followed the genius of the people. At the outset of the study, it is essential that the student place himself squarely abreast of the political situation in France at the beginning of the 16th century. The following are points of significance. The powerful nationalism of the French, developed partly through the long conflict with the English. The strongly monarchical authority in government, with a tendency to imperialism and despotism in church as well as state. Gallicanism as against the power of the papacy in the Church of France. the personal policy of King Francis I, leading him to encourage the men of the Renaissance to protect reformers like Lefebvre and Berquin as against the Parliament of Paris, and to support the German Protestants against his rival, Emperor Charles V. His concordat with the Pope in 1516, and his determination that Protestantism should not go so far as to threaten his despotic power. The religious influences working positively toward a reformation may be discovered through a study of the character of Francis's sister, Margaret of Angoulême, who became the mother of the noble Jeanne d'Albret, Queen of Navarre, and mother of Henry of Navarre, who was later King Henry IV of France. The early evangelical activity of Brigennet, Bishop of Millau, Farel, Roussel, Marot, and Calvin, and the influence of Lutheranism, especially through Melanchthon. When the character of the Reformation in France becomes more clearly defined, the influence of Geneva appears uppermost. The unfavorable change in the attitude of Francis becomes evident and occasions the publication of Calvin's Institutes, introduced by his famous address to the French king, which read: "The proceedings of the Sorbonne, the theological faculty of the University of Paris, and the Parliament of Paris, with the king's support, following the position of the placards against the mass, introduced the era of regular persecutions, marked by the massacre of the Valdois in 1545. The history of the Waldenses, French Valdois, should come under review in this connection." With the death of Francis and the accession of Henry II comes a period in French Protestant history. On the ecclesiastical side, the scattered bands of Calvinists in nearly all the provinces of France, but especially in Normandy, Brittany, and Picardy, are organized after the Presbyterian model under the leadership of the great Theodore Beza, and with the Confessio Gallica, Schaff, Creeds of Christendom, Volume 3, as their doctrinal standard. On the political side are the division of the nobility into two parties: the Huguenot nobles, under the leadership of the House of Bourbon and Admiral Coligny of Chatillon, and the Catholic nobles under the leadership of the Guises, and the treaty with Spain by which the king bound himself to cooperate with the Spaniards in the extirpation of the Protestants of the Netherlands and France. The year 1559 may be said as the great date in the story of French Calvinism. At that time the Huguenots became a religio-political party, and Calvinism a political faith in France. The story of the next 40 years is the story of the religious wars in France. Some of the great events may be noted here because of their significance: the entrance of the House of Navarre into French affairs, the massacre of St. Bartholomew's Eve, the War of the Three Henries, and the Edict of Nantes. 2. Germany. The salient points are: the limitation of the toleration secured by the Lutherans by the Treaty of Augsburg, the acceptance of Calvinism by the Hohenzollerns, and its spread in Prussia, its virtual establishment in the Palatinate by the Elector Frederick VI, with the adoption of the Heidelberg Catechism drawn by Ursinus and Olivianus, the influence Calvin exercised on the views of Melanchthon noted above, and the vigor imparted to German Protestantism, enabling it to play a courageous part, so far as the Calvinists were concerned, in the 30 Years' War. 3. Switzerland. The virtual absorption of Zwinglianism by Calvinism is signalized by the adoption of the Second Helvetic Confession in 1566 by the Protestant cantons Schaffhausen, Creeds of Christendom, Volume 4. 4. England, see below. The significance of Calvinism is seen especially in the struggle between Elizabeth and Mary, the rise of the Puritans and Nonconformists, the formulation of the Lambeth Articles, and the Civil War under the Stuarts. D. Retrospect. At this point, the student may profitably make an estimate of the value of Calvinism for early Protestantism. The following points are of particular significance: its interreligious significance, its services to intelligence, morality, and civil life, its doctrinal constructiveness, its relation to the spirit of liberty and the impulse to progress. Arising later than the Lutheran Reformation, Calvinism profited by the conquests and defeats, by the truth and the error in the earlier movement. It was freer from the taint of monasticism and regard for sacraments. It had a more wholesome view of the world and a more hopeful outlook on its future. Calvinism was less mystical in its piety than Lutheranism, and succeeded in imparting to its adherents a greater degree of assurance of objective final salvation and a clearer sense of personal relation to God. It was bolder and more thorough in its assertion of the prerogatives of intelligence, and more definite in its formulation of its faith and doctrines. It had a firmer moral tone, exalted the authority of conscience, and established the importance of moral discipline in the churches. Calvinism has been the mother of great moral reforms. It possessed more initiative than Lutheranism in the matter of ecclesiastical organization, and succeeded in vindicating the right of the church over against the claims of the civil power, in which the earlier movement had failed. Hence also its tendencies to democratic republican government. The vigor and statesmanship of its leader enabled it to set up a militant Protestantism that successfully disputed the possession of the earth with Catholicism, and to develop great church states, whose influence has largely pervaded the world. The independence of the personal judgment which the intellectualism of Calvinism nourished has made it fruitful from its earliest times in the creation of dissent, but over against this it has exhibited a stern and hard intolerance that shrinks not from inflicting on others the sufferings that Calvinists were willing to endure, if need be, for their own faith. End of chapter 7, part 4. Chapter 7, part 5 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Richardson. Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 7, Part 5. The Study of the Old Testament and the Religion of Israel. 5. The Reformation in England. The early Protestantism of England appears at first glance as almost wholly political and economic in character, and its existence as due to the skilful manipulation of the proceedings of Parliament by one determined, selfish, and unscrupulous man, King Henry VIII. That at a later time English Protestantism became an immense moral and religious force fruitful in high achievement may be said to be the consequence mainly of the coming to England of great numbers of religious refugees from the Continent and to internal civil disturbances that favored a propagation of the Reformation faith. Though possessed of some superficial truth, this view is misleading. To understand the English Reformation, one must understand the genius of the English people, their keen sense of independent nationhood, their reverence for the past, historical sense regarded for precedent, their honesty of purpose, their love of freedom and adventure, their appreciation of the worth of the practicable rather than the logical or ideal, their genuine religiousness. The church established by law in those days was such an establishment as was possible in a nation of people possessed of political genius, capable of worldwide exercise and desirous that their national life and institutions be permeated by religion but not disintegrated by it. The student will observe how the early subserviency of the church in England began to yield to a sense of independence or opposition in the time of the Plantagenets, when Parliament and King, supported by a growing popular distrust and dislike for clergy and monks, and the powerful polemic of the great Wycliffe, repeatedly defied the papal church and passed severe legislation against it. The accession of the House of Lancaster, its friendship for the papacy, its attempted suppression of the Lollards, Wycliffe's successors, the submergence of the reforming movement in the conflict known as the Wars of the Roses, the virtual disappearance of the old nobility in the struggle, the rise of the Tudor dynasty with despotic power, the creation of a new nobility dependent on the will of the monarchy, and the gradual renewal of the power of the House of Commons are all to be taken account of in the religious and ecclesiastical revolution. The forces and conditions operative at the inception of the new movement in England may be specified in the main as follows. Religious influences, persisting through earlier times, given fresh power and developing distinctively English type through the Wycliffian Reformation, the infiltration into England of the continental descent that had prepared the way for reform and had produced a good many martyrs, the religious estrangement from Rome through the work of translators and expositors of the Scriptures, for example, Colet, Erasmus, and More, the immense incitement to opposition to the Roman Church through Luther's doctrine of justification by faith, the Renaissance, arousing skepticism as to the Church's doctrines and claims and disclosing the ignorance and corruption in the priesthood and monks, foreign political relations, embracing the scheme of alliances through intermarriage among the royal houses, of which the marriage of Henry VIII with Catherine of Aragon, the alignment of England with Spain, and the Pope's dispensation granting him the right to marry his deceased brother's widow, involving the papacy in the dissatisfaction the fruitless marriage ultimately produced in the headstrong but superstitious king, constituted a signal instance. The long pent-up anger of the English people with the papacy as a foreign power that nevertheless drew heavy revenues from an unwilling people. Finally, the popularity of Henry with his own people and his power to awaken their enthusiasm by elevating England in the eyes of Europe at a time when Pope and Emperor were at loggerheads and nationalism could assert itself with success. The actual establishment of the English Church occupies an important part of the story of four reigns, those of Henry VIII, Edward VI, Mary, and Elizabeth. The facts are related with substantial agreement in the general histories of the state and the church. The student should examine carefully the following: the significance of Henry's participation in the controversy with Luther, of the divorce from Catherine and the marriage with Anne Boleyn, of the fall of Wolsey and the substitution of Cranmer as clerical counselor and Cromwell as civil counselor, and of the appeal of the House of Commons. The constitutional changes effected through the successive acts of Parliament that finally broke all connection with the papacy and made the king the head of the church in England. The limited extent to which the reform in doctrine, order, ritual, and morals went. The effect on England's relations with Scotland. The work of the Reformation under Edward is significant on account of the closer relations it brought with the Protestants of the continent as respects doctrine especially, and the reactionary feeling caused by the selfish and blundering policies of the young king's advisers. This facilitated the restoration of the papal authority under Mary. Her persecution of Protestants and the revulsion it produced in the English mind is a matter of great moment to the student of English history, because it brings out a contrast with the common acceptance on the continent of the idea that death penalties were the normal punishment for heresy. Note that the Inquisition had never been established in England. The humiliating character of Mary's foreign policy, the coolness of the papacy toward her government, and the unwillingness of the English people as represented in their commons to restore the property of the despoiled monasteries and the other papal revenues tended to confirm the public mind in the belief that the good of the nation lay in the Protestant direction. The accession of Elizabeth introduced the glorious period of English history. The points of importance up to 1571 are: the personal views and policy of the Queen, the restoration of the royal supremacy, the subjection of the ecclesiastical authority to the secular, the adoption of the 39 Articles as the rule of doctrine, the revision of the Book of Common Prayer, prepared during Edward's reign, the establishment of the episcopacy as the form of the internal government of the church, the rejection of Puritanism, and the passing of the Act of Uniformity in religion. The outcome of these measures is to be traced through all the subsequent history of the English people. There are many subjects that call for special investigation, such as the economic interests that affected the course of the movement, the extent to which the English Reformation was at bottom political, the influence of continental Protestantism on the doctrines of the English Church, the translations of the Bible and their effect on the life of the religious leaders and the people at the time, the degree to which the Reformation fostered the spirit of liberty, the reason why the Protestantism of England became the most prolific in dissent among all the Protestant churches by law established. 6. The Anabaptist Reformation. The significance of the name Anabaptist or rebaptizer is of essential importance, for it creates the impression that the people referred to laid special stress on baptism, while the reverse is nearer the truth. The clue to the derogatory sense in which the word was commonly used, and to the bitter attitude assumed toward these people, is found in the Roman Catholic view of baptism and in the sympathy with that view on the part of the orthodox Protestant churches. The name Anabaptist is indicative of a thoroughly radical form of Protestantism, if it can be called Protestantism, and of an apparently anarchical tendency. Hence there is no movement of Reformation times that is better suited to give the student help at the beginning toward an insight into the character of the forces at work then. The following suggestions are offered as to the lines of investigation to be followed. 1. The affiliations of the Anabaptist movement. Among these are the evangelical and or dissenting parties of medieval times, such as the Petrobruskians, the Henricians, the Poor Men, the Waldenses, the Lollards. There are the medieval and later struggles for economic and social reform or revolution, following upon the Crusades and issuing in peasants' wars, especially in Central Europe, of which the one that broke out shortly after Luther's breach with Rome was very closely related to the rapid spread of Anabaptism that came quickly afterward. There are the affiliations with the spirit of intellectual liberty in the Renaissance, which produced a left wing of Anabaptists. There are, finally, the affiliations with the great reforming movements whose course had been indicated. The student may ask himself whether it was not the consciousness on the part of the reformers that the Anabaptists were carrying their own principles to a natural but unwelcome conclusion that led them to denounce Anabaptism and to repress it as dangerous to the state church systems that sought to combat Catholicism with secular support. 2. The different directions in which Anabaptism tended to develop. Note especially the thoroughgoing individualism that was so strongly marked in them all. A. Mysticism growing into pantheism on the one side after the manner of the later Franciscans and the Brethren of the Free Spirit, with such prominent instances as David Joris and Heinrich Nicolaes, or B. Mysticism flaming up into prophetism, as in the case of the Zwickau prophets that gave Luther so much trouble, or again C. Millenarianism under leaders like Nicholas Storck, Melchior Hoffmann, and Bernard Rothmann, culminating in the Minster tragedy, or again D. the prevailing type of the Swiss Anabaptists, with their insistence on religious liberty, free churches, spirituality even beyond biblicism, and a sane and healthy view of the state as necessary but distinct from the church, represented by such men as Balthasar Hubmaier, George Blaurock, Conrad Grebel, and John Dent. Or once more, E. the Anabaptists of the left wing, who developed a rationalism that was but slightly permeated with the deep religious spirit that characterized the last mentioned, and whose great representatives are the Italians Camillo Renato, George Biandrata, and the Socini, and perhaps the Spaniard Servetus. 3. The principal tenets of the Anabaptists. The following points are significant. A. The immediacy of the individual's relations with God, carrying with it the rejection of all ecclesiastical authority and legalism in religion, all priestly mediation or sacramental efficacy. B. The pure spirituality of the Christian religion, carrying with it the renunciation of any external form of organization, ritual, or confession of faith as essential to salvation. C. The freedom and spontaneity of the Christian spirit, carrying with it the subordination of the outer word of God to the inner word of religious liberty, and supremacy over enactments of moral law. D. Voluntarism in religion, carrying with it the rejection of the Augustinian doctrine of original sin and the associated doctrines and ecclesiastical practices, and, on the other hand, emphasis on the saving quality of truly good works. C. The necessity of reproducing primitive Christianity in order to obtain a religion pure from the corruptions that had accumulated in the intervening period. Hence their depreciatory view of the history of the church and their democracy. Next, the essence of Christianity found in the likeness to Jesus Christ. Hence their interest in the New Testament and comparative disregard for the Old Testament, and their substitution of the Gospels for the Pauline writings as the chief source of Christian truth. Next, little emphasis on ecclesiastical organization, with democracy or in places a tendency toward Presbyterian organization, and with a consistent rejection of all alliance with the civil power. In the study of the working of their views in Reformation times, the student will be able to orient himself with respect to important religious and theological movements of later times. 4. The propagation and outcome of the Anabaptist Reformation in the times of the Protestant Revolution. Notice in this connection the spread of Anabaptism throughout Western Europe, from Poland to Scandinavia and the British Isles, the treatment the Anabaptists received in each of the countries included in this territory, and the attitude of Lutherans, Zwinglians, Calvinists, and Anglicans, not omitting to notice the instances of broader views on the part of some rulers. Their behavior under persecution and the nevertheless terrible effects of this persecution on the whole character of Protestantism, the tragedy of the uprising at Minster, the sweeping condemnation of them on account of it, and the rescue of the remnant of and perpetuation of quiet Anabaptism through the statesmanship of Menno Simons. 5. The relation of Anabaptism to the Baptist, Arminian, and Quaker movements of the later Protestant period. This will bring the student into an intimate knowledge of the struggle between state churchism and free churchism in England, Holland, and America. End of chapter 7, part 5. Chapter 7, Part 6 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Richardson. Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 7, Part 6. The Study of the Old Testament and the Religion of Israel. 7. The beginning of the disintegration of the Protestant system. If the student were to seek an approximate date for the establishment of Protestant state church systems in general, he would find the year 1560 suitable. Let him note the dates for the Treaty of Augsburg, for the recognized supremacy of Calvin in Geneva, for the First French National Synod of the Reformed Church and the Gallican Confession, for the restoration of the royal supremacy in England, the Act of Uniformity, the revision of the Prayer Book, and the adoption of the 39 Articles, for the adoption of the Scotch Confession, the Belgic Confession, the Heidelberg Catechism, and of that most popular of all the Protestant confessions, the Second Helvetic. We may say, therefore, that about 1560, with Anabaptism destroyed, Protestantism was organized and fully armed to realize its hope of supremacy in Christendom. The story of the failure of this hope reads almost like a tragedy. Some pertinent questions. It is fitting that at this point such questions as the following should be raised. Were the state churches or church states truly organic to the Protestant spirit? Was the basis of membership in the Protestant churches a compromise between the new spirit and the foundation principles of the Roman Church? Were the demands for acceptance of the confessions in harmony with the spirit of free inquiry that awoke in the Renaissance and prepared the way for the Reformation? Were the very methods of Protestant theology, and especially the methods of interpreting the Scriptures, consistent with the spirit of religious faith, or did they represent an inharmonious combination of Catholicism and religious individualism? Our present study concerns itself with the beginning of the movements that supply an answer to these questions. The grafting of the Protestant ecclesiastico-political systems on the Protestant estimate of the worth of the individual man and its conviction of the immediacy of his relations with God seem to necessitate either a return toward Catholicism or a development of a radical free churchism and democracy in religion, science, church, and state. These two tendencies appeared in great force. They indicate the two main contrary movements in the history of post-Reformation Christendom. The first of these tendencies is seen in what is known as the Counter-Reformation in the Catholic Church. It merits attention here because of its influence on Protestantism. A. The effect of the Counter-Reformation on the course of Protestantism. The reason for the Counter-Reformation. The first step in this study is to discover how there came to be a Counter-Reformation. The answer is partly indicated in the life and work of such men as Erasmus of Rotterdam, the most eminent European scholar of the times, of John Colet, the scholar and churchman who wrought so zealously for the application of the methods of the new learning to the interpretation of the New Testament, and of Thomas More, the scholar-statesman, both of Oxford, and both zealous for reform in religion, education, and morals, but both, like Erasmus, hoping that the change would come from within the church and not by the disruption of it. Of Gasparo Contarini, the moderate and broad-minded Italian cardinal, and the religious association known as the Oratory of Divine Love in Italy. Of Cardinal Ximenes and his co-religionists in Spain. These men are representatives of a large number of high character found in many parts of Europe, who strongly demanded a reformation in the inner life and government of the church, but whose reverence for the idea of the unity of the church and for its embodiment in the Catholic Church, and whose dread of revolution and the violent uprising of democracy prevented them from joining the reformers in making an outward breach in the Catholic Church. When the breach actually came, it tended, for a time at least, to accentuate their demands and to lead to an actual moral reform within the church. The move for a doctrinal reform met with much less response from within the church. It should be noted that these Catholic reformers had more confidence in the secular government as an instrument for improvement than in the papacy. The student will trace the division in the Catholic ranks on this point, the conflict between Emperor Charles V and the papacy, the temporary ascendancy of the party that sought to conciliate the Protestants by attempting a doctrinal compromise, the abortive effort at the Conference of Regensburg, Ratisbon, in 1541, with Contarini leading the Catholics and Melanchthon the Protestants. The inevitable split on the question of transubstantiation, the disapportionment of the emperor and his belated attempt to take action on a doctrinal question in the publication of the famous Interim without consulting the Pope. The reaction after Ratisbon put the militant Catholicism of the Spanish type with Cardinal Carafe, later Pope Paul IV, as their leader in control. Before long there appeared a militant Calvinism leading the Protestants and a militant Jesuitism leading the Catholic reactionaries. The immediate outcome is best seen in the calling of the so-called Ecumenical Council of Trent and the formation of the Society of Jesus. The effect of these Catholic movements on the succeeding history of Protestantism has been so great as to entitle them to special consideration. 1. The Society of Jesus and its influence in the early history of Protestantism. The inner nature of Jesuitism. The first step toward an understanding of the Jesuit order and its doings is a sympathetic knowledge of the career and spiritual experiences of its founder, the Spanish knight Efigio de Recalde de Loyola, better known through his renunciation of knightly dignity and his assumption of the name of Saint Ignatius, as Ignatius Loyola. The following events are noteworthy: his early military crusading career, its termination by a crippling wound, his retirement wholly in accordance with the Catholic monastic ideal to meditation, his striking religious experiences, so much like Luther's and yet so different in their ultimate direction, his devotion to the vain effort to evangelize the Turks, his studies at Paris, his organization of the new monastic order in 1534, and his success in 1540 after earlier disappointments in obtaining the papal recognition. Note the names of the other 9 constituent members, nearly all of them Spaniards or Portuguese, especially Francis Xavier, the most famous next to Loyola, and trace the story of their personal achievements. Such questions as the following are hereby suggested. The relation of Jesuitism to the medieval crusading spirit, its embodiment of Spanish militant Catholicism, its likeness to and contrast with earlier monastic orders, its value to the student as an interpretation of the true character of Roman Catholicism. The next step is an analysis and interpretation of the inner nature of the Jesuit movement. For this, a thorough examination of Loyola's spiritual exercises is indispensable. Note that the intensity of the psychic processes resorted to, the keen insight into the relation between physical and psychical conditions, the attempt to control the will through the imagination, the lurid character of many of the forms of the latter, the emphasis on training rather than culture, the place of the obligation of unquestioning obedience, the aim to develop ultimately a perfectly effective mechanism. Growing out of this is a view of the system of organization of the Jesuits and its relation to the existent ecclesiastical order, of the conflicts within Catholicism growing out of its pretensions and its aim to control the entire policy of the Catholic Church, of its conscientious subordination of moral standards to the one end of making Catholicism, according to the Jesuit interpretation of it, absolute in the world. Note the strict limitation of the privileges of membership to the truly competent, the slow advancement through the successive degrees, the small number of Jesuits at any time, the methods of operation, many of them unscrupulous and clandestine, their absolute intolerance and pitilessness toward Protestants, The Jesuitized Catholic Church would seem to be an irresistible militant power. Propaganda. A further step is the tracing of the course of the Jesuit propaganda. The disintegration of Protestantism at the hands of Jesuitism is remarkable. Note how the basic principle of the Peace of Augsburg, Cujus regio, ejus religio, exposed the Lutheran state churches in particular to their attack. Hence the attempts to convert princes, the special interest in the growing boy princes, the attempt to control the schools, the institution of Jesuit colleges in many lands, and the mastery of colleges already in existence. Finally, note the successive revolutions, the religious wars, and their outcome. The student will note the Jesuit influence in the colleges and universities at Ingolstadt, Cologne, Vienna, Prague, Douai, Rome, Lyons, Brienne. He will trace their success in Hungary, Poland, Moravia, Siebenbürgen, Upper Austria, southern Germany, Belgium, where Protestants had had a powerful hold, and in Spain, Italy, Portugal, and France, where there had been hope of a reformation, and particularly in the terrible struggle in Holland. He will observe how Protestantism had to fight for its very existence, even where it had been strongly established. The story of the desolating 30 Years' War reflects the culmination of the early work of the Jesuits. It will be well to note in this connection the contrast between the Lutheran countries and the countries under the influence of Calvinism with its more vigorous moral fiber. It would seem that but for the latter, Protestantism might have been extinguished. The Peace of Westphalia, synchronous with the beheading of Charles I of England, marks the failure of the Protestant ecclesiastico-political settlement, as well as of the Jesuit policy to dominate Europe. 2. The Council of Trent. The effect of its canons and decrees. The calling of the so-called Ecumenical Council of Trent was the national sequel to the failure at Ratisbon, and marked the reaction toward a stern and intolerant antagonism against Protestantism. There are three outstanding facts to be noted at the outset. First, the place of assembly, a city in Austrian territory, a Catholic city, but under imperial authority, indicating the continuance of the strife between emperor and pope, with the failure of the repeated attempts of the pope to change the place of meeting. Secondly, the time, lasting from 1548 to 1563, the most critical time in the history of early Protestantism, with both Protestants and Catholics laying down fixed policies. Thirdly, the dominance, as above described, of the reactionary party in the sessions of the council, and the disappearance presently of the Protestants from the council. This issued in making the claim of the council to be the vindication of medievalism and the condemnation of Protestantism. The student will observe that the question of primacy of the two principal standards to be met, namely, whether the interest of the church as an institution or the moral and religious longings of the time, should receive first attention, and the decision in favor of the former were fateful. He will be able to estimate the value of the doctrinal canons and decrees in that light, the aim being to condemn the enemy rather than to enlighten the world. The polemical purposes is clear. Note, next, the immediate achievements of the council. First, it gained the credit of stating the Catholic doctrine fully and of vindicating its claim to be the sole Christian expression of faith. To understand these canons and decrees, The student must master the political and intellectual situation. Secondly, it gained credit for moral reform by pronouncements against some evils then current in the church. The Catholic Church appeared as the custodian of morals. Thirdly, the council distinctly shaped the policy of the church in the direction of curialism and Vaticanism. Note the following facts: the presence of Jesuit theologians in the council as the special representatives of the papacy, the decision that the initiative in all reforms lies with the pope and cardinals and not with the secular authorities, the leaving of final interpretation of the canons and decrees with the pope. The revival of Roman Catholicism that followed the action of the council may be traced in the attempts of Charles V to enforce rigorously the earlier decisions of the council in the Netherlands and in the still more ruthless work of his son Philip II in the Netherlands and Spain. In the fearful wars of religion in the Low Countries, in France, and on the seas between England and Spain, with their tremendous results religiously and politically, in the reconquest referred to in the study of Jesuitism, of vast regions from Protestantism, in the continuation of the medieval mind in Roman Catholicism, and in culmination of Catholic ecclesiasticism in the papal decree of infallibility in 1870. The effect of the inner life and thought of Protestantism is not to be overlooked in this connection. The accentuation of the controversial spirit, the hardening of Protestant faith into fixed dogma, and the fresh impetus given by reaction to the radical tendencies already operative in the Protestant communities, to be treated in what follows. The organization and papal recognition of the Jesuit order and the meeting of the Council of Trent may be regarded as the two acts that went to create an unbridgeable chasm between Romanism and Protestantism, and permanently divided Western Christendom into two warring camps by bringing into clear consciousness the irreconcilable antagonism in fundamental principle. B. Undermining of Protestantism orthodoxy by intellectualism. The Reformation released intellectual forces that had been held in leash more or less successfully by Catholicism, but were increasing in power and contributed, as we have seen, to the Protestant movement. It was to be expected that the free spirits that shared in the joy of new learning should resent the restraint upon free thought which issued from the establishment of state churches. The struggle for a larger freedom may be regarded as twofold, according as the interest of intellectual liberty or the interest of religious liberty were mainly cherished. Though the two phases are closely allied, it will be profitable for the student to examine them as far as possible separately. The first of these stands in relation with the speculations of John Duns Scotus, with the Renaissance and its love for unlimited inquiry, and with the prevailing individualism of the early stages of the Reformation itself. It will be profitable to distinguish three different lines along which opposition of an intellectual character arose from within Protestantism against the established forms of belief. First, the direct attack of rationalistic criticism. Secondly, the reaction against the doctrinal controversies among Protestant theologians. Thirdly, the discrediting of orthodoxy through the progress of scientific knowledge. Each of these is worthy of prolonged study. 1. The direct attack of rationalistic criticism. The student will note the countries in which it was most active, especially Italy, Poland, and in a lesser degree France and Spain, and judged how far they had participated in the deeper religious spirit of the Reformation. He will note also the connection of some of the leaders with Calvinism and judge how far this rationalism was a natural outcome of Calvinism. He will examine particularly the economic, political, and spiritual situation in Poland, the movement of Italian reformers to Poland, and the connection between Polish anti-Paedo-Baptists and the anti-Paedo-Baptists of Holland and England. The following names attract special attention: Camillo Renato, Reziano, Pietro, and Pietro Menelfi in Italy. The disclosures to the Papal Inquisition by the last supply the basis of our knowledge of the Italian churches of this type. A summary is given by Newman, History of Anti-Paedo-Baptism, pages 327 and following. This takes us only to the middle of the 16th century. Among the Italians who migrated to Poland, Peter Ganesius, George Biandrata, Laelius Socinus, and Faustus Socinus are the most important. The most valuable statement of the views that were held by the churches of Poland that followed the teachings of the Socini is found in the Rakovian Catechism. This work exhibits the views of the Unitarian churches, which the younger Socinus united in one body. It sets forth their methods of doctrinal formulation and their views in detail with great ability. It deserves minute study as the principal rationalistic polemic of the earlier days against Protestant orthodoxy. The influence of this polemic is to be traced all through the later Protestantism. An indicator of its early impression is found in the reply which the great Dutch jurist Hugo Grotius made to the Socinian objections to the orthodox doctrine of atonement. It is very significant that in order to confute them, he had to meet them halfway and to reject the substitutionary view on the ground urged by them, that it was neither according to reason nor taught in the Scriptures. This carries us to the attempt to rationalize Calvinism in Holland, known as Arminianism, from the name of its chief representative, James Arminius, the Calvinist theologian of Leyden. The study of Arminianism pertains more particularly to the next following topic. 2. Skeptical reaction caused by doctrinal controversies among the Orthodox. The doctrinal precipitations which appear in the confessions of the Protestant state churches were attempts to consolidate Protestantism before its religious spirit had thoroughly permeated the minds of the leaders. An outcome of this is to be seen in the rise of a Protestant scholasticism that viewed doctrinal statements as declaring saving truth in itself apart from the religious faith that grounds the truth. The efforts to systematize these doctrines provoked opposition and exasperating controversies. Space forbids reference to these in detail. For convenience, the principal disputes may be arranged under the following heads: A. Controversies among Lutherans. B. Controversies between Lutherans and Calvinists. C. Controversies of Calvinism in the Netherlands. D. Controversies of Calvinism in England. A. Controversies among Lutherans. The following provisional classification may serve as a guide. First, controversies concerning faith. 1. In relation to law and good works. 2. In relation to justification, sanctification, and the mystical participation in the divine nature of Christ. The following disputants merit especial attention: Philip Melanchthon, John Agricola, Georg Major, Nicholas Armstorff, Andreas Osiander, Francis Stankarus, Martin Chemnitz, and Flacius. Secondly, controversies respecting the person of Christ, or more especially, representing the Lutheran idea of the communication of idioms, or the mutual real participation of the human and divine nature in Christ. Here again the name of Chemnitz figures, and also the names of James Andreas and Brenz, Balthasar Münzer, and others. The Formula of Concord 1576 to 1584, which attempted to mediate and settle the disputes by prescribing articles on original sin, free will, the righteousness of faith before God, good works, law and gospel, the Lord's Supper, the person of Christ, etc., should be carefully studied. See Schaff, Creeds of Christendom, 393 and following. B. Controversies between Lutherans and Calvinists. These include, besides the earlier disputes between Lutherans and Reformed theologians referred to in the first division of our study, the later controversies which arose from the influence of Calvinism on certain Lutheran theologians. They stand closely related to the controversies among Lutherans noted above. The most notable of these is known as the Crypto-Calvinist controversy, which concerns the question of the real or spiritual presence of Christ in the elements of the supper. Of special importance here is the growing Calvinistic tendency of Melanchthon. The question of predestination also figured in the controversies. For a temporary doctrinal outcome, read Saxon Visitation Articles 1592 and Schaff, Creeds of Christendom 3, 181 and following. The disputes in the nature of the case were interminable. C. Controversies among Calvinists in the Netherlands. These are of special importance because, first, in the ultimate adjudication of them, the entire Reformed Church was invited to participate. Secondly, because the Arminian theology out of which they partly sprang has continued in powerful influence to the present. The Arminian controversy, like most theological controversies of the time, must be studied in relation to the political situation in the countries where the Reformed Church was established, and particularly in Holland. Note first the traditional love and enjoyment of freedom amongst the Dutch. Secondly, the influence of the Renaissance, Erasmus, there. Thirdly, the vindication of Protestant liberty in the long war with Austria and Spain. Fourthly, the presence of religious dissenters there. Fifthly, the determination of Maurice of Nassau to turn the Dutch Republic into a monarchy, and the powerful opposition led by John Barneveld. The strict Calvinists came into line with the monarchists, and the Arminians with the republicans. Each of these features of the situation demands close attention. The names and works of the leading theologians and of the great parties of the controversy should be familiar. For the Arminians, James Arminius, Hugo Grotius, Episcopius, Limborch. Of the extreme Calvinists, Theodore Beza, John Piscator, who later became Arminian, and Gomarus. The Remonstrants and Contra-Remonstrants, and the 5 points of Calvinism about which the controversy gathered reveal the two parties. Note the calling of the Synod of Dordrecht, the division of the Calvinists that comprised into supra-lapsarians and infra-lapsarians, the canons adopted at the Synod, and the persecution of the Arminians. Note finally the survival of Arminianism and its powerful influence in England during the time of the early Stuart kings. D. Calvinist controversies in England. The principal interest these have for us lies in their relation to the formation of separated bodies in England, for which see below. At this point we are concerned with the theological struggle between hyper-Calvinism and Arminianism, used in a wide sense of the moderate Protestant soteriology. Its beginnings can be seen, perhaps, in the less severe Protestantism of the 39 Articles as compared with that of the 42 Articles. The actual controversy with historical Arminianism is to be seen in the Lambeth Articles composed by Whitaker. They may be read in Schaff, Creeds of Christendom, Volume 3. The later controversies with Arminianism can be traced in the politico-ecclesiastical struggle between the Puritan Parliament of England and the first two Stuart kings. The Commons believed that the growing Arminianism was at the bottom a subtle reaction toward a revived Catholicism. 3. The discrediting of orthodoxy through the progress of scientific knowledge. Protestantism owes its origin in part to the growth of the spirit of free discovery and enterprise. Yet it is plain to a student of the Protestant creeds that the claims there made to a knowledge of the higher realities and the view of the world running through the creeds disclose an inner opposition to the principles and methods as well as to the results already recognized by science. An open conflict was inevitable. The story of the conflict pertains to the history of science rather than to the history of the church, since it is generally at bottom a conflict between a newer and an antiquated science. The outstanding fact is the movement of science toward the postulating of the government of the universe by immanent natural law rather than by external control or arbitrary interference with the common order of fixed validity. The result was the creation of a distrust of those affirmations of the creeds which embodied unscientific views, and therewith the rise of a spirit of skepticism toward all claims of possession of any supernatural revelation whatsoever. Such a position undermines the church establishments that made these doctrines their basis of truth. The study of the skeptical reaction that followed in the wake of the Reformation carries us rather beyond the limits of our period. It embraces the rise of modern philosophy in its efforts to lay a new foundation for certainty by proceeding through doubt to empirical investigation and rational speculation, and more particularly the history of empiricism and deism in England, of the Enlightenment in Germany, and of infidelity in France. C. Threatened dissolution of the Protestant state churches through the rise of the free churches. The struggle precipitated by the rise of the free churches is to be contrasted in its inner character with the two forms of opposition to the Protestant establishments above discussed, in that while the first, A, appeared to be mainly between rival forms of ecclesiasticism and concerned directly the lawyers and statesmen of the churches, and second, B, appeared mainly as a protest from within Protestantism against the unnatural bonds placed by the Reformation church creeds upon the action of human intelligence, and concerned principally the intellectuals among the people. That now to be discussed related to a specifically religious interest and had its roots in the free spontaneous faith of the common people, and consequently was more radical and comprehensive in its scope. The limitation of our study to the period of the Reformation confines our attention to the beginnings of the movement, which is still progressing. The first step in this study is to review the record of the origin and progress of those voluntaristic, individualistic, democratic religious groups or orders or communions that underlay much of the Reformation and persisted through its course, despite severe measures of repression taken by both Catholics and Protestants. See Division 1 of this outline. The tendency relative to Protestantism to create free churches is to be noted. For example, its insistence on using the Bible in the vernacular, its profession of the right of private judgment in religious matters, its nurture of a warm personal faith, its elevation of the laity to equality with the clergy in religious and ecclesiastical affairs. Note further how the spirit of individual enterprise in the maritime Protestant countries cooperated in the same direction and prepared asylums for the spirit of religious liberty. Interest centers mainly in the English and Dutch people. Observe how the struggle with Spain had strengthened their mutual sympathy and developed intimate commercial, social, and political intercourse. It is to be noticed how the religious radical, when persecuted in one of these countries, fled to the other or even to colonies across the sea, for example, the Pilgrim Fathers of New England. I. Growth of the free church ideal in England. The most noteworthy growth of free churchism is in England, and its relation to the Protestant establishments is seen to best advantage there. Beginning with the authorization of the Book of Common Prayer as the only legal compendium of public worship, the drafting of the 39 Articles, and for the suppression of opposition, the Act of Uniformity, the student will trace 4 stages in the progress of dissent according to the degree of its radicalism. The first includes those who were willing to accept episcopacy as the form of church government, but sought to purify the doctrine and ritual of the Church of England and bring it into harmony with the Reformed churches, the Puritans. Here we see the influence of Geneva and Scotland. The names of the archbishops of Canterbury, from Parker to Bancroft, figure in these controversies. The Apology of Bishop Jewell and the Ecclesiastical Polity of Richard Hooker set forth the views of the moderate Episcopalians. The works of Thomas Cartwright, the Lambeth Articles, see Schaff, Creeds of Christendom, Volume 3, and the Millenary Petition presented to James I presents the Puritan view. The controversy came to a head through the ecclesiastical administration of Laud and culminated in the Great Civil War. For this, the standard political histories are available. The student will note the rise of a persistent division within the established church, the High Church and the Broad Church parties. Reconciliation has proved impossible. 2. Presbyterianism. The second stage of dissent is held by those who sought to bring the Church of England into full conformity with the Reformed conception in both doctrine and order, the Presbyterians. The work of Walter Travis in Latin on church discipline opened the Presbyterian contention. The bitter attacks on the bishop made by the author of the Martin Marprelate tracts, perhaps Henry Barrow, are the most noteworthy features of the early steps taken by Presbyterians. The names of the 3 martyrs, John Greenwood, Henry Barrow, and John Penry, are notable in this connection, as are also those of Francis Johnson and Henry Ainsworth, exiles in Holland. The full impact of the Presbyterian polemic is seen in the attempt to bring the whole of England under Presbyterianism through the alliance of the English Parliament with the Scots. The longer and shorter catechisms and the Westminster Confession are monuments of the struggle, which was brought to an abrupt close by Cromwell and the army. 3. The Independents. In the third stage, we find those who, in addition to practicing the godly discipline and plain worship of the Presbyterians, claim the right of all churches of the regenerate to independent, democratic self-government as laid down in the New Testament. The Independents, later called Congregationalists. These, however, still held to the propriety of enforcing the doctrines and practices of the Christian faith upon all inhabitants of the country. The first noteworthy advocate of these views was Robert Browne, hence the early name Brownists. The founding of a separatist church at Norwich, the flight at Middelburg in Zealand, the change in Johnson and Ainsworth's congregation at Amsterdam, the coming of John Smith and his congregation from Gainsborough, the migration of the Congregational at Scourby, with the well-known Brewster, Bradford, and Robinson of Pilgrim fame as leaders, and the emigration to Plymouth, Massachusetts, are recounted in numerous works noted in all the histories of Congregationalism and of the founding of the New England colonies. The strenuous part played by the Independents in the Civil War under Cromwell's leadership is recognized in the histories of that fight. 4. The Baptists. We reach a fourth stage of opposition to the state church when we find many Independents becoming Baptists, as they preferred to be called, rather than Anabaptists. The story of John Smith, called by Dexter the Sea Baptist, his relations with the Mennonites, the separation from him when he sought baptismal succession by many who followed Thomas Hilry's and John Merton back to England in 1611, and the growth of the General Baptist there is related by the Baptist histories above named. The student will note the rise of another Baptist body, Particular Baptists, so called from the view of atonement held by them, springing from a church under the leadership of Henry Jacob. It is important to study the tracts on liberty of conscience collected by the Hansard Knowledge Society, especially Leonard Bushner's Religion's Peace and Roger Williams' Bloody Tenet of Persecution. At this point we reach the limit of our study. The student should not leave the subject without raising the question, which of these four movements offers the best interpretation of the inner spirit of Protestantism? C. Summary estimate of the Protestant Reformation. The Protestant Reformation appears, as one surveys it from the distance of 4 centuries, to have been one of those great convulsions of human society which occur when multitudes of people inhabiting vast contiguous territories come under the influence of a common impulse to seek the fulfillment of the meaning of life in new directions. Such an impulse is sure to appear as mainly iconoclastic in the early stages of its action, because existing customs, institutions, and theories stand as barriers to its free execution. In later stages of its progress, its creative powers disclosed in the appearing of new customs, institutions, and doctrines which displace those that have now become antiquated to some minds. But alongside of them the old may survive and even regain new vigor by contact with the new. Thus it was with the Reformation. In respect both to the destructive and to the constructive force that was released, it was less effective in the 16th century than its most enthusiastic representatives expected. For after the first shock of surprise, the conservative influence asserted itself with much success, and forced the postponement of the radical outworking of the Protestant principle to later times. The preceding study has shown that the factors at work were many and diverse in their empirical origin. The question arises, how is it that the Reformation has been traditionally regarded as a religious movement? The answer must be, because it really was such, not of course in the narrow sense of a distinctively supernatural impulse separated from the motives that direct men in common affairs, but in the sense that a man's religion is constituted by the unification of all his many-sided activities in a single aim, the worship of the unseen ideal. The true genius of the Reformation found its best expression in the religious leaders because they most truly divined its secret heart. Religiously viewed, then, the Reformation was an attempt to consecrate the supreme worth of personality. It was an effort to the human spirit in the individual to affirm the supremacy of the personal in the spiritual and material realms. In the former realm, it took the form of a conflict between the aggressive spirit of the self-conscious man and the structures of thought and will by which a precedent social order sought to maintain its ancient possessions in their entirety and thereby to hold the man in leash. In the material realm, it was an affirmation of the essential friendship between man and nature, and the right and capacity of the human spirit to make nature instrumental to the achievement of the destiny of personality. In this regard, it may be described as an attempt to take possession of the material world as a means of fulfilling the life of fellowship with God. Its God was distinctly personal and in no need of intermediaries in his approach to men. He wrought in them immediately. The immense enterprises that awakened the Protestantism were the fruit of the unconquerable courage that the new religious spirit created. End of chapter 7, part 6.
Chapter 8, Part 1 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox, librivox.org. Recording by Elsa Gallo. Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 8, Part 1. The Development of Modern Christianity. Introduction. The nature and meaning of modern Christianity. Definition. The term modern Christianity is used in this treatment in a special sense, and refers to the principles, tendencies, and movements which have sometimes been called progressive Christianity, the new theology, or modernism. It has not taken institutional form in any organized denomination, nor received authoritative expression in any system of doctrine. It is rather a religious attitude, a mode of thought, or a principle of action manifesting itself in all denominations and Christian movements. Briefly defined, modern Christianity is the Christianity which has steadily progressed with the progress of modern civilization, both influencing it and being influenced by it. The history of Western Europe since the introduction of Christianity shows a continuous balance between the church and society, religion and civilization. Neither at any time shows any great difference from the other. Sometimes one, sometimes the other may be leading, but they are never completely separated from each other in character. Religion and culture indissolubly related. It is impossible for religion or the church to move on apart from the rest of society. The religion of an age is a part of the civilization of an age. The individuals who make up the state and formulate the politics of an age, or compose society and create its social consciousness, make up the church and formulate its religious thought. The same individuals are at the same time citizens, merchants, scholars, soldiers, and worshippers, and what they are in one sphere, they tend to be in all other spheres. Society is a solidarity, and religion is an integral part of it. This will be found to be notably true of modern Christianity. It is a reflex in religious thought and action of the modern social consciousness. It has grown out of a deliberate acceptance of the results of modern progress and out of a conscious effort to incorporate all of the assured values of modern civilization into religion. Distinctive elements of modern Christianity. Since modern Christianity is not an organic movement nor a formulated system of doctrine, it can be summarized only in terms of certain peculiar principles or tendencies, and these cannot be stated definitely or exhaustively, but only suggestively. No definite date can be assigned for the beginnings of modern Christianity. Faint intimations of it lie far back in the medieval period. Its more rapid course of development was coincident with the emancipation of the human mind and society from the control of the medieval church and theology in the 16th century, but it did not become conscious of itself until the 18th century. The 19th century witnessed the acceptance of all of its essential principles in enlightened religious circles. 1. The element of liberty. Liberty in modern Christianity has a wide range of manifestations. In its general theological phase, it is the right claimed by the modern religious thinker to be free from the control of authority, or the disposition to subject all authorities, whether the Bible, the church, tradition, or a priori reason, to the test of rationality and experience. In its politico-religious phase, it is the right claim by the individual to be free from the control of the civil authority in his belief and worship, and constitutes freedom of conscience. In its historico-biblical phase, it is the right claimed by the scholar to study the Bible as any other literature, and constitutes freedom of scholarship. In its ethical form, it is the right to be inwardly self-governed in the choice of moral aims and in moral conduct, and constitutes freedom of will or moral autonomy. 2. The element of scientific veracity. Veracity enters intimately, along with liberty, into every phase of modern Christianity. It really forms the moral ground for the justification of liberty. The right to be free is grounded in the duty to be true to what really is, that is, to be truthful. It is the scientific spirit. We shall see this element of veracity especially at work in the field of biblical study. The quest for what is really true concerning the origin and history of the books of the Bible constitutes its aim and spirit, and the discovery of what is true constitutes the reason for freedom to state what is discovered. This is freedom of scholarship as understood by all modern biblical scholars. It is the spirit of veracity in religious belief and in moral conduct which has compelled the appeal to experience as a source of authority. The use of experience in ethics and religion corresponds to the use of fact in science and of event in history. Nothing but experience will yield the sense of truth and reality, and nothing but reality and worth can compel veracity. Hence, both theology and ethics have become experimental in method. 3. The element of rationality. The development of modern Christianity has been characterized by an increasing tendency to appeal to reason as a criterion of the truth. While it has found its chief sphere of application in the field of religious thought, no element of religious faith or practice has escaped its influence. The beliefs, the ceremonies, the customs, the institutions, and the life of religion have all been subjected to its testing. The tendency of the modern Christian mind is to accept only that which commends itself as true, just, and good in the light of experience and reflection. It is not enough that a belief, ceremony, or institution have the sanction of authority or custom. It must secure the sanction of reason by proving its truth or its worth. The rise of deism in the 17th century was the beginning of that inexorable demand upon religion in modern times that it make itself entirely rational. 4. The element of humanity. The element of humanity, kindness, and sympathy has steadily grown in importance as a criterion of good morality and of true religion. It has grown out of the increasing sense in modern times of the dignity and sacredness of human life. The growth of humanity has revolutionized human conduct in both its personal and its political aspects. It has at the same time revolutionized Christian theology and activity. It lies at the root of all modern philanthropy and social service, whether carried on by the church, by the state, or by society at large. 5. The element of spirituality. Religion has tended to grow more spiritual, more inward in modern times. The essence of spirituality consists in a direct, personal, and inner relation to God, as opposed to a magical, ceremonial, or hierarchical relation. In ethical conduct rather than in ecstatic feeling or doctrinal inerrancy. As to form, spirituality is a psychological rather than a physical condition or relation. As to content, it is grounded in a good will and cannot be distinguished from a truly moral life. 6. The element of secularity. A greater appreciation of the worth and sanctity of the present natural order enters preeminently into the attitude of the modern Christian. The secular spirit has grown as the ascetic spirit has declined in the modern world. It has broken down the sharp antithesis between sacred and secular, the present and the future, the heavenly and the earthly, the inspired and the uninspired, the human and the divine. Several ideas have wrought in this direction. The spiritual conception of religion has made all times and places sacred. The concept of the sovereignty of the individual and the equality of all men have made all persons sacred, while the conception of the divine immanence has made both ethical and metaphysical dualism incongruous. The result has been a twofold process, a secularization of the religious and a sanctification of the secular. Professor Gerald B. Smith characterizes this process as an ethical transformation under the influence of the democratic and scientific ideals, and says, "Now the total effect of those movements of thought and of social activity which make up what we call the modern world is to turn attention to the resources of this world and to discover moral values in the immanent process of human evolution." In contrasting the points of difference between the medieval and the modern world, Professor Troeltsch says, "Evaluation of the present world for the sake of the riches and beauty of the world, an estimation of the goods attained in the progress of civilization because of an independent ethical value attaching to them, is consequently impossible." But precisely such a valuation of these things is the characteristic feature of the modern feeling towards the world and civilization. 7. The element of social responsibility. One of the most significant discoveries of the modern world has been the fact that a man's life, his moral, intellectual, economic, and physical life, is socially conditioned. It has been discovered that it is not enough to regenerate the individual. His environment must also be regenerated. The society in which he lives, with all of its customs and institutions, if the regeneration of the individual is to be permanent and complete. And it has been further discovered that a man is a unity. He is not merely soul, but soul and body. As the individual is one with his society, so the soul is one with the body, and Christianity has therefore a social as well as an individual, a physical as well as a spiritual task in the salvation of the soul. 8. The element of democracy. The principle of democracy affirms the sovereignty and competency of the individual in all affairs relating to his own well-being. It arose first of all in the political sphere, but it was found to be equally applicable in the religious sphere. No phase of modern life or thought has escaped its influence, but it has been especially influential in all modern religions' development, in doctrine, life, and organization. It has been largely responsible for the overthrow of the Calvinistic theology, with its absolutist doctrine of the divine sovereignty and election, of a limited atonement, and its fatalist doctrine of hereditary depravity. It has also been the guiding principle in a modern development of independence in church government. The modern conception of religious authority has grown out of the democratic principle. Reverend George Tyrrell says, "The two deepest characteristics of the new order are the scientific spirit and the democratic movement, a new conception of authority and government." An analysis of the element of democracy, however, would show that other elements enter into it, such as the elements of humanity and liberty. 9. The element of Catholicity. The modern Christian mind has grown more tolerant toward the religious beliefs of other Christians and more appreciative of the religions of non-Christian people. Christian cooperation and union are taking the place of sectarian ostracism and controversy. The resemblances to Christian teaching found in non-Christian religions are no longer waved aside as false imitations of Christianity or the interventions of demons, but are considered genuine attainments of the truth under different forms by the most inspired spirits among the heathen. And their virtues are no longer treated as splendid vices, but as, in their degree, approaches to genuine Christian morality. The study of comparative religion and the closer contact with the East through foreign missions and international commerce have had much to do with this new attitude, but the decisive change has come through the rationalizing influences of philosophy and science. The modern mind has discovered new principles by which to interpret and unify the facts of the universal religious consciousness, the most significant of which are the principles of evolution and the relativity of knowledge. The student should be reminded that these principles or elements are at the same time elements of modern Christianity and of modern civilization, and that Christianity and civilization have been inseparable in their development. It is not possible then to say that they are the exclusive product of either one. They are the product of the total social process which we call civilization, of which Christianity has been a part and on which it has exerted its influence. Just what the influence of Christianity has been, it is difficult to say, but it is safe to affirm that it has been very decisive. 10. The relation of modern Christianity to Protestantism and Catholicism. Troeltsch and Harnack have pointed out the many medieval elements which survived in early Protestantism, such as the dogma of biblical authority, a redempted church, sacramental and confessional assurance, the union of church and state, and an ascetic view of the Christian life. All of these principles stood opposed to the trend of the modern world toward freedom, spirituality, and democracy. In both principle and action, however, Protestantism has shown itself more congenial to modern tendencies than Catholicism. The Protestant principle of justification by faith, in its earliest expression as an act of faith, was essentially a modern principle, but it was later identified with the doctrinal content of faith and largely eliminated as a factor in modern progress. Persecution for heresy arose in the dominant Protestant churches as a consequence, and just as little freedom of faith and of thought was granted in Protestant countries as in Catholic. Within Protestantism have arisen many organic movements embodying fundamental Protestant principles and one or more modern elements, such as Socinianism, Arminianism, Baptism, Congregationalism, Quakerism, Evangelicalism, Pietism, Unitarianism, and Universalism, and various intellectual movements such as Latitudinarianism, the Higher Criticism, and Ritschlianism, all of which have left traces of their influence upon the dominant trend of Protestantism. Protestantism has undergone a gradual transformation and has shown a disposition to adapt herself to modern progress. The student will find that it has been quite different with Catholicism. In principle, the latter is opposed to all change. She has crushed all modern tendencies and resisted all modern influences within her organization. In the Syllabus of Errors of 1864, Pope Pius IX condemned as an error the following proposition: "The Roman Pontiff can and ought to reconcile himself to and agree with progress, liberalism, and civilization as lately introduced. All organizations and all schools of thought with modern tendencies which have arisen in Catholicism have been suppressed. Such movements as Jansenism, Quietism, and Febronianism disappeared before the 19th century and left no influence. Dollingerism was overwhelmed within the Church by the Vatican Council of 1870, and modernism was forced into silence or submission by Pius X. Ultramontanism and medievalism are in complete ascendancy as in the 16th century. Modern Christianity is therefore neither Protestant nor Catholic. Its development has taken place more rapidly and completely within Protestant countries and shows greater affinities for Protestantism than for Catholicism. Yet it is not possible to say that it has been the sole product of the Protestant movement. Troeltsch goes so far as to say, however, that on the grounds of pure fact, we are warranted in saying that the religion of the modern world is essentially determined by Protestantism, and that this constitutes the greatest historical significance of Protestantism. Other forces of a non-religion secular nature have also contributed largely to the total result. End of Chapter 8, Part 1. Recording by Elsa Gallo for Battalion Translations, Tampa, Florida. Part 1. The Development of Modern Christianity. Chapter 8, Part 2 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox, LibriVox.org. Recording by Elsa Gallo. Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 8, Part 2. The Development of Modern Christianity. 1. The Politico-Ecclesiastical Movement. The importance of the modern politico-ecclesiastical movement for the development of modern Christianity lies in the relation of this movement to modern liberty. The attention of the student has already been called to liberty as a constituent element of modern Christianity. One aspect of this liberty, liberty of conscience, was largely an outgrowth of the politico-ecclesiastical movement. Liberty of conscience in religion. By liberty of conscience in this treatment is meant the freedom of the individual from the control of the state in his religious belief and worship. The study really involves the entire history of the relation between church and state, from the beginnings of that relation under Constantine, 312 to 36. To understand just what the nature of the struggle for religious liberty has been, the student should study first of all the origin and nature of the medieval tyranny out of which modern liberty arose. The student will find that medieval tyranny was an inheritance from previous political and religious conditions as they existed in ancient states, especially in Greece, Rome, and among the Hebrews. For this study, the most significant element of that inheritance is the control of religion by the government, a union of church and state, and the conceptions of the state and of religion upon which it was based. The ancient conception of religion as an affair of the state. In all ancient states, religion was an affair of the state. The worship of the gods was a public function and not a private right. Religion was social, not personal, and consisted of public ceremonies rather than personal convictions. The individual had no personal religious interests apart from those of the community unless he happened to be a foreigner and worshipped a foreign god. Christianity, a religion of individual conviction. With the rise of Christianity, religion became an affair of the individual. Jesus appealed to the conscience and grounded religion in personal belief. When he said, "Render unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's, and unto God the things that are God's," he established an authority over the individual distinct from the authority of the state. Reasons for the persecution of Christians. All the conditions of religious tyranny and persecution were at hand with the birth of Christianity into Jewish society and the Roman state. The early Christians, with their conception of the inwardness and privacy of religion, were bound to come into conflict with the temporal powers of the ancient world, with their conception of the absolute sovereignty of the state. The personal Christian conscience from the first set itself against the royal and the social will and declared, "We must obey God rather than men." With this difference between the ancient pagan conception of the state and of the place and function of religion in the state, and with the new Christian conception of the distinction between things spiritual and things temporal, religious tyranny began. And it did not cease until modern states transferred religion from the status of a public function to the status of a private right, under the legal form of a voluntary association or private corporation. The development of the idea of religious liberty. The growth of religious liberty was a many-sided movement. It was involved in the whole development of civilization. It came as a result of many influences: religious, political, military, philosophical, economic, and commercial. A complete understanding of it would involve a knowledge of all that has made for progress in the modern world, for liberty is one of the products of civilization. But the history of religious liberty is something more definite than the summary of the influences which have brought it about. It finally came through certain specific parliamentary acts which changed the constitutions of states. It came both gradually and suddenly. Gradually as a result of the progress of such great principles of liberty as democracy, humanity, and rationality, and suddenly as a result of the victories of political parties and of armies. But for clearness of distinction, the movement may be studied as a twofold process. First, as a movement of public opinion in favor of liberty created by all of its advocates, and secondly, as a movement in political action expressed in the various acts of toleration. Both aspects are essential to a complete understanding of it. The influence of the Protestant Reformation. The starting point in this study is the Protestant Reformation and its relation to the progress of liberty. The student will find that the first generation of great reformers and Protestant parties did not believe in freedom of conscience nor in a separation of church and state, and that the first direct influence of the Reformation was a strengthening of the principle of religious tyranny, of the authority of the civil ruler over the religion of his subjects. It remained for the outlawed Protestant parties of the first generation, the Anabaptists and the Socinians, and for the new reformatory parties of the second and subsequent generations, the Independents, the Baptists, the Arminians, and the Quakers, to become the heralds and bearers of religious liberty. The movement of religious dissent. The direct movement for religious liberty in modern times began with the rise of religious dissent, chiefly Protestant but partly Catholic, and was consummated through the struggle of these dissenting nonconformist parties for freedom of worship against the efforts of civil rulers to enforce uniformity of religion in their realms. The interesting fact is that the leading part in this struggle was taken, and the greatest sacrifices for liberty were made, by a religious party which did not at first believe in individual freedom of conscience, the Presbyterians. They struggled for liberty for themselves, but they won it finally for all other dissenters. The student will find the history of the Netherlands, England, Scotland, France, Germany, and America during the 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries of chief significance in the development of modern liberty. Religious questions were inseparably interwoven with political ones during this period. In each of these countries, the government was the sovereign ecclesiastical as well as political power, and as a means of securing religious liberty, the dissenting religious parties were obliged to identify themselves with political movements. They adopted political measures and such political principles as favored their religious freedom. They became at the same time both religious and political revolutionists, and brought in by the same struggle both religious and political liberty. The guarantee of religious liberty by the state. While many influences cooperated to promote religious liberty, the student must not forget that it was finally achieved in the sphere of political theory and action. It was the state which withheld it, and the state which finally granted it. A study of the history of political theories, both medieval and modern, becomes therefore for the student of religious liberty one of his most essential tasks. The idea of liberty was first of all formulated in political theory before it was carried out in political action. In each case, it came as a result of a changed conception of governmental powers and of the relation between government and religion. Development of religious liberty in Protestantism. The student will discover that Protestantism has been a more congenial soil for the growth of liberty than Catholicism. This phenomenon may be due in part to racial characteristics, but it is due in far greater measure to the religious differences between Protestantism and Catholicism. Through its distinctive religious principles, justification by faith, and the universal priesthood of believers, Protestantism became a decisive influence in the struggle for modern liberty, both religious and political. For this reason, such Protestant countries as the Netherlands, England, Scotland, and America have contributed far more to the progress of religious liberty than such Catholic countries as France, Spain, Austria, and Italy. End of Chapter 8, Part 2. Recording by Elsa Gallo for Battalion, Tampa, Florida. Part 2. The Development of Modern Christianity. Chapter 8, Part 3 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox, librivox.org. Recording by Elsa Gallo. Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 8, Part 3. The Development of Modern Christianity. 2. The Scientific Movement. Modern science has been one of the most decisive factors in the formation of modern religious thought. Very few religious ideas have escaped its modifying influence. The result of this influence within the sphere of Christian belief is registered in what is here called modern Christianity. Scientific method welcomed by modern Christianity. Modern Christianity thus receives one of its chief marks of distinction from its connection with modern science. It recognizes the fundamental necessity of a true science to religion, approves and imitates its spirit and methods, and accepts all of its verified discoveries and conclusions. It does not fear science, as the older Christianity did, nor seek to control it, but cordially welcomes it as a friend and ally. The development of modern science. The task before the student in this study is to find out not merely the nature of the influence of science upon religion, but to trace the origin and historical development of that influence. The student should not forget that his task is primarily historical and that the logical place to begin is with the beginnings of modern science. The conflict between religion and science. The relation between science and religion in modern times assumed the form of a conflict. This appeared first of all as a conflict between the statements of Scripture concerning the origin and formation of the physical universe and the statements of scientists. It arose out of the adoption by the Christian Church of the Old Testament, with its primitive Semitic cosmogonies as authoritative divine revelation. Throughout the entire conflict, the first task of the theologians was to defend the scientific authority and infallibility of Scripture. The fundamental difference between science and religion was a difference in method of verification. Science sought to prove things true by observation and experiment, religion by an appeal to authority, the authority of Scripture. Still further conflict arose owing to the two different theories of causation held by science and religion, the natural and the supernatural. Science sought a natural cause for things. Religion rested upon the principle of an ultimate supernatural causation embodied in the scriptural explanation of things. Each of the sciences as they arose, astronomy, geology, biology, archaeology, anthropology, and medicine, offered a natural explanation in place of the supernatural explanation of Scripture and gave rise to a new conflict which passed through an identical course of development in each instance. The first stage of each conflict was marked by the bitter, irreconcilable hostility of religious leaders toward the discoveries and hypotheses of the new science. Attempts at harmonization. But the irresistible demonstrations of the scientists forced the theologians into an attitude of compromise. Harmonistic schemes were drawn up and Scripture was given an interpretation in agreement with the new science. But as the new science changed, new harmonistic schemes and new interpretations of Scripture were formulated, and each new scheme, so different from the previous one, was in turn accepted as authoritative and divine. The present relationship between science and religion. This contradictory and futile process was finally its own undoing and prepared the way for the present relation between science and religion in modern Christianity. Many discoveries were made by both scientists and religionists during the course of this conflict. Religionists discovered that Scripture was not what the older Christianity supposed it to be. It had been defended as an inspired scientific revelation. In the light of the new historical criticism, of archaeological discoveries, and of studies in comparative religion, it was discovered that the sacred books of the Hebrews had grown up as the sacred books of all other religious peoples had, and were a record and a reflection of their civilization and religious evolution. In other words, the Bible itself was discovered to be a natural instead of a supernatural book, and to reflect the scientific knowledge of ancient peoples rather than to anticipate that of the modern world. Hence was born a new conception of Scripture as the first step in a final reconciliation of science and religion. But partly through this conflict and partly through social development and philosophical inquiries, religionists discovered that religion was not what the older Christianity supposed it to be. It had been held to be identical in part with correct historical, scientific, and dogmatic beliefs based on Scripture. It was discovered to be spiritual life and began to be defined ethically in terms of personal purity and brotherly love and service. Hence arose a clear distinction between science and religion and a separation of their spheres and functions. As a result of this modern separation of science and religion, Questions which were once regarded as religious because dealt with in Scripture were transferred to science. Such questions as the origin and age of the earth and of the solar system, the origin and age of man and the lower forms of life, the origin and distribution of races of men, of languages, and of species of animals are now dealt with as purely scientific questions. The answers to them in no wise belong to or affect religion. But, on the other hand, the scientists have made some discoveries which have contributed to a final reconciliation of science and religion. Many of the older scientists were as hostile toward religion as the older religionists were toward science. They settled accounts finally with religion by pronouncing it a superstition, the invention of designing priests, and they proclaimed science to be the sum of all human knowledge and the ground of all human well-being. The newer scientists admit the limitations of science and agree to her restriction to her own peculiar sphere. Many questions once regarded as scientific are now turned over to ethics, religion, or philosophy. As Professor L. T. Moore says, "If I have made myself clear, the limitations of science are due solely to the fact that there are, in addition to material forces, others of an essentially different kind which may be called, for lack of a better name, spiritual powers. And so long as men of science restrict their endeavor to the world of material substance and force, they will find that their field is practically without limits, so vast and so numerous are the problems to be solved. And it should distress no one to discover that there are other fields of knowledge in which science is not concerned." The criticism of science on the basis of the modern theory of knowledge, the principle of relativity, as well as the history of its mistakes, has done much to moderate its dogmatic certainty. Relative to this, Moore says, "Evidently the postulates of science are as complex, as subjective, as debatable as the postulates of religion and philosophy." The emancipation of both science and religion. Thus the conflict between science and religion, which had grown out of this attempt to discredit modern science by an appeal to the supposedly inspired science of Scripture, drew to a close at the opening of the 20th century. It was settled, not by the overthrow of either, but by the emancipation of both from unnatural alliances and unwarranted pretensions. Science achieved its freedom and the recognition of its value to religion in all enlightened religious circles. The way was prepared for the rational and scientific treatment of all questions between science and religion. This has become the distinguishing mark of modern Christianity. Some unsolved problems. This does not mean that all problems raised by science in the sphere of religious thought have been settled. On the other hand, there were many other problems besides that of biblical authority and infallibility which appeared all along the way. There was the problem of the nature of God and of his relation to the physical universe, growing out of the discovery of the reign of law in nature. There was the problem of prayer and miracles in the light of natural law, the problem of sin and its origin and retribution in the light of evolution. There was the problem of immorality and science, all of which were earnestly debated and still call for solution. Some of these problems lie on the borderland between science and religion, where science passes into philosophy and religion into theology. In that realm the controversy will probably go on indefinitely, but in a spirit of earnest search for truth and of mutual respect in the relation of scientists and theologians. End of Chapter 8, Part 3. Recording by Elsa Gallo for Battalion, Tampa, Florida. Part 3. The Development of Modern Christianity. Chapter 8, Part 4 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox, LibriVox.org. Recording by Elsa Gallo. Guide to the Study of Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 8, Part 4, The Development of Modern Christianity. 3. The Philosophical Movement. Modern Christianity owes some of its most characteristic principles to the reflection of modern philosophers, while all of its principles have been elucidated and strengthened by them. The relation between theology and philosophy has always been very intimate, and their influence upon each other very marked, but never more so than in modern times. The problems of modern philosophy. Modern philosophy has been concerned with two major inquiries. What is the nature of ultimate reality, and what are the origin, nature, and limits of human knowledge? Both of these inquiries have direct religious bearings. The problem of knowledge. Philosophers had not gone far in their inquiry into the nature of ultimate reality before they discovered that all their inquiry depended upon the solution of a previous question as to the nature and validity of their knowledge. Hence, modern philosophy was resolved into an inquiry into the origin and nature of human knowledge. From a study of the objective world, modern philosophy turned to a study of the subjective or inner world. In this realm are to be found its great discoveries, and here also lie its decisive contributions to modern religious thought. In order to understand the origin and nature of the influence of modern philosophy upon theology, the student should take up the history of philosophy, which falls into two general stages of development, separated by the work of Immanuel Kant, 1724 to 1804. The first stage may be designated as the period of rationalism, and the second as the period of idealism. The rationalistic movement. The modern rationalistic movement began with the humanists. They made use of reason in free philosophical and theological speculations and in literary criticism. Their influence was felt in Socinianism and Arminianism, in Anglicanism and Latitudinarianism, but more notably in Deism, which found in reason the ultimate source of religious truth, the sole and sufficient guide in religious faith and moral conduct. Rationalism was more or less in vogue as a principle or tendency in religious and other forms of thought for more than a century before it was formulated into a system of philosophy by René Descartes, 1596 to 1650. As a philosophy, rationalism affirmed that reason is a source of knowledge in itself, superior to and independent of sense perceptions. The atmosphere of every realm of thought during the 17th and 18th centuries was charged with the rationalistic conception of innate ideas. In the political sphere, it took the form of the theory of natural law, or natural right, and led straight to the concept of popular sovereignty or democracy. In the sphere of morality, it took the form of the idea of natural morality, or the light of nature. In the religious sphere, it was spoken of as the principle of natural religion or of the religion of reason. The fundamental assumption of rationalism was that man, by his own individual powers of thought, unaided from without, either by divine revelation or human experience, could arrive at every essential truth of religion and every principle of moral or political action. Man was sovereign and reason was supreme. Influence of rationalism on religious thinking. The problem which rationalism raised in religion was mainly that of authority, and the contribution which it made to religious thought was the conception of an inner, personal, trustworthy authority in religious faith and conduct, the reason. The issue was drawn between reason and revelation, rationalism and supernaturalism. the entire question was fought out, as far as rationalism could carry it, in the deistical controversy in England. The conflict issued in a complete victory for rationalism as far as the recognition of the authority of reason was concerned. No one dared to oppose the dictates of reason. Rationalists and supernaturalists, believers and unbelievers alike, appealed to the authority and arbitrament of reason. The outcome on the side of religion was the creation of a rational orthodoxy, so called, which attempted to prove all the elements of traditional Christianity, derived from supernatural revelation, to be in harmony with reason. The teaching of this school has constituted the theology of Orthodox Protestantism from the 17th century to the present time. The philosophical criticism of rationalism. Rationalism, however, did not prove a final resting place for philosophic thought, and consequently the orthodox theology based upon it soon found itself without a valid foundation. Its limitations were pointed out by John Locke, 1632 to 1704, and David Hume, 1711 to 76, while Immanuel Kant, 1724 to 1804, fused elements of both rationalism and sensationalism with new elements of his own into a new theory of knowledge which took the place of rationalism. While the latter proved inadequate as a theory of knowledge, yet it made a permanent contribution both to philosophical and to religious thought by calling attention to the originative power of the mind and the subjective element in knowledge. Kant. No student of philosophy in its relation to modern religious thought can omit a thorough study of Kant, both in his own writings and in such general expositions of his religious philosophy as appear in works by MacGiffert, Fleiderer, Moore, and others mentioned in the references to literature given at the end of this section. Kant was first of all a philosopher, but he became one of the principal fountains from which the mainstream of modern theology has flowed. The student is chiefly concerned with Kant's solution of the problem of knowledge. It was this problem which Kant inherited from the older rationalism and which he answered approximately as all philosophers since his day have answered it. It was the problem not only of the nature and origin of knowledge, but of the nature and origin of religious knowledge in particular, and of the relation between religious and all other kinds of knowledge. After Kant, there were two men who stood out from all others as epoch-making contributors to modern religious thought, Schleiermacher and Ritschl. There were many other first-rank thinkers who made greater or lesser contributions, but these men united in themselves, as no others did, the prevailing philosophical tendencies and turned them to account in religious thought. Schleiermacher. In a study of Schleiermacher, 1768 to 1834, the student should take into account the very diverse influences which shaped his education and thought. His early Moravian schooling, the friendship and writings of the Romanticists, the pantheistic philosophy of Spinoza, the critical philosophy of Kant, and the faith philosophy of Hamann and Jacobi. From all these sources he drew something, but the combination and use he made of them were his own. His supreme interest was in religion, not in philosophy. In an age which was inclined to hold religion in contempt and to array scientific knowledge and philosophical reflection against it, he sought a defense for it. To this end he prepared the epoch-making Reden for the culture despisers of religion, and so defined religion as to give it an independent basis in the nature of man. This was his great contribution, a new definition, a new conception of what religion was. It was not something secondary, derivative, subject to the fluctuations or even the opposition of science and philosophy, but it was native to the human soul, both independent of and before either science or philosophy. He identified religion with the original endowments of human nature and integrated it with the whole of life. It was a fact, like any other scientific fact, a personal experience of the soul. Thus, he reconciled the conflict between faith and knowledge, between science and religion, between the secular and the sacred, and sought to prepare a way in which Christianity and the highest culture might walk together in harmony. But he also prepared the way for the modern grounding of religion in experience and for the study of it as a scientific phenomenon. Ritschl, 1822-89, dealt with the same problem of the relation between faith and knowledge, between science and religion, that Kant and Schleiermacher had faced. He was governed by the same motive of reconciling them and followed in general the same method of reconciliation. His solution of the problem consisted in a new definition of religion on the basis of Kant's and Schleiermacher's contributions. He combined with them, however, related suggestions from Herbart and Lotze. With Ritschl, the philosophy of religion, which has steadily developed from Kant, and the faith philosophers through Schleiermacher in the direction of a subjective, independent basis for religion, and of a sharp distinction between religious and scientific knowledge, has come to its final expression in a conception of religion as a value judgment. Out of this conception have grown the latest developments in the field of religious philosophy. This Kant-Schleiermacher-Ritschlian conception has been the most common defense of religion against science and the ground of their separation and freedom. End of Chapter 8, Part 4. Recording by Elsa Gallo for Battalion, Tampa, Florida. Part 4. The Development of Modern Christianity. Chapter 8, Part 5 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox, LibriVox.org. Recording by Elsa Gallo. Guide to the Study of Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 8, Part 5. 4. The Historical Movement. Until very recent times, the entire course of human history has been treated by historians as if it were under the guidance of a supernatural agency. Even after political history ceased to be treated from the point of view that postulated a ruling providence in its course, religious history was still regarded as providential and exempt from the natural conditions of other history. Its literature, institutions, and events were held to have been divinely shaped into the forms which they have assumed. The genetic treatment of history. The tendency to treat the literature and institutions of religious history as natural developments out of historical conditions is what is meant by the historical movement. It is the principle of natural causation, the scientific method, applied to religious literature and history. Development of historical method. The historical method has been gradually developed since the 15th century through the discovery and application of the following principles: the principle of historical correlation or correspondence, the principle of historical development, and the principle of historical uniformity. These principles are the presupposition of all modern historical research and interpretation. The principle of historical correlation. All modern scientific historical scholars now take for granted the principle of the historical correlation of contemporaneous and consecutive events and processes. Things happen in history in relation to other things and bear the marks of those relations. It is assumed that persons, documents, and events are made under given conditions of time and place, and that they will invariably bear the markings of their time and place. They are correlated and will therefore correspond to each other. The older historical research and interpretation, which were under the influence of the supernaturalistic or providential presupposition, treated a religious and much political history as out of all relation to conditions of time and place. This principle is the essence of the procedure of determining the date, authority, and genuineness of historical documents. The principle of historical correlation was recognized in the literary criticism of Greek and Roman scholars, but after their time it disappeared from use until the 15th century. Its employment by Valla and others in the 15th century inaugurated the modern historical movement. The principle of historical development. The principle of historical development gradually made its appearance during the 17th and 18th centuries. This principle assumes that everything historical, nature, man, society, language, literature, law, government, morality, and religion, with all their institutions, passes through a process of growth from simple embryonic beginnings, and that everything is governed in this process by the properties of its own nature and the conditions relative to it. It is really the principle of correlation applied to successive stages of the same changing organism. The principle of historical uniformity. The principle of historical uniformity was the last to receive recognition in the development of historical research. It assumes, like the doctrine of uniformism in geology, that the causes, forces, and processes with which the historian has to do in the past are identical with the causes, forces, and processes which are in operation at the present time. Human history, it is assumed, has always been the same as it is today. The apparent differences between events in the past and present are due not to real differences in what took place, but to a difference of interpretation. The tendency in many past periods, as in many present stages of culture, has been to interpret events supernaturally. The same events are interpreted at present and in advanced stages of culture on a basis of natural occurrence. It is the recognition of the reign of natural law in history as in nature. Hence, the modern historian attempts to explain past events in the light of present events, governed always, however, by the particular evidences in the case. This principle has received special application in the case of myths, legends, and miracles in history, and also in the case of the study of comparative religion. Joined with the developmental principle, it has formed the basis for a unification of the religious phenomena of all periods and peoples. The principle is really grounded in the conceptions of the continuity of history and the unity of the race. The historical study of the Bible. The employment of the historical method in either secular or sacred history was impossible so long as historical learning was exclusively in the hands of the Church, as it was during the medieval period, or even so long as it was under the influence of theological motives, as it was until the close of the 18th century. But the employment of the historical method in the study of biblical or sacred literature and history was delayed through the dogmatic belief in the inspired and providential nature of that literature and history long after other fields of history had admitted it. And even then, the earliest application of the method to biblical literature was undertaken by scholars outside the orthodox religious circles at great risk to reputation and well-being, and only in the last decade or two has it been possible to take this step with entire immunity from persecution. The method has, however, steadily won its way to favor, even in religious circles which repudiated it as infidel a generation ago, through sheer force of discovered facts, of the confirmations of archaeology and the comparative sciences, and of the general spread of the rational spirit of veracity. The struggle for the right of free historical investigation in every realm of Christian literature and history has cost more than 100 years of effort in the face of the bitterest opposition and not a few martyrs to the cause. History of biblical criticism. Turning now to the rise and progress of the historical movement in religious literature and history, the student should give special attention to the influence of humanism, the Reformation, rationalism, the idealistic philosophy, and evolutionary science. The movement began with Valla, 1405 to 57, Erasmus, 1466 to 1536, and other humanists in an application of the critical historical methods known to them to classical literature, then to ecclesiastical documents, and finally to biblical literature. Their work was largely confined to textual criticism. The Reformation quickly checked this movement in the direction of biblical criticism, but promoted it in application to the history and documents of medieval Catholicism. The rise of rationalism prepared the way for the application of historical methods to biblical literature. Benedict Spinoza, 1632 to 77, was one of the first in modern times to discover the intimate relation between biblical literature and its contemporaneous history. He anticipated in his Tractatus Theologico Politicus the most modern conception of the dependence of the interpreter upon a knowledge of the history of Scripture. On the basis of this principle, he denied the Mosaic authorship of the Pentateuch and thus inaugurated the modern historico-critical study of Scripture. The denial of the Mosaic authorship of the Pentateuch by Spinoza, Hobbes, Simon, and others led to the discovery of the documentary hypothesis by Jean Astruc, 1684 to 1749. Out of this discovery has grown, after many modifications, the modern analysis of the Old Testament. The most important contributions to this phase of Old Testament study were made by J. G. Acorn, 1752 to 1822, the first to give to the method the name higher criticism. J. A. Ernesti, 1707 to 81, who opposed the allegorical method of interpretation with the conception of one literal sense and declared the Bible should be interpreted as any other book. J. D. Michaelis, 1717 to 91, who was the first to attempt an interpretation of the laws and history of Israel as a natural political rather than providential religious phenomenon, and Alexander Gieris, 1737 to 1802, who modified the documentary theory by the so-called fragment theory and extended the analytical documentary method to the entire Pentateuch and to other books of the Bible. Historical criticism of the Old Testament. A new epoch in biblical study opened with the discovery of the principle of historical development. It arose outside the field of biblical study, but it was immediately applied to biblical literature and history. The idea of development in nature and in history had taken possession of the most diverse circles of thought during the 18th century. It was to be found among scientists, philosophers, poets, archaeologists, philologists, and historians. They were all working with it. The common illustration of it was the various stages of human life from infancy to old age. Such is the history of the race, they said. But it remained for Darwin and the evolutionary scientists to make the complete demonstration of it and to establish it as a fixed presupposition in every field of historical as well as scientific investigation. Gunkel remarks, "It was the great idealistic poets and thinkers of Germany who originated this conception of history, and great masters such as Vatke, Bauer, Wellhausen, and Harnack have transferred it to the sphere of religion." No conception of history has meant so much for modern Christian scholarship as this one, especially in the genetic form which it has assumed more recently through the influence of evolutionary science. Among the first to apply the idea of development as stages of growth to the history of Israel was Lessing, 1729 to 81. But the first to make this idea the basis of a critical investigation and reconstruction of the literature and history of Israel was Wilhelm Vatke, 1806 to 82. The course of Old Testament criticism since 1835, the date of the publication of Vatke's work, has followed the direction taken by him. Its task has been to determine the order of development in the religious life and institutions of Israel and, on the basis of this order, to reconstruct the facts of the date and authorship of the Old Testament books. The study of Old Testament literature has thus terminated in a study of the life, ideas, customs, and institutions embraced by it or contemporary with it as a condition of understanding the literature itself. The principle of development belongs first of all to history and then to the literature as a record, a reflection, and the product of the history. History is primary and original. Literature is secondary and derivative. Biblical interpretation limited to a study of the literature alone soon ran its course and discovered its dependence upon history. This is the principle of the historical method, and it was in this form that biblical study produced such startling results during the 19th century. Historical criticism of the New Testament. The historical method began to be applied to the New Testament by Semler, 1725-91, and he was followed by Acorn and De Wet in the employment of the same methods. Two events occurred in 1835, however, which make this an epoch-making date in the historical study of the New Testament: the publication of the Leben Jesu by Strauss, and of the work of the Pastoral Epistles by F.C. Bauer. As in the field of Old Testament study, so in the New, the attention of scholars was steadily forced to focus upon the persons, ideas, and institutions involved in the literature, or contemporary with it, as a condition of understanding the literature itself. It was this which led to that most characteristic phase of the historical movement during the 19th century, the study of the life of Jesus. Just what its course of development was and what it achieved for the modern understanding of Jesus has been carefully traced and explained by Weinel and Schweitzer. The critical study of church history. Coincident with its rise in the study of Old and New Testament history and literature, the historical method began to be applied with epoch-making results, first to early church history by Bauer and Hatch, and then to the entire field of church history, including both doctrine and institution, by such leaders as Ranke, Ritschl, Harnack, and Sohm. Toward the close of the 19th century, the influence of historical investigation in the field of comparative religion began to dominate the study of Hebrew and Christian origins and gave rise to the so-called Religionsgeschichte-Schule, which places the emphasis upon the comparative method and upon the genetic aspects of development. Historical events have a genealogy. They are not only modified by contemporary conditions, but grow out of antecedent forms. Hermann Gunkel, in his paper before the Berlin Congress of Liberal Christianity in 1910, to which the student is especially referred, declared that this new tendency in historical investigation was not entirely new, but a new wave upon the surface of the historical stream. The ground thought, he said, which at the present day rules all true historical investigation, is that the spiritual life of mankind is a unity, and that it is, by a certain orderly arrangement, bound together as a whole. Everything has come into being by a continuing process, each with its own special character, and yet in some measure to be brought into comparison with the rest. End of chapter 8, part 5. Recording by Elsa Gallo for Battalion, Tampa, Florida. Part 5. The Development of Modern Christianity. Chapter 8, Part 6 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elsa Gallo. Guide to the Study of Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 8, Part 6. 5. The Social Movement. The phrase "a social movement" has come into general use to designate the modern movement toward the political enfranchisement and the social betterment of the masses of the people. the sense of social responsibility. Out of the movement has grown the sense of social responsibility, which is so dominant an element in modern Christianity. By social responsibility is meant the obligation not only to save the human soul in a future world, but to save the human being, body, mind, and soul, in the present world. In other words, modern Christianity has identified itself with the present cultural task of civilization, believing that this belongs to the purpose of Christ and to the scope of the kingdom of heaven. In this study, the student has to do with tracing the historic origin and development of this peculiar trend of modern civilization and of its coalescence with Christianity. Elements of the social consciousness. If one should take a cross-sectional view of the movement at the present time, with a view to distinguish the elements that enter into it, he would discover among the more conspicuous the following historical elements: a primitive Christian element, which contributes a new conception of the worth and dignity of man as related to God and to his fellow men; a humanistic element, which emphasizes the worth of man as man and of the present order; a democratic element, which emphasizes the dignity and capacity of man as a self-governing political being; a rationalistic element, which emphasizes the sovereignty and trustworthiness of the mind of man; and a humanitarian element, which emphasizes the supreme sanctity of all human life. All of these elements are closely related in meaning and testify to the presence of a single growing conviction, which is the common root of all of them: the supreme worth of man as man in his present state of existence. This is, in effect, the controlling idea of the modern social movement, and should be used by the student as its distinguishing mark. Wherever there has appeared in modern history a tendency to exalt the worth of the individual, or to improve the lot of the masses, there should be recognized a contribution to the social movement. Sources of the social movement. It will be found that contributions to the social movement have come from very diverse sources: from politics, religion, and philosophy, from science and industry, and from literature and art. Every current of modern civilization has borne some contribution to the worth of man. If one were to make an exhaustive study of all the influences which have helped to create the social movement, it would involve a complete history of the modern world, a complete account of modern progress. It is preeminently the distinctive work and the product of modern civilization. The modern social movement has unfolded through the reciprocal influence of several parallel and yet fairly distinct phases of human activity, each of which has embodied some principle of social idealism and contributed some decisive influence in the total result. The student will be enabled to see more clearly the development in process if it is resolved into the following separate phases: the political phase, the philanthropic phase, the industrial phase, the socialistic phase, the literary phase, and the religious phase. But the student should be reminded again that these phases are interwoven in a common process, that they are but parts of a larger whole, like the separate strands in a single cable, and still further, that they did not take form apart from each other or in a vacuum, but in a common social medium which determined their likeness. They are children of one social parentage and were brought up together. While the student is chiefly concerned in this study with the religious phase, he must remember that it cannot be explained without a study of all the other phases with which it has been interwoven in its development. No adequate treatment of all these phases in their mutual relations and influences has appeared in print. The general surveys which have been made, such as those by Kidd and Nash, are more philosophical and apologetic than historical. The student is compelled to seek his information in treatises on the separate phases of the movement, and to be constantly making his own correlations between them. In a study of the religious phase of the social movement, the student will observe that modern Christianity has completely identified itself, both in theory and in practice, with modern social ideals and aims. The gospel of Jesus has been completely transformed into a social gospel by many influential interpreters, and the foremost enterprises of the modern church are gradually taking on the form of social enterprises. The problem of the student is to ascertain how and when this humanitarian element, this ethico-social emphasis, found its way into modern Christianity. The socializing of modern Christianity. Stated briefly and generally, it may be said that in becoming ethico-social, modern Christianity has simply followed the course of modern ethical development. As modern ethics has passed from the authoritative to the experimental and from the individualistic to the social, so has modern Christianity. Dewey and Tufts have given in outline the nature and course of this development in their work entitled Ethics. This is merely to state again the guiding principle of this study, namely that modern Christianity has been an integral part of the modern social process, and as such has been both cause and effect, creator and creature of that process. Christianity has simply kept abreast of the highest ethical ideals of the highest modern civilization. It could do no less and survive. But since it has helped to create those ideals, it is not surprising that it has found them true to its own nature. Modern Christianity moved through two stages of development in becoming ethico-social. First of all, there was a development from the dogmatic to the ethical, and then from the ethical to the ethico-social. The development of Christianity from a dogmatic to an ethical interest. The first stage of development was begun in the 15th and 16th centuries through the rise of humanism and the Protestant Reformation. Both movements exalted the worth of the individual, the one through its appreciation of the natural and the human in all of its forms, in art and literature and thought, the other through its individualistic and psychical conception of salvation, its doctrine of the equality of believers, and its resort to the scriptures. Kautsky and Bax have shown that even before the Reformation there was a widespread propagation of ethico-social ideas among the peasantry of the continent and of England on the basis of an appeal to natural human rights and to the teaching of Scripture. This is clearly shown in the socialistic tendencies of the Anabaptists and of the Lollards. But the Reformation did not achieve at once all that its principles involved. Its ethico-social tendencies were counteracted by other aristocratic tendencies, such as the doctrine of divine sovereignty and election and the acquiescence of the older types of Protestantism, especially Lutheranism and Anglicanism, in the absolutism of the civil ruler. Calvinism was free from this latter tendency and was more democratic, but it remained for latter free church movements to make the greatest advances toward ethical Christianity. The earliest decisive contributions were made by the Socinians, the Arminians, and the Latitudinarians in their emphasis upon the authority of the human reason and the conditional nature of salvation. The Arminians thought that the divine sovereignty was conditioned by ethical principles and limited by an element of human freedom. Man took on a new importance in relation to God. The Arminians went even farther and declared that Christianity did not consist in the acceptance of revealed doctrine, but in living a right life. The human element thus became decisive. Another movement in the direction of ethical religion was inaugurated by Pietists and was carried out by the Moravians and the Methodists, who united an inward, mystical piety with a practical devotion to the well-being of men, both in this world and in the world to come. The natural tendency of the pietistic and Methodistic type of religion toward brotherly love and charity is abundantly illustrated in the philanthropies of Franke at Halle, the missionary work of the Moravians, and the outbreak of humanitarianism in England on the heels of the Methodist revival and the evangelical awakening. Hall has made a special study of the ethico-social influences of Methodism in his work on the social meaning of modern religious movements in England, while North has more recently described early Methodist philanthropy in the book bearing that title, The Practical Testing of Christianity. But it was through the same religious movements that the way was being prepared for the experimental treatment of Christianity. The fundamental religious test of Pietism and Methodism was experimental. By their feelings, first of all, and then by their fruits ye shall know them. As religion became dominantly personal and ethical, it became experimental and practical. It was Schleiermacher who supplied the theoretical basis of the experimental treatment of religion in his conception of religion as a native property of the human soul. Religion began to be something that could be presently and inwardly studied and determined. God bore witness to his presence immediately in the soul, and the life of God in man was capable of demonstration. The incongruity between the authoritative origin and legal nature of religion and its experimental nature was not at first discerned. At the same time that the new religious movements of the 17th and 18th centuries, Arminianism, Pietism, Quakerism, and Methodism, were moving in the direction of an ethical religion, philosophical reflection was creating an impulse in the same direction. This was the trend of rationalism in its conception of a natural, innate morality. It tended steadily in the direction of an exaltation of the moral capacity and worth of the individual, thus aiding and abetting the ethical trend in religion at every step. The transition from an ethical to a social interest. In studying the transition from the ethical to the ethico-social conception of Christianity, the student must go outside of the religious movement for decisive influences. Religious thought moved strictly within philosophical and theological lines during the entire 18th and the first half of the 19th century. But in the meantime, the social impulse which was destined to create a new epoch in religious thought and activity was gathering force in the sphere of industry. It appeared earliest in England, and what took place in England finally took place throughout Europe and America before the middle of the 19th century. It was the so-called Industrial Revolution. Out of the Industrial Revolution came the prophets of a new social order in which all human miseries should be done away with, Owen in England and Saint Simon and Fourier in France. While Saint Simon and others saw in a pure, primitive Christianity a solvent for social ills, religion had not yet been generally invoked on behalf of social welfare. The church stood with the rulers and on the side of the established order of things. The literary prophets of the social ideal. The literary prophets were the connecting link between the new social impulses and religious thought. Vida M. Scudder has made a special study of the social influence of the great English prose writers between 1830 and 1880, to which the student is referred. Carlyle and Ruskin in England, Turgenev and Tolstoy in Russia, and Sand and Hugo in France introduced the ethico-social ideal to the popular mind in the 19th century, and by making it respectable, not to say fashionable, forced it upon the attention of the leaders of organized Christianity. Out of this atmosphere there sprung up a Christian Socialist party in England, among the Protestants under the leadership of Maurice and Kingsley, and among the Catholics of Germany under the leadership of Bishop von Ketteler. It began to be said openly in all religious circles after the middle of the 19th century, first by Seeley and Fremantle, and then by a host of others in the church in England and America, that Jesus came to save the whole man, body, mind, and spirit, in the present world, and not merely his spirit in the world to come. Thus the ethical social emphasis found its way into modern Christianity. End of chapter 8, part 6. Recording by Elsa Gallo for Battalion, Tampa, Florida. Part 6. The Development of Modern Christianity. Chapter 8, Part 7 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elsa Gallo. Guide to the Study of Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 8, Part 7. The Development of Modern Christianity. 6. The Missionary Movement. The influence of missionary ideals on modern Christianity. Any historical account of the origin and development of modern Christianity cannot overlook the influence of modern missions. The contact of Western Christianity with the non-Christian religions and peoples of the East has resulted in decisive modifications of modern religious thought. Modern Christianity would not be what it is without modern missions. The modification of missionary activities due to modern thought. But on the other hand, modern religious thought has been profoundly reacting upon modern missions. Missionary motives and methods, the entire attitude of the missionary toward non-Christian religions, have been undergoing a rapid transformation during the last 10 or 20 years. It has gradually dawned upon the entire missionary management, at home and abroad, that the old approach to non-Christian peoples, on the basis of the old religious ideas and methods, and in the old spirit, was one of the principal causes of the failure of modern missions. And there has recently appeared among missionary leaders an outspoken approval of, and an eager resort to, modern religious ideas for the solution of the most accurate problems in the mission field. In their opinion, there seems to have been a most providential timing in the appearance of these problems with the rise of modern religious thought. The development of a cordial attitude toward modern ideas. This change has been going on quietly among a few missionaries for many years, but it has found no open expression until within the last 10 years. Modern religious thought was completely banned from missionary conferences and literature previous to 1888. Small consideration and scant courtesy were shown it in the London Conference of 1888. Slightly more consideration was shown it in the New York Conference in 1900. But in the meantime, courage had entered into a few of the great leaders, and by the time of the Edinburgh Conference in 1910, they were ready to face the modern situation frankly and to discuss it freely. Volume 4 of the Report of the Edinburgh Conference is a marvelous disclosure of the coalescence of statesmanlike missionary conviction with modern religious thought. Factors in the broader view of missions. The decade from 1900 to 1910 marks an epoch in the advancement of the Catholic attitude toward non-Christian religions. Several conditions brought this about, or helped to make it possible: the progress of the science of comparative religion, the gradual triumph of modern religious ideas and the spirit of Catholicity in the West, the sending out of a new generation of missionaries more or less acquainted with, if not trained in, the new ideas, and the discovery through actual missionary experience that a sympathetic, appreciative attitude towards the non-Christian religions was absolutely essential to missionary success. This was the almost unanimous testimony of the missionaries who contributed to the Edinburgh Report. The tenor of all was, in substance, expressed by one who said, "The missionary should rejoice in every element of truth and goodness that he finds in the religion and in the practice of the people with whom he has to deal, seeing that all truth and all goodness, wheresoever found, come through the inspiration of the Holy Spirit, however ignorant a person may be of this source. Every religion exists by reason of the truth which is in it, not by the virtue of its falsehood." Some problems which missionaries must face. It is perfectly apparent that this new attitude toward the non-Christian religions raises at once every problem of modern religious thought. The problems of the conception of revelation and of inspiration and of the authority of Scripture, of the conception of God and of his relation to the race, of the conception of Christ and of his redemptive and prophetic supremacy, of the conception of salvation and its conditions and of retribution and its nature. The epoch-making significance of the Edinburgh Conference was the recognition by its leaders and members that theological questions were for the missionary crucial problems, and that the only way out for the missionary was to think every problem through courageously in the light of all modern knowledge and conviction. And the various commissions attempted to help the missionary to do this as far as it was possible within the time at their disposal. All this mighty ferment of problems in the mission field has reacted upon thought and action at home. The student should look for the missionary influence upon modern Christianity chiefly in the following spheres of distinctly modern thought and activity: comparative religion, Christian apologetics, the ethico-social movement, the Christian Union movement. It is not possible to refer the student to any book which deals expressly with this question. The study of comparative religion and missionary ideals. The science of comparative religion, one of the most typical expressions of the historical movement, owes much to foreign missions. Just how much, it is not easy to determine. Various opinions are held regarding the indebtedness. Missionary leaders and workers are inclined to overestimate it, while the scientists are inclined to ignore it or to underestimate it. Robert E. Speer says that for most of its knowledge of the non-Christian religions and peoples, the West is indebted to missionaries. G. T. Purvis said in the New York Conference in 1900 that Christian missions have made possible the science of comparative religion. While the comparison of religions is one of the first and most important tasks of the missionary, and a few missionaries have done credible scientific work in this field, yet the range and purpose of that comparison are quite different from those of the pure scientists. A distinction is to be made between the materials of the science and the treatment of those materials. While the missionaries have added greatly to the knowledge of Oriental religions, their method of treatment has been apologetic rather than scientific. On the other hand, there is no uncertainty as to the indebtedness of missionaries to the science of comparative religion, but it has not been possible frankly to acknowledge it and take advantage of it until very recently. Commission 4 of the Edinburgh Conference said, "The conclusion is surely inevitable that provision should be made for thorough teaching in comparative religion in all our colleges and training institutes. A new instrument of spiritual culture and propaganda has been put into the hands of the Church by the progress of this science, and it is surely a plain duty to use it." A new apologetic for Christianity. The 20th century is face to face with the need of a new Christian apologetic. This new need has been precipitated partly by the development of modern science, modern philosophy, and modern society, but also partly by modern missions. Just as the new discoveries in modern science compel the reconstruction of Christian apologetics in the light of the new scientific facts, so the discoveries of missionaries in contact with the non-Christian religions has compelled a reconstruction of Christian apologetics in the light of the new religious facts. It is a new religious world into which the missionary and the comparative religionist have introduced modern Christianity, and it has had to be reckoned with. In contact with new races, new societies, new religions, beliefs, and new civilizations, Christianity is undergoing new tests, and it is being compelled to reshape its message and redefine its essence. There has gradually arisen the outline of a new apologetic whose fundamental postulates are a universally immanent, ethical God and an organically related and growing world. The need of social salvation. Modern missions have greatly reinforced the ethico-social movement in the West. It may be said that the foreign missionary was really the first to go into ethico-social work with the gospel and the first to discover the social nature of Christianity. From the moment that he has set foot upon heathen soil, he has been confronted with a social barrier to the acceptance of the gospel. The most painful problems of the foreign missionary have been growing out of the differences between the social ideas of Jesus and the social custom of heathenism. This fact has raised one of the most keenly debated questions in modern missionary policy: whether it is the business of the missionary to evangelize the heathen or to Christianize heathendom. Missionaries have always realized the need of transforming the society as a means of saving the souls of the heathen. Thus, foreign missions have constituted by necessity a vast social philanthropy. The ethical social results of foreign missions have been from the beginning the most convincing argument in the missionary apologetic. Unconscious of the support which the propaganda of missions at the home base was giving to the social movement, every missionary sermon or appeal has steadily added to the ethical social emphasis of modern Christianity. Since the unsurpassed work of Dennis in collecting and arraying the social results of missionary work, no one has doubted the social nature and the social value of Christianity. In the foreign field, missionary work has assumed every form of social and personal philanthropy: medical, educational, charitable, and industrial. The movement toward Christian union. The spirit of Catholicity is a characteristic product of the modern missionary movement. It appears not only in the modern missionaries' attitude toward non-Christian religions, but in their attitude toward each other's denominational beliefs and practices. In the presence of a vast heathenism, the missionaries of all denominations are compelled to draw together. The most urgent appeal for Christian union during the past generation has come from the mission field. The movement began with a feeling of the need of Christian comity and rose to a desire for federation, and in many places it has developed into a demand for organic union. Various forms of cooperation have been entered into, usually between churches of the same denominational type. Some of the constitutions of these unions may be found in the appendixes of Volume 8 of the Edinburgh Report. The entire volume is given up to the report of the Commission on Cooperation and the Promotion of Unity, and it's the most important appeal for Christian union ever sent out to a divided Christendom. All the great missionary conferences during the last 50 years have laid emphasis upon the need of union, and the amount of time devoted to the question has steadily increased with each succeeding conference. It is conceded that the greatest obstacle to the union of the churches in the foreign field is the opposition of the churches at home. In the face of this insistent demand of missionaries for freedom to unite their forces, the churches at home have been compelled to take up the problem of Christian union and to moderate their sectarian attitude toward their sister denominations. The first significant response to this demand has been the organization of the Federal Council of Churches of Christ in America. The student will find the best discussions of the relation of foreign missions to the Christian Union movement in the reports of the various missionary conferences and in the reports of the meetings of the Federal Council. End of Chapter 8, Part 7. Recording by Elsa Gallo for Battalion, Tampa, Florida. Part 7. The Development of Modern Christianity.
Chapter 9, Part 1 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Derek McLaughlin. Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 9, Part 1. Systematic Theology and Christian Ethics. Introduction. What is the task of systematic theology? Interesting as is the history of Christianity, the primary concern of most men is with their own religious problems and beliefs. Insofar as a study of history can aid in answering questions of present-day life, it is eagerly used. But every age, indeed every individual, has peculiar circumstances to face, and because of these has peculiar questionings. It is the task of the Department of Systematic Theology to deal with the vital religious beliefs of living men, to appreciate and to interpret the questionings of contemporaneous thinking, and to formulate the convictions which a Christian has a right to hold in the light of the actual conditions of religious thinking and living. The peculiar importance of a study of theology today. The present generation is passing through one of the most remarkable developments of religious thinking ever known in human history. There is very general perplexity and uncertainty concerning many phases of Christian doctrine. Every pastor will have in his congregation, and more especially in his community, persons who are high-minded and loyal to good ideals, but who find little meaning or inspiration in the inherited formulations of doctrine. In order to influence such men, as well as to inspire those who still love the familiar terms and phrases, one ought to know just what doctrines have meant in human history, and just how the typical experiences of Christian men today may find adequate intellectual formulation. It is precisely here that the teaching of theology in a modern divinity school differs most markedly from that of a generation ago. Then it was taken for granted that the inherited system of doctrine was entirely adequate to express the real convictions of Christian men. Today the theologian is facing a world of ideas and aspirations which owe their origin to scientific, social, and industrial activities which have altered the conditions of human living. He must therefore consider the problems of religious belief in relation to all these comparatively new but intensely real factors of modern life, and so formulate Christian convictions that they may enable men to carry their religion into all realms of life. Theology may be defined as the attempt to think over our religious inheritance in the light of present problems, so as to formulate for today and to transmit to the coming generation an expression of faith vitally related to our actual life. There is no short and easy way of gaining a theology today. We must creatively think through a host of problems which found no place in the theological treatises of former days, just because the conditions of life formerly were different from the exigencies of thought and of action which we must daily confront. It is the purpose of the following discussion to call attention to the principal problems which a theological student today must face, and to indicate the way in which beliefs are to be worked out. 1. The method of theological inquiry. The fundamental issue in modern theology. We have inherited the conception of Christianity as a perfect revelation of truth which abides substantially unchanged from age to age. The theologian, from this point of view, is not searching for truth, as are men who deal with mere human science. His truth is given to him by revelation, and has only to be effectively expounded and interpreted. According to this conception, the most that a modern theologian might expect to accomplish in the way of advance would be to point out the inadequacy of former interpretations. But he, like all his predecessors, would be expected to find the content of Christian truth already given in the Bible. But what does the history of religious thinking reveal? Has the content of Christianity actually remained constant? Have not the exigencies of changing human experience compelled a changing theology? For example, do we take seriously today the biblical doctrine of demons? On the other hand, are we not vitally interested in some doctrines about which biblical writers knew nothing, as, for example, the conception of evolution? The fact that Christian theology has actually been developing and changing throughout its history comes into conflict with the theory of a divinely authorized, unchangeable content of doctrine. Orthodoxy and modernism. The above-mentioned question is crucial in all divisions of Christianity. In Roman Catholicism, the advocates of unyielding authority are in serious controversy with the modernists, who recognize the fact and the significance of historical evolution. Nowhere is this issue more clearly stated than in the encyclical letter of Pope Pius X against modernism, and in the Program of Modernism put forth in reply. The papal letter judges everything on the basis of conformity to the authoritatively prescribed system. The modernists declare that historical facts must be frankly recognized, even if it be necessary to modify the system. Precisely the same division of opinion runs through Protestantism. Orthodoxy and liberalism can scarcely understand each other, for each starts from premises which the other would deny. Our traditional denominational divisions prevent Protestants from realizing the importance of this issue as it is realized in Catholicism, but it is more or less keenly felt by every thoughtful man. To study the task of theology in the light of this fundamental cleavage is imperative if the student is to understand the problems of theological thinking today. The change from the method of appeal to authority to the method of free inquiry. In attempting to formulate our beliefs today, we are subject to pressure from the two ideals described above. On the one hand is the inherited demand that the system of doctrine which has been authoritatively promulgated shall be transmitted unimpaired. Every Christian is familiar with the injunction to hold fast the faith once delivered. On the other hand, many thinkers of our time feel that this inherited system does not do justice to the demands of living faith. There is a rapidly increasing number of loyal Christians who insist that religious beliefs must be large enough to include the truth of modern discovery as well as the truth of ancient Scripture. What now is the task of the theologian? Is he primarily the custodian of an authorized system? If so, his sole task will be to expound the content of the revelation which has been committed to him. Or is the modern theologian, like the modern physician or the modern educator, to ask how the interests of living men may best be cared for? If so, he must be ready to modify or to discard traditional doctrines whenever investigation sheds new light on religious problems. Theology in such a case would alter the content of religious hypotheses as readily as any science alters the content of its hypotheses in response to more exact knowledge. Protestant theology is beginning to abandon the method of appeal to authority, but it has not yet, as a rule, come to face squarely the tests of free investigation, as have other branches of human knowledge. The student will find that most theological writings today are characterized by considerable vagueness and by many inconsistencies. While the inadequacy of the mere appeal to authority is generally recognized by modern theologians, nevertheless their habits of thinking have generally been formed under the sway of the authority ideal, and they are constantly seeking to find some acceptable way of continuing to employ the familiar method. Thus, while the older supports are admittedly weakening, men have not yet learned to rely confidently on the somewhat unfamiliar supports of critical examination. There is a general desire to find some basis which criticism cannot touch. The student should realize that we are living through a transition period in which theologians are not very sure of themselves. A primary question of moral loyalty. The method of appeal to authority involves the enlistment of a high moral loyalty. If the theologian has been entrusted with a divinely authorized message, loyalty bids him deliver it in its integrity. Any departure from the authorized truth would be dishonorable. It would be like treachery to the government which one has sworn to uphold. Heresy, from this point of view, is willful sin. If, now, a theologian does actually depart from the authorized content of doctrine, he has to meet the traditional feeling that he is a traitor to the cause. So strong is this feeling that a religious man today is almost inevitably compelled to adopt an apologetic method of setting forth new doctrines. He is led to use the familiar terms and phrases so far as possible, and to make what he holds to be true seem as much like orthodox doctrine as possible. The traditional conception of moral loyalty brings the strong temptation to make the duty of conformity more important than the duty of exact truth-telling. New meanings are thus smuggled in under familiar labels, with a resulting lack of clearness in thinking. The student should recognize the dangers involved in serving two masters in his attempts at theologizing. He should see that there are really two very different questions which may be asked when one confronts the task of constructing a doctrinal statement. One question is, what is the content of authorized belief? The other is, what, in the light of careful critical study, is the truth? The student should make clear to himself which question is guiding him. Much confusion arises in modern theology from the fact that these questions are not clearly distinguished. Fidelity to the implications of the first question would mean that the student must eliminate all personal preferences and seek to make his thinking conform to that of Scripture. Fidelity to the viewpoint of the second question would mean that critical inquiry must determine what one shall say. Now, critical methods do enter fundamentally into any theology, but the conclusions dictated by criticism are frequently so shaped and modified as to appear to be results of mere interpretation of Scripture. The danger in such attempts is that one may eventually have neither good exegesis nor good criticism. Modern books on theology frequently indulge in clever rhetorical statements which serve, indeed, to allay the fears of conservative Christians, but which also fail to meet the demands of earnest and exact thinking. Such adjustments of statement are likely to involve a failure to be thoroughly loyal either to Scripture or to the demands of criticism. And when stern loyalty is relaxed, the door to clever time-serving is wide open. The religious value of critical honesty. Probably there is no greater need today than the acquirement of an attitude which does not involve distrust of the processes of critical examination. Every intelligent man knows that critical scholarship prevails in all important modern theological schools. Moreover, while occasionally an individual is unable to unite positive religious conviction with critical methods, there is no evidence that those who employ critical scholarship are, as a rule, any more lacking in religious devotion and power than are those who fear critical methods. The attempt to retain the appeal to authority and at the same time to cultivate an acquaintance with critical methods leads to a habit of harmonization, which withholds one from the kind of accuracy essential to self-respect and to real influence with men. It is of fundamental importance that the student of theology should learn to feel the religious value of honestly facing the facts. The man who has taken this attitude of absolute loyalty to whatever proves itself to be true possesses a spiritual strength which can never be attained by one who is in constant dread lest criticism make inroads into his faith. It is only as one comes to feel that loyalty to the truth is more religious than mere conformity to a prescribed statement that the full value of critical methods will appear. Because of timidity and attempts at compromise, the new theology has not yet had an opportunity to disclose its entire power. So long as departures from traditional positions must be made apologetically, there is the tacit admission that strict conformity is morally better. If this be admitted, any departure from the authorized doctrine exists on sufferance. The theologian willing to make concessions to modern ideas seems made of less heroic stuff than one who defies innovations. Only a devotion to the interests of modern life which shall express something of the religious passion which animated Jesus in his rebuke to Pharisaic conformity can adequately strengthen one who faces the future rather than the past. Without this conviction of moral compulsion, a new theology will be nothing more than a pleasing essay. The value of historical study for the student of theology. One whose task it is to uphold a prescribed doctrine will inevitably employ the method of debate. One's own position is put in the most favorable light possible, while opposing views are discredited by all possible means. The systematic theologies which employ the method of appeal to authority make large use of debate. The controversial spirit prevails. Denominational distinctions are emphasized. The historical method of studying theology means the abandonment of the debater's attitude. For example, while the debater will seek out all possible considerations which enable him to affirm or deny the Mosaic authorship of the Pentateuch, the historical student must refuse to allow his study to be determined by a preconceived theory. He must attempt to take account of all the facts, and must let his conclusions be dictated by these facts. Modern historical study presupposes the painstaking examination of all the evidence, rather than the determined defense of a theory declared authoritatively to be the truth. While the adherent of the method of appeal to authority is primarily concerned with content of doctrine, the historical scholar is primarily concerned with accuracy of investigation. Thus, while abandonment of a doctrine seems to the believer in authority like radical disloyalty, it is an incidental matter to the historical scholar. The latter is concerned that the investigation shall be accurate, whatever may be the result and content of doctrine. He inevitably feels a confidence in a critically established doctrine which he could not feel in any theory which has not been subjected to criticism. Conclusions reached by historical inquiry may be revised or even abandoned without involving distress of spirit, or without involving any sense of moral disloyalty to the old. One thus obtains a spiritual anchorage. Changes in religious convictions become possible without the period of moral disintegration engendered by the attempt to compromise with the dogmatic attitude. As a steadying power for students of theology in this transitional age, the value of training in the methods of historical interpretation can scarcely be overestimated. Certainly no student ought to attempt to deal with the problems of systematic theology today without first having learned the full significance of the historical study of the Bible and of Christian history. The outcome of the historical study of Christianity. The historical study of Christianity makes it clear that religion is always in the making. Every generation inherits from the preceding age certain doctrines and ideals which were wrought out in the struggles and the triumphs of faith in the past. But each new generation has to ask its own questions. New conditions arise, making necessary adjustments of faith. Out of efforts at adjustment, changes in doctrine come about. Historical study attempts to explain the significance of doctrine-making in terms of the actual questions which were being asked, and for which satisfactory answers were being sought. The historical student is never satisfied with mere statistics. He wants to know not simply what Isaiah or Jeremiah said, he wants also to know why they said what they said. If this latter question can be answered, it serves to relate the utterances of a man vitally to the religious problems which he must face. It reveals the fact that theology arises just because men ask searching questions and demand profound answers to those questions. The nature of a vital theology today. This view of doctrine, resulting from historical appreciation, should be consistently carried into the realm of doctrinal formulation today. If the analysis of the experience of men in biblical times is the key to the understanding of the making of biblical doctrine, then the way to formulate doctrine for our own day is to analyze the religious longings and experiences of the present. We, like every generation, have inherited doctrines and ideals. But we have our own peculiar problems to face, and we must use our inheritance, and, where necessary, modify it, so as to meet these problems. Insofar as the circumstances of our life differ from those of former generations, our beliefs must differ. Sometimes a theologian faces conditions essentially identical with those which prevailed when the inherited doctrine was formulated. In such a case no striking changes take place. Sometimes, as occurred when Israel had to meet the fact of national dissolution, or as is the case when we today have to learn to preserve our ideals in the midst of the bewildering novelties introduced by modern learning and invention, the changes in doctrine will be very great. If the student can come to measure the validity of his theologizing, not by its conformity to standards of the past, but by its capacity to meet the questions of the present, he will be in a position to do fruitful work. The ability to see that this prophetic spirit, which makes the needs of the present and of the future supreme, is the impelling force leading to the construction of strong religious beliefs, is one of the chief gains from the historical study of the Bible. To incorporate this spirit into theological method today is far more important, and more true to the deepest spiritual meaning of the Bible itself, than authoritatively to reproduce biblical doctrines for our acceptance. End of chapter 9, part 1.